Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ichi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. This is very much like a swap-kill scenario. Doing so can obscure the motive and intent of the crime. Thus, Akaikawa Kyajuk deduced, Koichi Nishihara likely killed an unlucky person unrelated to him just to frame him. We didn't have any obvious disputes in the theater, so he wouldn't have spared me out of fear of being suspected. He simply couldn't find satisfaction in killing me. He had to ruin my reputation as well. After this line of thought, Akaikawa Kyajuk couldn't help but curse idiot internally. The reason for Nishihara Koichi's murder was absurd, and sparing his life was even more so. But Akaikawa Kyajuk wasn't a cop. He didn't care about Koichi Nishihara's motives for killing or the reason for sparing him. The only thing that concerned Akaikawa Kyajuk was Nishihara attacking him and framing him. Ding! A clear mechanical sound that hadn't sounded in a long time rang in Akaikawa Kyajuk's mind. The translucent blue screen reappeared before his eyes. The deceased strangled, the murder weapon in hand. Now that you've identified the real killer, what choice will you make? 1. Admit you are the killer. Reward, feature card X1, 2. Tell the police the whole truth and let the real culprit be punished. Reward, skill card X1. I heard that the great detective Mori Kogoro is coming to watch the play today. Which means there's a high chance the Shinigami elementary student is also here. Then, as long as I tell the truth about my situation and play the role of an innocent victim, the God of Death student will naturally discover the real culprit. Akaikawa Kyajuk looked at the young man dead below him, pondering. He reached out and used his clean sleeves to shift the deceased's head, examining the strangulation marks. He noted that the strangulation marks were higher on the neck, and the angle was vertical. In other words, the deceased wasn't lying on the ground nor strangled from above. Instead, he was strangled from behind while standing or sitting. This is inconsistent with the faked crime scene. It's a really crude attempt to frame me. It could have been done far more convincingly. Akaikawa Kyajuk muttered under his breath. Akaikawa Kyajuk believed that even with the Shinigami elementary student's skill, he would quickly see the truth and know he wasn't the real culprit. All he needed to do was tell the truth, and the real killer would naturally be punished. But I'm not satisfied. Getting you arrested by the police won't cut it. Akaikawa Kyajuk understood. It's difficult to get a death sentence for murder in Japan. Moreover, he had deduced that the deceased was probably someone unknown to Koichi Nishihara. This would even affect the sentencing outcome. Once Koichi Nishihara is arrested, as long as he insists it was a crime of passion, Japanese law would protect him. He could even claim that framing him showed remorse halfway through. To remove that protection, the murder must be deemed malicious enough. To thank Mr. Nishihara for his grand gift, I'll give him one in return. Reciprocity is a traditional virtue. Akaikawa Kyajuk thought to himself, looking at the third option before him, as a faint smirk involuntarily formed on his lips. Chapter 43 Packaging from Nishihara's perspective. If we want to ensure that the police don't suspect him, we must do three things. One is to sever the connection between the murder weapon and him. The second is to cut off the contact between the deceased and him. And third, there must be an alibi for the time when the deceased was determined to have been killed by the police. Uchiha Kyajuk compared the rope in his hand to the strangulation marks on the deceased's neck. It was determined that this rope was the murder weapon that caused the person before him to be strangled to death. Because Uchiha Kyajuk concluded that Nishihara Koichi didn't act impulsively, it's impossible that Koichi Nishihara would leave any trace on the murder weapon. The second matter is his connection to the deceased. The relationship between this unfortunate victim and Nishihara Koichi can only be one of two situations. Either the relationship was very bad, or there was no contact at all. In the first case, the police would only need to investigate the deceased's interpersonal connections to suspect Nishihara Koichi. Thus, Uchiha Kyajuk prefers the latter. As for the final point, Uchiha Kyajuk also made a judgment by observing the deceased. Nishihara Koichi intended to use the time he was on stage to let the more than 1,800 audience members and staff present provide a perfect alibi for him. After identifying Nishihara Koichi's modus operandi, Uchiha Kyaju's next step is to dismantle it piece by piece. Then, he would package it into a new gift and return it to Nishihara Koichi. Uchiha Kyajuk noticed that rigor mortis hadn't appeared on the deceased's body, and there were no cadaveric stains. The Imperial Theater's central air conditioning maintains a comfortable temperature at all times. At this temperature, cadaveric stains would appear on the body within half an hour to an hour. Therefore, the deceased's time of death must have been within the last half hour. Uchiha Kyajuk also noticed fresh swelling and a crack on the deceased's head. Moreover, even though he was strangled, the deceased's fingers showed no scratches. Therefore, Uchiha Kyajuk deduced that the deceased had also suffered a severe blow to the head and lost consciousness. Subsequently, while unconscious, Nishihara Koichi strangled him with a hemp rope. Nishihara went on stage in the fourth act, and I was called to the laundry room halfway through the second act. Consider that Saihara begins gathering with the crew on set halfway through the third act. This means that within half an hour, Nishihara will have an alibi. At this time, he would certainly create any excuse to send someone to the laundry room to find the deceased. On the other hand, I'm safe until he goes on stage. In Uchiha's opinion, Nishihara Koichi's modus operandi was quite rough. Apart from the strangulation marks not aligning with the attack posture arranged by himself, another issue is the risk of not waking up until the police discover him after being struck so hard. Therefore, the intensity of the attack was poorly controlled. This caused me to wake up earlier than expected, giving me enough time to proceed with the following steps. Uchiha Kyajuk took out the small bag Takura Misaki had previously given him. This bag contained mouthwash, wipes, and scripts. Uchiha Kyajuk carefully wiped away the remaining hemp fibers from the strangulation marks on the deceased's neck with a wet wipe. He also tucked the hemp rope used as the murder weapon into his clothing. As for why Uchiha Kyajuk wasn't worried about the rope's blood staining his clothes, it was because Uchiha Kyajuk's clothes were already stained with the deceased's blood when he woke up. Needless to say, this was naturally Nishihara Koichi's doing. Clothes stained with the deceased's blood are no different from murder weapons. The key is this student uniform, which only he can wear in the entire Imperial Theater. Nishihara Koichi must have considered this from the beginning, so he deliberately let the deceased's blood stain his clothes. Anyway, they had to deal with it together later, so Uchiha Kyajuk didn't mind a bit of blood on the hemp rope. Uchiha Kyajuk took out the play script from his bag again. Using the pages of the script, he trimmed the fingertips of the deceased. After doing this, Uchiha Kyajuk suddenly made additional discoveries as he examined the deceased's mouth. There was a considerable amount of blood in the deceased's mouth. Uchiha Kyajuk tilted the deceased's head and allowed the blood in his mouth to spill out. Then Uchiha Kyajuk discovered a large wound on the deceased's tongue. Simultaneously, the muscles inside the deceased's mouth still showed signs of contraction and spasms. This indicated that the deceased's tongue was injured while he was still alive. Upon discerning this, Uchiha Kyajuk held the deceased's head, raised his foot, and kicked towards the corner of his jaw and jaw body. Ordinarily, Kyajuk Uchiha's strength wasn't enough to break the mandibular angle of an adult male. Let alone the mandibular body, which is thicker than the mandibular angle. But for Uchiha Kyajuk, who possesses professional fighting skills, precisely kicking someone's mandibular angle with his hard-soled leather shoes wasn't difficult. When Uchiha Kyajuk attacked the mandibular body, he targeted the depressed area at the bone center. This is a vulnerable spot on the mandibular body. So breaking the deceased's jaw was easy. In this way, the deceased's mouth was essentially separated from his body. Uchiha Kyajuk used the deceased's upper and lower gums to sever his tongue at the tongue wound. Then, Before blood could emerge, he closed the deceased's mouth again. In addition, Uchiha Wakiyajuk found 2 types of laundry detergent for sensitive and non-sensitive skin in the laundry room. He took some non-sensitive skin detergent powder and put it in his bag. Uchiha Wakiyajuk then returned to the deceased, pressing down on the crack on the deceased's head, causing blood to flow. He stretched out his hand, allowing the blood from the deceased's mouth that had pooled on the floor to cover his palm. So far, the removal of the deceased's body was complete. Uchiha Wakiyajuk walked over to the central air conditioner switch installed in the room, turning it off with a wet wipe. Then he grabbed the door handle inside the laundry room with his blood-stained hand. After opening the laundry room door, Uchiha Wakiyajuk confirmed no one was there, then opened the door and exited. He didn't bother to open the inner handle of the door, which bore his bloody fingerprints. But he wiped the outside door handle of the laundry room with a wet wipe. Uchiha Wakiyajuk simply left the laundry room door wide open, then entered the room next to the laundry room where clothes, wigs, and other props were stored. Opening the door with his sleeves, he took out a long black wig. Uchiha Wakiyajuk used his bloody hands to smear the deceased's blood, then tucked it into his clothes. Then, Uchiha Wakiyajuk went to the nearby bathroom. After confirming no one was inside, he entered the bathroom and closed the door. He removed the clothes stained with the deceased's blood and took out the wig and rope. The rope chosen by Koichi Nishihara was a 2-ply hemp rope with less resistance than nylon rope and lacked elasticity. This traditional natural fiber rope is highly absorbent. But its resistance also weakens due to water absorption. Uchiha Wakiyajuk kept the rope's front end and soaked the rest in the toilet water. After taking it out again, he could feel that the hemp rope's weight had noticeably increased due to water absorption. Then Uchiha Wakiyajuk used his fingertips to separate the 2 strands of hemp rope that hadn't been soaked in water. He bit one with his teeth and pinched the other with his fingers. When Uchiha Wakiyajuk exerted force with his head and hands simultaneously, the 2 hemp strands separated immediately. This step's purpose was to effectively reduce the rope's size to prevent it from clogging the toilet when flushed into the sewer. After disposing of the 2 strands of rope used as the murder weapon, Uchiha Wakiyajuk removed his clothes again, soaked them in the deceased's blood in the toilet water, and simultaneously poured in the laundry detergent he took from the laundry room. Now comes the most crucial step. He needs to eliminate any remaining deceased's blood from his body. Cold water can prevent blood proteins from coagulating, and the non-sensitive skin detergent contains protease that can break down blood proteins. In a few moments, Uchiha Wakiyajuk rubbed out the blood stains on his clothes. But this alone wasn't enough. Because although protease can break down blood proteins, it has little effect on DNA. To be foolproof, Uchiha Wakiyajuk must ensure that no trace of the deceased's DNA remains on him. For this step, he needed another tool, 3% or higher hydrogen peroxide solution. Apart from specially acquired products, some household disinfectants, mouthwash, bleach, and contact lens solutions can contain hydrogen peroxide. And these items are different from laundry detergent and aren't something he could easily obtain in the theater right now. But, I have to thank Misakakura. Uchiha Wakiyajuk thought to himself. He then lowered his head and looked at the mouthwash that his agent, Misakakura Misaki, had prepared for him, sitting quietly in his bag. Chapter 44, The performance was suspended. Uchiha Wakiyajuk took the mouthwash from his bag and poured it onto his clothes. After ensuring that the areas stained with blood were completely soaked, he let the clothes sit for a moment, then started scrubbing them again. After doing all this, Uchiha Wakiyajuk pressed the toilet flush button once more, rinsing out the clothes. Thanks to the clean restroom at the Imperial Theater, there was no strange odor on his clothing. Finally, Uchiha Wakiyajuk soaked the wig stained with the victim's blood. After tidying up the bathroom, he exited the stall and approached the sink to examine his wounds, silently counting the time in his mind. It's been about 20 minutes from disposing of the body in the room until coming to the bathroom to get rid of the murder weapon and bloodstains. Through the faint music coming from the theater, Uchiha Wakiyajuk could roughly judge where the performance was. We're in the middle of the third act, time is running out. Now, 2 final things remained. One was to pin the murder weapon he'd prepared onto Nishihara Koichi. The other was to return to the laundry room where he had been attacked, to ensure that both he and the deceased were discovered together. In the middle of the third act, Koichi Nishihara met up early with the actors from the fourth act to prepare before taking the stage. Although he'd have an alibi from that point on, Uchiha Wakiyajuk judged that Nishihara Koichi would definitely choose to have both himself and the deceased found alone only after he went on stage. This meant Uchiha Wakiyajuk needed to precisely enter Nishihara Koichi's lounge during the time when he left his personal lounge but hadn't yet taken the stage. Furthermore, Uchiha Wakiyajuk had observed the situation at the Imperial Theater and learned that only the main entrances and exits, the auditorium, and important props and costume areas were equipped with cameras. To protect privacy, there were no cameras near the artist's lounge, dressing rooms, or the laundry room where Akaikawa Kyajuk had been. Likewise, there were no cameras in the remote storage and laundry areas where he currently stood. Koichi Nishihara must have noticed this, which was why he chose to start in the laundry room. The limited camera coverage initially only had disadvantages in capturing the true culprit, but for Akaikawa Kyajuk, who now decided to frame him back, it actually facilitated his actions. As the end of the third act approached, Akaikawa Kyajuk made his way to the artist's lounge. After finding Koichi Nishihara's room, he lightly knocked on the door, confirmed no one was inside, then opened the door and walked in, dressed. Inside, Akaikawa Kyajuk carefully grabbed the zipper handle through his clothes and opened Nishihara Koichi's bag. This was to avoid wiping away any fingerprints Koichi Nishihara left on the zipper, thus arousing unnecessary suspicion. The inside of Nishihara Koichi's bag was very clean, there was no medical protective gear or motorcycle helmet that he had seen before. Akaikawa Kyajuk wasn't surprised by this. He took out the wig soaked in blood from the restroom and placed it in Nishihara Koichi's bag. Then, closing the bag as he had opened it, he confirmed no one was outside before leaving Nishihara Koichi's room and heading back to the laundry room. It was now a cold February. Before leaving the laundry room, Akaikawa Kyajuk had turned off the central air conditioning in the room. Additionally, he didn't close the laundry room door, causing the previously comfortable room to cool down rapidly within a short period. Akaikawa Kyajuk recalled the wound on his forehead he had observed in the restroom earlier. The injury was far less severe than he'd initially thought. Akaikawa Kyajuk reached out, gently touching the bruise on his forehead, murmuring to himself, "This isn't good, it doesn't make people feel any murderous intent." The fourth act is the official start of the show. When the curtain rose, a British-style pub from the late 19th century appeared in the center of the stage. Ding bell. With the clear, sweet sound of a bell, the door of the pub opened. Koichi Nishihara, playing Danny Hecker, the second deceased in the case of the Voice of the Dead, officially entered everyone's view. The usual. Koichi Nishihara dropped his bag on the floor and spoke to the pub owner behind the bar. Half a minute later, a glass filled with a dark amber liquor was placed on the bar. Nishihara Koichi took the wine glass, tilted his head back, and drank it all in one go. Ah! Nishihara Koichi scrunched his face and let out a loud, muffled shout. Enjoyed it. Bring another one. The wine glass was banged on the bar, and Nishihara Koichi spoke to the bar owner in an obviously more excited and louder voice. Though he appeared to be just an ordinary customer coming to the pub for a drink, the audience seemed to experience the spicy kick and thrill of the wine in the glass through Nishihara Koichi's performance. Even the pleasure felt after drinking a strong glass of liquor. Director Takemura Mine, in the stage control room, looked at Nishihara Koichi's performance on stage and let out a surprised sound. Why does it feel like Nishihara-kun's condition is suddenly much better today? As an actor with many years in the film and television industry, Koichi Nishihara was used to relying on subtle gestures and expressions to express himself when performing on stage. It was inevitable that his movements and expressions might not be vivid or exaggerated enough. After weeks of practice, Nishihara Koichi had reached a level that satisfied Takemura Mine. But Takemura noticed that Koichi Nishihara's performance today was actually far more vivid than during the final rehearsal. And just as Takemura thought, Koichi Nishihara was indeed in excellent condition today. Because today, he had once again experienced the thrill of sadism for the first time in a long while. At the same time, shortly after, the person who had made him feel very disturbed and disgusted from their second meeting would lose their status as an artist forever in the ugliest, most disgraceful way. Suddenly, at that moment, all the theater lights turned on. He displayed a confused expression at the right moment and looked up towards the ceiling. The show is cancelled. Upon hearing the voice from the speaker, a subtle arc appeared at the corner of Nishihara Koichi's mouth. Your acting skills are pretty good, but it's a pity no one can watch them anymore. Chapter 45, Coincidence. Someone found a young man's body in the laundry room of the Empire Theater. What? Upon hearing the theater staff's words, Mori Ran and Suzuki Sanoko covered their mouths and exclaimed. Beside them, Conan and Suramashimi squinted their eyes simultaneously. Following the staff's lead, Mori Kogoro arrived backstage, where the atmosphere was already chaotic. What happened? I heard someone died? Is it true or not? Where? Have they caught the killer? How could something like this happen? By the way, who was the victim? A crowd of actors and staff had gathered, discussing what had happened. Among the group, Mori Kogoro quickly spotted Okino Yoko, still dressed as Detective Quinn, craning her neck and looking around in a panic. Miss Yoko. Mori Kogoro called out, and upon noticing him, Okino Yoko quickly walked over. Mr. Mori, did you hear what happened? Do you know who was killed? A clear look of fear filled Okinoyoko's delicate face as she gazed at Mori Kogoro with her blue eyes. Having solved many of Okinoyoko's cases, Mori Kogoro naturally knew how scared she was of murder scenes and bodies. Whenever a case occurred, this talented actress, who could usually hide her emotions well, would always be terrified. "I'm sorry, I only heard it was a young man. I don't know any more than that." Seeing Yoko's anxious expression, Mori Kogoro felt a strong desire to reassure her. "Don't worry, Miss Yoko. I'll definitely uncover the truth behind this case." He patted his chest confidently and assured her, then followed the staff toward the laundry room backstage. When they reached the laundry room, deep in the hallway, Mori Kogoro spotted a man's body lying on the floor through the open door. After entering the room, he noticed another man, covered in blood, at the back of the room. "Huh? Didn't you say you only found one young man's body? Aren't there two here?" Mori Kogoro looked at the staff member who had just relayed the information to him. The man glanced at a woman with a pale face, dressed as a cleaner, standing nearby. "I saw the body at the door and didn't dare go further in," the cleaner replied, trembling. "So, you saw it from the doorway? In other words, the door wasn't closed?" A clear, neutral voice sounded suddenly. The cleaner turned around, startled, to see the handsome boy with short, wavy black hair beside her and nodded slightly. "Yes." Mori Kogoro turned his head at the sound of the voice. Upon seeing Saramashimi and Conan, he wore a look of annoyance. "Didn't I tell you to stay in the theater? What are you doing here?" "Oh, don't worry, Mr. Mori. We're practically detectives now, so we can definitely help," Saramashimi said as she entered the laundry room. But once inside, when she saw the figure lying in the back, her words caught in her throat. She knew this person. "Huh? What help could I need from you? Me, a great detective, needing help from a kid like you?" Mori Kogoro said disdainfully, watching Saramashimi ignore him and walk straight toward the corpse in the room. Just as he was feeling disgruntled at being ignored, Sara suddenly turned her head and shouted in his direction, "He still has a pulse, he's alive." "Huh? Oh." Mori Kogoro stared, stunned for a full 5 seconds before processing what Sara had said. He quickly approached the young man's body in the middle of the room and checked his pulse and breathing. "He's dead." Mori Kogoro shook his head, disappointed. The glimmer of hope they'd found had ultimately faded. It seemed the person at the back of the room was indeed lucky to be alive. Conan approached Saramashimi and lowered his voice, "Sara-san, this is, yes, it's that Akaikawa." Saramashimi turned to Conan with a serious expression. This case was strikingly similar to the matricide case from 6 months ago. There were 2 victims, and in both cases, Akaikawa Kyajuk had miraculously survived. Even Conan, who had always dismissed Saramashimi's suspicions about Akaikawa Kyajuk, couldn't help but sense something was off now that they were faced with this seemingly incredible coincidence. Saramashimi lifted Akaikawa Kyajuk's head. Only then did they notice that the left side of Akaikawa's face was covered in obvious bloodstains. Following the trail of blood, Sara and Conan also observed a long, swollen gash across Akaikawa's forehead. "Hey, did you two find something?" Mori Kogoro's voice interrupted. "The wound on Akaikawa's forehead has both swelling and a long gash," Saramashimi said. "At the same time, there are bruises that suggest he was hit with a hard object, likely causing him to lose consciousness." As Sara spoke, she glanced around the room but didn't find any potential murder weapon that fit the requirements. "It's the same with this one here. He must have received a severe blow to the head that killed him," Mori Kogoro said, after examining the deceased's wounds himself. "Huh? Did this guy get killed by being hit?" Conan's innocent, slightly exaggerated voice sounded. Before Mori Kogoro could get angry, Conan quickly pointed to the deceased's neck and said, "Uncle, look at the marks on his neck." Mori Kogoro looked in the direction Conan indicated. As Conan had said, there were distinct strangulation marks on the deceased's neck. "So, does that mean he was strangled first to knock him out and then hit to death?" "No, he was hit first and then strangled to death by the killer," Saramashimi said firmly to Mori Kogoro. "At the same time, I also noticed that the real killer isn't here and likely fled in a hurry." Chapter 46 Situations Beyond Common Sense. How do you conclude that the deceased must have been strangled to death, rather than directly crushed? Mori Kogoro felt very confused upon hearing Saramashimi's confident tone. First of all, whether it's the strangulation mark on the deceased's neck or the bruise on his head, there are very clear signs of life. This proves that the deceased was attacked in 2 ways while he was still alive. Saramashimi showed Mori Kogoro the deceased's neck and head wound. There had to be a sequence to the 2 attacks. By examining the injuries, you can tell that the degree of bruising on the deceased's head was much less than the injury to his neck. Isn't that nonsense? The human neck should be more fragile than the head. Obviously, Saramashimi hadn't convinced Mori Kogoro. This brother's throat seems to be broken. Conan's voice sounded from the side. Mori Kogro turned around and saw Conan reaching out to touch the deceased's throat. He quickly pulled Conan's hand away and then also touched the deceased's neck. Mori Kogro's eyes opened noticeably. If my guess is correct, the deceased's throat bone should be broken, right? Yes. Mori Kogro nodded reluctantly at Saramas Yumi's question. It was clear that the tomboy detective in front of him had never touched the deceased, yet knew the situation better than he did. Just by looking at the depth and pattern of the strangulation marks, you can see that the killer was determined to strangle the victim. Additionally, by examining the bruise on the deceased's head, it can be seen that there's only one wound. If the deceased had died from a single head blow, the severity of the head injury would be far greater than it is now. Moreover, based on common sense, it's much easier to render someone unconscious and then strangle them than it is to strangle them until they pass out and then crush them to death. There's also a third point that can confirm my theory. Akaikawa also has bruises on his forehead caused by being struck multiple times with a hard object, but there are no strangulation marks. This aligns with my inference of the sequence in which the deceased was attacked. It's a pity that the killer clearly panicked and fled the scene in a hurry. Wait. Mori Kogro felt a bit overwhelmed by Saramas Yumi's too rapid explanation. First of all, how do you know that this person who isn't dead is called Akaikawa? Furthermore, if you think about it logically, isn't the most suspicious person in this crime scene the one who's still alive? Finally, where did you see the killer fleeing the scene in such a hurry? Mori Kogro asked 3 questions in a row. Conan felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help but complain inwardly, "Uncle, you're a detective, after all. How come you can't see such obvious things?" After finishing his rant, Conan looked up at Mori Kogro. "Uncle, I wonder if you still remember the serial murder case from 6 months ago. At that time, after Miss Sarah solved the serial murder case, there was another car accident on the national highway, not far from the crime scene. And this brother Akaikawa was a victim of that car accident." So, this guy named Akaikawa encountered such incidents twice in a row? Isn't he very unlucky? Mori Kogro sighed. "I don't know if he's truly unlucky, but at least this time, the killer doesn't look like Akaikawa," Saramas Yumi said. "Why is that?" "Because there was neither a hard object capable of causing bruises nor a murder weapon used to strangle someone at the scene. Is it possible that Akaikawa hid the murder weapon after killing someone and then returned to the scene pretending to be the victim?" Mori Kogro stroked his chin and speculated. "That doesn't align with criminal psychology. Although many killers will return to the crime scene. But that's usually because the killer sees the deceased as a bystander and expects the police to discover the case. If he could dispose of the murder weapon, there would be no need to come back and pretend to be the victim. This is simply pointless. Because, as the primary suspect, his interpersonal relationship with the deceased would inevitably be investigated. Based on common sense, he had no motive to do this. What if we don't consider common sense?" A deep voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a slightly chubby man, wearing a hat and jacket, entering with Chiba Kazanobu and several suited police officers. "Inspector Magure." Upon seeing him arrive, Saramas Yumi and the others greeted him. That's right. He was Kogro Mori's former superior, the former head of the Criminal Investigation Division 3 of the Metropolitan Police Department, Magure Juzo. Inspector Magure entered with the detective from the Forensic Department and then looked at Mori Kogro. "I heard that Brother Mori, you were invited to watch a play and then stumbled upon a murder case?" "Yes." Mori Kogro nodded. "You're really a plague god. How is it that you bring death wherever you go?" Inspector Magure's bluntness left Mori Kogro feeling a little embarrassed. Conan on the side also nodded, feeling that his uncle had something of the aura of a plague god about him. Inspector Magure didn't wait for Mori Kogro to respond. Instead, he looked back at Saramas Yumi. "What is the out-of-the-ordinary situation that you just mentioned, Ms. Sarah?" That is, Saramas Yumi looked at the still unconscious Akaikawa Kyajuk and lowered her voice. She whispered in a voice that only they could hear, "The killer has a severe antisocial personality and a desire for theatrics. He has absolute confidence in what he's doing and is not at all afraid of exposure or of the police finding evidence. He doesn't hesitate to be the prime suspect while also pretending to be the victim because he enjoys the control over the police and the crime itself. For this type of person, the crime is never the goal, it's just a means to an end." Saramas Yumi's words instantly chilled the surrounding air. It wasn't just Kogro Mori. Even Chiba Kazanobu and several detectives nearby felt chills running down their spines at Saramas Yumi's description and couldn't help but swallow. This kind of person. Even in Japan, where cases happen frequently, they're definitely a minority. Saramas Yumi saw the serious and surprised expressions around her, and a warm smile instantly appeared on her beautiful, delicate cheeks. Of course, none of this aligns with the evidence at the scene, So there's no need for you to pay attention to what I just said. Chapter 47, Control. Speaking of which, Officer Chiba had previously met the Sakikawa. Detective Chiba Kazunobia heard Conan's words and looked towards Sakikawa Kyajuk across the room. Then a surprised expression appeared on his face. Isn't that Sakikawa Kyajuk, the victim of that previous car accident on the national highway? If it's him, given his experience, it would indeed be impossible for him to be in the situation Miss Sarah just described. To protect Sakikawa Kyajuk's privacy, Chiba Kazunobia refrained from mentioning the previous incident in detail. However, the words of a senior officer from the Metropolitan Police Department carried considerable weight. As for what I just said, the evidence on site. Everyone, please look. As Sarah Yumi spoke, she approached the laundry room door. Here, on the doorknob, there were very clear blood-stained palm prints. Inspector Magure, could I ask the forensics officer to investigate the fingerprints on both sides of the door? Inspector Magure nodded, then glanced at the detective behind him, giving a slight nod with his thick chin. The forensic officer understood, donned white gloves, and took out powder for fingerprint detection along with luminol to reveal blood stains, approaching the door. A few moments later, the forensic detective reported, although there were palm prints on the inside door handle, no fingerprints were found. Additionally, it appears that the hand held the handle too tightly, bloodstains covered the palm prints, leaving no distinct print. The outer door handle had been cleaned, with no fingerprints found or luminol reactions. The detective's response brought a look of disappointment to Mori Kogoro, Chiba Kazunobia, and others. However, Conan and Yumi's expressions remain unchanged. Excuse me, is there any smearing on the palm prints on the inner door handle? No, the palm prints are not smeared. It seems to have been touched only once, without repeated handling or deliberate smudging. Just as I expected. Yumi remarked, then looked towards the cleaner, the first person to discover the crime scene. You mentioned earlier that when you found the body, the laundry room door was open, correct? Yes, the cleaner nodded. I was too frightened to go in. Then, what exactly are you trying to say? Mori Kogoro felt a bit impatient, urging her to explain quickly. But his insistence met a blank stare from Inspector Magure. You, a well-known detective, don't you feel embarrassed being compared to a child the same age as your daughter? I'm just giving the newcomers a chance to shine, Mori Kogoro replied awkwardly. The outer door handle was clearly not blood-stained, but it was wiped clean. Yet, the inner door handle had obvious blood stains and was not cleaned. This indicates that the killer had the chance to deal with traces when they first entered the laundry room. Perhaps they directly touched the door handle, or the victim did from the outside. In any case, they must have made the decision to kill in advance. To avoid leaving evidence, they wiped the marks on the outer door handle as they entered. In other words, this wasn't a spur-of-the-moment act, it was premeditated murder. Yumi narrowed her single dark green eye. According to the first witness, she could see the body from outside the door. In this case, wouldn't it be unreasonable to leave the door open? The body should be discovered as late as possible, yet they left the door open. This can only mean one thing: something unexpected happened, forcing the killer to flee the scene in a hurry. At the same time, the bloody palm prints on the inner door handle also demonstrate this. The outer door handle was clearly not stained with blood, yet the killer wiped it down. There were clear bloody palm prints on the inner handle, but they were left untouched. This can only mean that the killer was so panicked when leaving that they didn't even bother to clean the inner handle. Hearing Sarah's pure reasoning, everyone around her suddenly understood. That makes sense. No wonder, Ms. Sarah, you just asked if the palm print on the inner door handle was smeared. The outer handle was clearly clean, yet the killer still wiped it, showing a cautious personality. But they gripped the inner handle once with a bloody hand and didn't clean it. This shows the killer panicked. Chiba Kazunobia finally understood. He looked at Yumi with deep admiration. This high school detective in front of him, but before the forensic detective verified the fingerprints and palm prints, she had already deduced all of this. Returning to the original topic, by observing the wounds on the deceased's head and Akikawa's, we can see that Akikawa's injuries are much fresher than the deceased's. This reveals the reason the killer fled the scene. In other words, after killing the victim, Akikawa accidentally witnessed it. So, in a panic, he struck Akikawa with the murder weapon. He didn't have time to confirm if Akikawa was dead and fled the scene in haste. This indirectly shows that the force he used against Akikawa was likely the amount he believed would kill him. In such an urgent situation, he absolutely wouldn't have had time to dispose of the murder weapon, and the killer must still be in the theater. Once we find the murder weapon and confirm who lacks an alibi at the time of the deceased's death, we'll be able to identify the killer. Sarah's straightforward words filled everyone present with confidence in an instant. Everyone looked at Yumi in admiration. In comparison, sleeping Kogoro, the great detective beside her, appeared somewhat overshadowed. "You're indeed a detective, very clever." In the laundry room, Uchiha Kyajuk couldn't help but sigh inwardly while listening to Sara's logical reasoning. To Uchiha Kyajuk, intelligent people were far easier to control than fools. There was no need to worry about them acting unpredictably. As long as you give the questions, they will certainly provide the one correct answer. Conan is like that, and so is Saramasumi. Uchiha Kyajuk knows he is far from intelligent in this world where detectives are the protagonists. But he calmly uses his own weaknesses and the detective's confidence in their reasoning to precisely control the thoughts of these intelligent people. Compared to me saying it directly, what they deduce is always more convincing. Uchiha Kyajuk whispered to himself, knowing it was time to act. I know that Mr. Nishihara covered up all elements of his crime. Now, it's time to let the detectives uncover the new motive, murder weapon, and alibi I carefully prepared for Mr. Nishihara. Ahem. Uchiha Kyajuk coughed painfully, successfully drawing everyone's attention in the room. Crime elements, motive, refers to the reason or motivation of a suspect to commit a criminal act, revealing why the suspect would carry it out. Weapon, refers to the tool or weapon used to commit a crime. Alibi, an attempt to prove that a suspect was not at the crime scene when the crime occurred. Chapter 48, You're doubting me again, aren't you? Cough. Cough. In the laundry room, which had ceased functioning, the sound of coughing was particularly obvious. All the police officers and detectives in the room turned their heads toward the source of the sound. They saw Kyajuk Uchiha, who had originally been unconscious, clutching his chest and coughing painfully. You're awake. Everyone present was surprised. Kazanobu Chiba quickly went to Uchiha Kyajuk's side and reached out to support him. Be careful, don't move too much, and try to relax your body. Chiba Kazanobu told Uchiha Kyajuk, while also glancing anxiously toward the laundry room door. Just then, the police officer who went to fetch the first aid kit returned. Upon seeing that Uchiha Kyajuk had woken up, he handed the prepared cold compress to Chiba Kazushi without a word. Chiba Kazanobu gently pressed it against the injured part of Uchiha Kyajuk's forehead. After a head injury, it's best to avoid strenuous activities and try to stay calm. In addition, cold compresses can help reduce swelling and pain, as well as control bleeding. Upon arriving at the crime scene, Masayumi Sara had already made a brief assessment of Uchiha Kyajuk's physical condition. The conclusion was that Uchiha Kyajuk still had a pulse and was breathing, and there was no need for CPR. How's your head feeling now? Do you need to lie down? Chiba Kazanobu continued talking to Uchiha Kyajuk. The fact that the injured person wakes up from a coma doesn't mean he's out of danger. Before the ambulance arrives, they need to prevent Uchiha Kyajuk from fainting again. Uchiha Kyajuk didn't speak but gently shook his head. Then he held the cold compress bag to his forehead and leaned back against a washing machine behind him. Perhaps the cold compress had an effect. After a short while, Uchiha Kyajuk, who had been covering his head with a cold compress, slowly raised his head. Those present couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts upon seeing Uchiha Kyajuk's raised face. You could see it on Uchiha Kyajuk's left cheek. Starting from the wound on his left forehead, a trail of blood almost covered his entire cheek. What also shocked everyone was Uchiha Kyajuk's red left eye, which seemed soaked in blood, with no visible whites of the eye. It went without saying. This must have been because Uchiha Kyajuk suffered a severe blow to the head. Subconjunctival bleeding occurs when the skull presses on the small blood vessels on the surface of the eye. Can you still see with your left eye? Chiba Kazanobu waved his hand in front of Uchiha Kyajuk. Then he saw Uchiha Kyajuk, who still had a dazed expression, slowly turn his face toward him. Just as Kogomori, Inspector Mugurajuzo, and others were curious about Uchiha Kyajuk's injury, they suddenly witnessed an unexpected scene. Uchiha Kyajuk, who had finally woken up, suddenly showed a look of fear on his face upon seeing Conan, Masayumi Sara, and Chiba Kazushi. He shrank back into the corner, away from the three people. Huh? As the longest-serving detective in the room, Mugurajuzo immediately sensed something was wrong upon seeing Uchiha Kyajuk's reaction. He had previously heard Hueco Sato's report and had a general understanding of Uchiha Kyajuk's situation. Mugurajuzo knew that Uchiha Kyajuk might be wary of strangers due to his mother's long confinement at home. But, after all, Uchiha Kyajuk has been an artist for so long, so he shouldn't react this way to people he's met before. He could tell. Uchiha Kyajuk wasn't scared at this moment because he saw a stranger after being attacked. But when he saw Masayumi Sara, Chiba, and Shin, he felt fear. Mugurajuzo extended his hand, pulling Chiba, Nabu, and Conan to his side, then lowered his voice and asked, "What's going on with you all? Why does he get so scared when he sees you?" Then he saw embarrassed expressions on the faces of several people. What else could it be? Of course, it was the excessive things they did to Uchiha Kyajuk 6 months ago, which made him still hold a grudge against them. Observing the reactions of several people, Megure Juzo roughly guessed what had happened. He asked Shibuka Zenobia and the others to stand behind him, then approached Uchiha Kyajuk, who had curled up in a corner not far away, crouched down, and showed what he thought was a kind smile. I'm a detective with the 1st Division of the Metropolitan Police Department. My name is Megure Juzo. Now that I'm here, I can absolutely guarantee your safety. Please don't worry. The ambulance will arrive soon, so please wait. Your name is Uchiha-kun, correct? After Megure Juzo asked, Uchiha Kyajuk nodded defensively. I'll definitely give them a good talking to when we get back. The main priority now is to deal with the current situation. Excuse me, Uchiha-kun, but what exactly happened? Could you tell me about it? Megure Juzo asked Uchiha Kyajuk about these things. Besides wanting to know the case details, his main goal was to keep Uchiha Kyajuk awake. Through Uchiha Kyajuk's speech, he could also assess his state of consciousness. In this way, they could determine the severity of Uchiha Kyaju's injuries. Being hit. Uchiha Kyajuk thought for a moment before slowly speaking. Could I ask who hit you? And what was the murder weapon? Does Uchiha-kun remember? Megure Juzo noticed that Uchiha Kyajuk had a frightened expression on his face after hearing the question. He quickly extended his hand to steady Uchiha Kyajuk's trembling shoulders. Then, in his calm and confident voice, he said, I know it might be painful for Uchiha-kun to remember these things. But this is to catch the criminal. I hope Uchiha-kun can make a small effort. Uchiha Kyajuk reluctantly nodded. He was wearing a motorcycle helmet and white clothes. Like protective clothing. I didn't see his face. The weapon he used to attack me was a chair. Uchiha Kyajuk pretended to try his best to recall, then uttered uncertain words. Him? Misumi and Conan clearly caught the crucial point in Uchiha Kyajuk's words. Uchiha, are you very certain that the person who attacked you was a man? In Japanese, the masculine pronoun kare sounds different from the feminine pronoun she, kanojo. How did Uchiha know that the person was a man? Conan couldn't resist his curiosity, so he asked in a voice full of innocence. Megure Juzo, closely watching Uchiha Kyajuk, noticed that Uchiha Kyajuk's body visibly trembled after hearing Conan's voice. Megure Juzo looked at Conan with a dissatisfied expression on his face. Conan also realized he had been too hasty, but the words had already been spoken, so he had no choice but to press on. Didn't Brother Uchiha just say that the man wore a motorcycle helmet and medical protective suit? I've seen medical protective clothing before. Whether male or female, it becomes very bulky after putting it on, and you can't see the body shape at all. But Brother Uchiha said that person was him, not that person, so I'm a little curious how Brother Uchiha knew the person's gender. Uchiha Kyajuk is one of the victims in this case. But, just like in the previous car accident case, Uchiha Kyajuk is also highly suspicious. Even though all indications at the scene pointed to the suspect fleeing the scene, it is as Misumi analyzed before. Uchiha Kyajuk is the killer, and the possibility of disguising himself as a victim after the murder can't be ruled out. By following various clues, eliminating interferences, and finally uncovering the sole truth, this is what a detective must do. Conan noticed the contradictory details in Uchiha Kyajuk's words and naturally wasn't willing to let them slide. He then saw Uchiha Kyajuk fall silent. A few moments later, Uchiha Kyajuk's breathing quickened, and his chest began to rise and fall violently. After some time, Uchiha Kyajuk seemed to have made every effort to suppress the emotions in his heart, then looked at Conan and slowly said, You're doubting me again, aren't you? Just like when my mother died 6 months ago. Chapter 49, Corpses Don't Lie. Uchiha Kyajuk's words were like a bolt from the blue. Conan suddenly froze. Misumi and Kazanobu Chiba, standing to the side, also had more complicated expressions on their faces when they heard Uchiha Kyajuk's words. I'm sorry, the kid was a bit rude. My apologies. Megure Juzo apologized to Uchiha Kyajuk on Conan's behalf. We're not doubting you, Mr. Uchiha. We just want to understand the situation at the time, as it may greatly help the case. Uchiha Kyajuk nodded, as if accepting Megure Juzo's statement, and then explained. He said things like go to hell when he attacked me. So, I judged from his voice that it must be a man. Conan and Misumi found Uchiha Kyajuk's description astonishing. To the two detectives, the killer described by Uchiha Kyajuk didn't align with the cautious figure they had previously analyzed. The killer was so careful as to wipe off fingerprints upon entering, and even wore a full-body protective suit and motorcycle helmet to commit the murder. Would he really reveal his voice so easily? This Kaikawa is an actor in this play. He has been at the Imperial Theater for at least a month. Isn't that person afraid of exposing his voice and being recognized by a Kaikawa? Since the killer could find a place without cameras, and used a room where noise wouldn't easily be heard as the crime scene, he must be familiar with the theater. This means he was confident that a Kaikawa wouldn't recognize him even if he heard his voice. In other words, the person isn't an actor or director, right? Conan started thinking deeply again. Or, a Kaikawa could be lying about this entire encounter. Or is it that the attacker hates a Kaikawa so much that he lost control upon seeing him? Conan pondered silently, then looked at a Kaikawa Kyajuke's left eye, reddened due to a subconjunctival hemorrhage, and his blood-covered cheek. Judging from a Kaikawa's injuries, the killer must harbor a deep resentment against him. Well, Conan thought, Musyami Saraska Kaikawa Kyajuke, Mr. Akaikawa, may I ask why you went to the laundry room? It should be far from the actor's lounge, correct? Because, when I was in the dressing room, someone passed me a message. Director Takemura asked me to go to the laundry room to change my hat before going on stage. Hearing a Kaikawa's words, Conan and Musyami Sara's eyes widened immediately. Even Megure Juzo, Kogoro Mori, and others present realized something was wrong. So a Kaikawa was called here? If that's true, then the most likely explanation is that a Kaikawa was the killer's target from the beginning. But in that case, this contradicts the inference that the killer acted hastily upon seeing a Kaikawa and then fled in a panic. The more Conan listened to a Kaikawa's explanation, the stranger the case seemed. If the killer planned to kill a Kaikawa from the start, they didn't panic because they saw a Kaikawa, but for another reason. Conan sensed that if he could discover what caused the killer to flee in haste, he might identify the perpetrator. After a moment of thought, a flash of inspiration struck Conan's mind. He quickly asked, Akaikawa-san, when were you told to fetch the hat? I was watching the second act of the show. And did you go immediately after being told to get your hat? No. I didn't want to miss the show, so I waited until the second act ended before heading to the laundry room. After all, my performance is in the fifth act, so there's no rush. That's it. Conan's eyes lit up, and he spoke quickly. Huh? What did you figure out, brat? Kogoro Mori looked at Conan with an expression of disdain, doubting the young boy had deduced anything. Just as Kogoro was about to ask more questions, firefighters finally arrived at the Imperial Theater, carrying a stretcher. They carefully placed a Kaikawa Kyajuke on the stretcher. Seeing that they were about to take a Kaikawa Kyajuke away, Conan hurried over and asked him, Akaikawa-san, two last questions. Besides the chair, did you see any other weapon the killer used? Conan was referring to the weapon used to strangle the deceased. Akaikawa thought for a moment, then said slowly, I didn't see clearly. I only knew it was black, like a thick rope. And, Akaikawa-san, do you think the laundry room is different from other rooms? What do you mean? Akaikawa Kyajuke didn't seem to understand Conan's question. Temperature and things like that. It seemed that the laundry room was much colder than other rooms. After that, the emergency personnel took Akaikawa Kyajuke from the scene. Megure Juzo sent a police officer to follow the rescue team, then looked at Conan. His gaze was clear, he wanted to know what Conan had deduced from Akaikawa Kyajuke's words. Let me explain, kid. Musyami Sara took over and began to explain. Akaikawa just said someone asked him to go to the laundry room to get his hat. So, I deduce that it was the killer's plan to lure Akaikawa to the laundry room. But if the killer targeted Akaikawa from the start, it wouldn't make sense for him to flee in a panic after seeing him. So, the killer didn't panic because he saw Akaikawa, but because Akaikawa arrived later than expected. As a result, the killer didn't have enough time to confirm Akaikawa's death and hurriedly fled without cleaning up. Hearing this, Kazanobu Chiba suddenly understood, nodding in agreement. That's right. Akaikawa said he didn't leave the dressing room immediately after being notified but only went after watching the second act. So he arrived later than the killer expected. Exactly, Saramusyami nodded. So, why did the killer leave in a hurry? Kogoro Mori was puzzled. It relates to the killer's identity. He must be someone who needed to be somewhere at a specific time. An actor. Chiba's eyes lit up. Since Akaikawa said he went to the laundry room after the second act, the killer can only be an actor who appears in the fourth act or later. So, our next steps are clear. Musyami Sara extended her fingers one by one, outlining the investigation instructions for the police. First, find the person who delivered the message to Akaikawa. Confirm if someone really asked Akaikawa to go to the laundry room. Second, investigate whether any actors appearing in the fourth act or later have motives to harm Akaikawa and the deceased. Third, locate the murder weapon, protective clothing, and motorcycle helmet described by Akaikawa. Fourth, reassess the time frame to confirm alibis. Kogoro watched Mizumi Sara list the instructions and interrupted quickly. Wait. Isn't the time frame already clear? I mean, Akaikawa's visit to the laundry room was around the third act. Since Akaikawa Kyajuk said he went to the laundry room after the second act, the time frame to confirm the killer's absence should be around the third act. Kogoro didn't understand why further investigation was necessary. Humphrey. Mizumi Sara laughed softly. Because all our reasoning relies on the premise that Akaikawa didn't lie to us. The first step I mentioned, finding the person who passed the message, confirms whether Akaikawa's motive for going to the laundry room is true. The fourth point, rechecking the time frame, verifies whether Akaikawa's statement about going to the laundry room is accurate. I see, Kogoro nodded. So how do we confirm this time frame? It's simple, because corpses don't lie. Mizumi Sara said, her gaze shifting to the young man's corpse in the room. As long as we confirm the rigor mortis and post-mortem conditions, we can determine the time of death and whether there's any falsehood in Akaikawa's account. Chapter 50 Please, Miss Atakura in the auditorium of the Empire Theater. Many audience members were confused by the sudden suspension of the performance. With no way to continue watching the play, many wanted to leave directly. However, when those who wanted to leave were stopped one by the police guarding the theater exits, everyone started to realize that something was wrong. What's going on? Why is the police here? I think I just saw Detective Mori off to the side. Could it be that someone was killed? As the audience whispered to each other, news quickly spread that a murder had occurred at the Empire Theater. A murder case? Misaki Atakura, who had been angry about the interruption, was shocked to hear the news. She looked at Koichi Nishihara, sitting calmly in front of the bar set up at the center of the stage. A sense of foreboding began to rise in her heart. Itakura Misaki still remembered that when she first brought Akaikawa Kyujuk to rehearsals 5 weeks ago, Okano Yoko had told her solemnly, "We must keep our performers away from Koichi Nishihara." Later, Misaki Atakura searched for Nishihara Koichi's name and found he had been involved in 2 violent incidents in middle and high school. Although this happened long ago, Misaki Atakura couldn't shake a feeling that linked these incidents to Koichi Nishihara. No. No way. How could that be possible? No matter how you look at it, it can't be. The more Misaki Atakura thought about it, the more panicked she became, so she got up and began walking toward the stage's backstage area. She wanted to personally confirm the safety of her artist Akaikawa Kyujuk and her idol Okano Yoko. Misaki Atakura was questioned by the police before entering backstage. However, after revealing her identity as a talent manager, they allowed her to go through. As soon as she entered backstage, Itakura Misaki noticed the tense atmosphere. Whether it was Takemura Mine, the director of the play, her idol Okano Yoko, or the other performers present, all seemed panicked. After spotting Yoko Okano, Itakura Misaki felt a bit of relief. She began looking around, but couldn't see her artist, Akaikawa Kyujuk. No. That's impossible. Mr. Akaikawa should be in the dressing room. His appearance is in the 5th act, and it's not his turn yet. Just as Misaki Atakura was anxiously thinking, her dark eyes suddenly saw emergency personnel coming out of the storage area, carrying a stretcher. Itakura Misaki hurriedly walked toward the direction of the emergency personnel. At the same time, Itakura Misaki noticed something else. There was another figure behind the stage also quickly approaching the emergency staff, her idol, Okano Yoko. While everyone was unsure of what was happening, Misaki Atakura and Yoko Okano had already rushed to the stretcher carried by the emergency staff. When Misaki Atakura clearly saw who was lying on the stretcher, half of their face covered in blood, dressed in a British student uniform from the late 19th century, she felt a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelm her. Why is this happening? Why did something like this happen again? I'd successfully joined the company where my idol works. I secured an excellent artist for the role. The first project was to work with Yoko Okano. I thought I'd finally left that chaotic life behind and was back on track. But why? Did my artist end up being killed? Itakura Misaki felt her mind begin to blur, the scene before her eyes becoming fuzzy with double images. Hello, how are his injuries? A familiar voice sounded clear and gentle, yet full of urgency. Misaki Atakura turned her head. She saw her idol Okano Yoko, once so vibrant, now with her cheeks marked by visible worry. She no longer looked like the brilliant idol she once did. More like a mother concerned for her injured child. The injured person suffered several blows to the head and has significant bleeding. The accompanying policeman explained. Additionally, he has a subconjunctival hemorrhage in his left eye. Without timely treatment, it could affect his vision. Although it's not life-threatening, there's a high chance of concussion, so he should get to a hospital as soon as possible for examination. Everyone present noticed. After hearing the officer's words, Okano Yoko's face turned as pale as paper. Even her posture began to tremble slightly. Why does Miss Yoko look so pale? Itakura Misaki couldn't help but wonder. Just as Okino Yoko was about to go with the emergency personnel to the hospital, the police stopped her to the side. The reason, of course, was that Megure Juzo, Detective Mori Kogoro, and others were still determining the murderer's identity. No one backstage could leave the theater at will. Okino Yoko became very anxious, so she quickly approached Itakura Misaki and grabbed her hand. Then she looked into Misaki Itakura's eyes with her deep blue eyes, a pleading expression on her face. Miss Itakura, could you accompany to the hospital? I'll return later. Oh, yes. Misaki Itakura, caught off guard by Okino Yoko's sudden request, was slightly overwhelmed and quickly agreed. Then she saw Okino Yoko turn to the police and speak up. Miss Itakura is Akaikawa's manager. She's been in the audience since before the play began and only came backstage now. Miss Itakura can't be a suspect, so after confirming with the police officer, could she be allowed to go with Akaikawa-kun to the hospital? Hearing this, the accompanying police looked over at the officer who had allowed Itakura Misaki in. After receiving the officer's confirmation, the escorting policeman said, "All right, go ahead." Hearing this, Okino Yoko turned and clasped Misaki Itakura's hands with both of hers. "Please, Miss Itakura." Itakura Misaki once again saw the sincerity in Okino Yoko's eyes that she'd never seen before. A strong sense of responsibility surged in her heart as Misaki Itakura nodded firmly. "Leave it to me, Miss Yoko." After Misaki Itakura finished speaking, she followed the emergency personnel and the accompanying officers out from backstage. On the way to the hospital after leaving the theater, Misaki Itakura looked at Akaikawa Kyushu lying on the stretcher with his eyes closed, and she couldn't help but recall Yoko Okino's intense expression of worry. I can't help but feel Miss Yoko cares more for Mr. Akaikawa than most would. Meanwhile, the artists and crew present dared not breathe, their eyes focused quietly on Okino Yoko. Okino Yoko's gaze had been following the people who had just left. And when they completely disappeared from view, everyone heard a soft thud. They saw Okino Yoko fall to her knees, as if all her strength had drained away in an instant. Chapter 51 Determining the murder weapon. Koichi Nishihara returned backstage after Akaikawa Kyushu was taken out of the Empire Theater on a stretcher. As soon as he returned behind the stage, he saw Okino Yoko kneeling on the ground with her head lowered. Looking at Okino Yoko's lost expression, Nishihara Koichi's cheek twitched slightly, and a flame called jealousy ignited in his heart. He found it a bit incredible. Okino Yoko actually had such strong negative emotions because of Akaikawa Kyushu. However, the jealousy in Nishihara Koichi's heart only lasted a few seconds, because he believed that it would take no more than a day. The scandal of the murder of Wonderful's new artist, Akaikawa Kyushu, would be all over the major news sections. Koichi Nishihara felt that his actions were thorough. First, the deceased he chose as a reference was actually a stranger whose name he couldn't even mention. In this way, he had no contact with the deceased. Secondly, regarding the method, he wore full protective clothing, a motorcycle helmet, and gloves during both attacks. It would be impossible for Akaikawa Kyushu to recognize him. Even if Akaikawa Kyushu woke up early and managed to escape, only his fingerprints would be left on the rope used as the murder weapon. Moreover, Akaikawa Kyushu's uniform, the only British student uniform in the entire Empire Theater, was also stained with the blood of the deceased inside and out. It's basically inevitable that Akaikawa Kyushu would be identified as the murderer. Let's take it a step further. Even if Mori Kogoro is as powerful as rumored and suspects that someone else committed the crime, he definitely couldn't suspect him. After all, within such a short time, the police had no way to determine the exact time of death of the deceased. The time he arranged for the discovery of the deceased was after his appearance in the fourth act. And he already had an alibi by the middle of the third act. In other words, he had a perfect alibi during this period. As for the person he entrusted to deliver the message to Akaikawa Kyushu and the cleaner who was willing to go to the laundry, they had never seen him before. Even if the police found those two people, there would be no suspicion cast on him. I have no connection with the deceased nor with the murder weapon. I even have the most perfect alibi in the world. So the culprit can only be Akaikawa Kyushu. Nishihara Koichi thought confidently to himself, in the laundry room. Megure Juzo sent the police to interrogate the people backstage one by one. While asking if anyone had delivered a message to Akaikawa Kyushu, requesting him to go to the laundry to get his hat, he also asked if anyone had any conflict with Akaikawa Kyushu or the deceased. Alright, only two things remain, to determine the murder weapon and establish the alibi time frame to confirm with the suspect later on, Juzo said. With white gloves, Suramasumi reached out and pinched the deceased's chin, preparing to check once again if there were strangulation marks on the deceased's neck. However, as soon as Suramasumi slightly moved the deceased's head, the deceased's jaw instantly broke like a fragile block, and a large pool of blood poured out from the dislocated mouth of the deceased. Several younger police officers in the room couldn't help covering their mouths. The deceased's entire jaw was broken, Yumi said. Why would that be? I remember it takes a lot of strength to break the jaw of an adult man, right? Morikogro said, puzzled. In general, there's only one reason for a broken jaw, Yumi began, to forcibly close or open the dead person's stiff mouth. Assuming the deceased's mouth was open at the time of death, if rigor mortis set in, the deceased's mouth would no longer be able to close. In this case, if the murderer needs to close the deceased's mouth for some reason, the only option is to break the jaw. But the deceased hasn't shown signs of rigor mortis yet, so there shouldn't be a problem with being unable to close or open the mouth. Morikogro asked, doubtfully. Then there's only one explanation, that the murderer broke the deceased's jaw solely for the purpose of inflicting torture. Several things point to this. Yumi pointed to the lower jaw of the deceased and said, if a person's jaw is broken while they're still alive, their cheeks will swell quickly within a short period. Since there's no sign of swelling on the deceased's cheeks, it means the jaw was broken after death. At the same time, I discovered that the deceased's tongue was cut and the muscles inside the deceased's mouth still showed signs of contraction and spasms. This also indicates that the deceased's tongue was cruelly abused while alive, and the jaw was broken without any reason after death. Clearly, the murderer took pleasure in torture and did not regard the deceased as a human being at all. Even after death, they continued to abuse the body. Sara's plain words once again sent chills down everyone in the room. This was a premeditated murder, and it was an extremely cruel one. Juzo looked serious and spoke in a deep voice. The possibility of a spur-of-the-moment murder had been entirely ruled out. And its nature was far worse than ordinary premeditated murder. We can't let a murderer like this remain at large. They must be severely punished. Chiba and Shin also had anger on their faces. The murder weapon should be just as Akaikawa said, a black rope, right? Morikogro guessed. No, not a rope. Conan directly rejected Morikogro's reasoning, causing Morikogro to once again show a look of anger. Then, Conan pointed to the strangulation marks on the deceased's neck. Look, if the murder weapon were a rope, wouldn't we be able to see fibers and remnants of the rope around the strangulation marks? But there are clearly no rope fragments left on the deceased's neck. Could it be a rope that doesn't leave fibers? Chiba Kazuno guessed. No, no matter what kind of rope it is, it would be impossible for it to leave those marks on the deceased's fingers, Conan said, lifting the man's hand. Everyone could see that there were several horizontal cuts on the deceased's fingertips, as if scraped by a knife, long and thin wounds. If a person is being strangled with a rope, they would definitely grab the rope around their neck with both hands and try to fight back, right? Yumi took over the conversation again. Juzo, Morikogro, and the others nodded. In this case, there would usually be scratch marks on the victim's fingertips, and there should be rope fragments and fibers on the deceased's fingers as well. However, no rope remnants were seen among the deceased's fingers, and the wounds on the fingertips didn't match those left by scratching a rope. This proves that the murder weapon wasn't just a rope. But what could leave a mark that looks like it was scratched by a knife? Juzo was puzzled and muttered to himself. If such a sharp object was really used as a rope, the same scars should appear on the deceased's neck. How strange. Morikogro was also puzzled. It's simple. Seeing the confused police officers, Yumi chuckled, once again attracting everyone's attention. Like toothpicks, a single toothpick breaks easily, but when many are pressed together, they're strong enough. At the same time, you still risk scratching your arm because of the toothpick's sharpness. The object used as the murder weapon also has this kind of property. And it's something we encounter every day, present in all of us. Everyone has it. Morikogro felt around his body but couldn't find anything sharp, capable of scratching fingertips, or usable as a rope. When he finally gave up and looked at Yumi, he saw the handsome tomboy detective curling the short, wavy hair around her ears with her slender fingers. That's right, hair. A single hair strand certainly isn't strong enough to hurt someone, but when countless hairs are twisted together, they become as strong as a rope. Hair doesn't leave crumbs or wounds between the fingers. If you grab the hair around your neck with both hands and struggle, the tiny hairs act like blades, cutting the skin on the fingertips and leaving long, thin wounds. As Yumi explained, she stopped curling her hair with her hands. The murderer has been identified as a man. So the murder weapon we're looking for is a fairly long, black wig. Chapter 52, Out of Control. Hello, please tell me your name. Koichi Nishihara. Hello, Mr. Nishihara. Do you know the lighting engineer named Asugi? I don't know him. Backstage at the Imperial Theater, Koichi Nishihara was being questioned by a detective from the Metropolitan Police Department. The police then pulled out a photo of the deceased and showed it to Nishihara. That's him. I don't remember him. Nishihara Koichi shook his head, denying he knew the deceased. So his last name is Asugi. This was the first time Koichi Nishihara learned the name of the deceased. He didn't know the man and had no interaction with him. But when choosing a target, he noticed the man was a lighting engineer that no one would miss for a while if he disappeared. The detective noted Nishihara's response and didn't press further about any disputes with the deceased. Instead, he moved to his next question for Nishihara. Mr. Nishihara, you should know Mr. Akaikawa. I know him. He's an artist from the same company as me. What happened to him? Mr. Nishihara, do you know anyone who ever had friction or a conflict with Mr. Akaikawa? Huh? Nishihara was puzzled by the detective's question. Why does the police want to know who had a conflict with Akaikawa? Wouldn't they just ask who had an issue with the deceased? Could it be that the police and detectives are starting to think the killer is someone else? Nishihara Koichi sensed something was amiss. I'm not sure. I've never seen Akaikawa-kun have any issues with anyone. Though confused, Nishihara responded to the police with a friendly smile. The detective didn't sense anything unusual and quietly took notes in his notebook. After a few moments, Megure Juzo, Mori Kogoro, 2 detectives, and several officers exited the laundry room. Seeing them, Nishihara Koichi guessed the police had concluded the on-site investigation, likely having a basic conclusion about the killer. Megure went backstage and looked at the officer in charge of the questioning. How's it going? Any leads? As for the deceased, Asugi, everyone who knew him said he was a very nice person. Except for occasionally messing up and being scolded by Director Takemura, I heard no reports of friction with anyone. Megure Juzo nodded. Continue. We also investigated the director, Mr. Takemura. Mr. Takemura stated that he stayed in the stage control room from before the show started until it was interrupted midway. We also verified with the sound operator in the control room, as well as the assistant director and lighting operator. It's confirmed that Director Takemura has an airtight alibi, so he's ruled out as a suspect. The officer referred to his notebook and continued, we also found the person who went to the dressing room to deliver a message to Mr. Akaikawa. That person confirmed the message was indeed delivered. And they confirmed the time was at the beginning of the second act, which matches Mr. Akaikawa's account. Did you ask who asked them to deliver the message to Akaikawa? Asked Megure Juzo. The man said he didn't see the face of the person who asked him to deliver it. He was busy working, and the person left after leaving instructions, the detective replied. Usually, people wouldn't doubt if such a common message is real or fake, Megure thought to himself. In this case, the reason Akaikawa went to the laundry room becomes clear. Sirs Masumi smiled. The killer definitely isn't Akaikawa. Koichi Nishihara, who had been eavesdropping on the police conversation, felt his heart sink. What? She concluded Akaikawa isn't a suspect just because he was summoned to the laundry room? Nishihara was simply shocked by this. Not to mention, the time he chose to kill the deceased was after knocking out Akaikawa-kyug. There was also the rope, only touched by Akaikawa, and the blood of the deceased on Akaikawa's clothes. Akaikawa shouldn't be able to escape suspicion so easily. What's going on? How has so much changed? How did the detective figure out that Akaikawa isn't the killer? Initially, Nishihara sensed things seemed to be slipping out of his control and heading in the wrong direction. Now that the police have cleared Akaikawa, they'll start looking for the real culprit. Luckily, I never showed my face during the crime or made any sound. And the murder weapon and deceased have no connection to me. I also have a perfect alibi, so they won't suspect me. Just as Nishihara was reassuring himself, he heard the officer reporting to Megure Juzo say, we also asked people on site if they'd seen anyone having conflicts with Akaikawa. Most people said Mr. Akaikawa is usually very kind. It's hard to imagine anyone holding a grudge against him. However, the officer was suddenly interrupted by an angry voice. No, the killer is definitely him. He has always held a grudge against Akaikawa-kun and has a motive to kill him. The voice was familiar to everyone present. They all looked toward the source of the sound in surprise. Then, they saw Okino Yoko kneeling on the ground, face full of anger, pointing at Nishihara Koichi beside her. What? Miss Yoko, what are you talking about? How could I be the killer? Nishihara felt like his heart had flipped, quickly responding. But his primary shock wasn't Yoko's accusation, it was seeing Yoko so furious for the first time. Yoko's words successfully caught the attention of Megure, Masumi, and others. Just as Megure was about to question her, Detective Chiba pulled him aside and whispered something. Chiba reminded Megure to take Yoko's words with caution. Because all detectives who had previously investigated car accidents knew that Akaikawa Kyajuk also had a sister, whose parents divorced, and who went with her father. Chapter 53, Suspicion. Did you know that Akaikawa Ryoko's daughter, who followed her ex-husband, is Okino Yoko? Takagi-kun, The Okonoyoko you're talking about is the one on TV. That's right. Chiba Kazanobu still remembers hearing about Akaikawa Kyajuke's biological sister with Sato Mueko at the Metropolitan Police Department that day. This is the shock of Okonoyoko, a well-known star in Japan today. However, Akaikawa Ryoko and her ex-husband divorced a long time ago, and Okonoyoko said she hasn't had contact with her mother and brother for a long time. Therefore, the police didn't conduct too much investigation into this matter. Since the police need to protect citizens' privacy, the relationship between Akaikawa Kyajuke and Okonoyoko has not been made public. That's why the detectives weren't informed. But things are different now. Because of the sibling relationship between Okonoyoko and Akaikawa Kyajuke, Okonoyoko's testimony might be seriously biased. So, Chiba Kazanobu reminded Megure Juzo that Okonoyoko and Akaikawa Kyajuke were actually biological siblings. Is that so? Megure Juzo was also quite surprised to hear this. He nodded, indicating he understood the situation. Miss Yoko, do you have any basis for saying this? Megure Juzo approached Okonoyoko and asked softly. Since Yoko-chan is the witness, it must be true. Yoko-chan wouldn't lie about something like this. Mori Kogoro appeared again at this moment, which also made Megure Juzo frown momentarily. Mr. Nishihara once deliberately chose the same audition as Akaikawa-kun to prevent Akaikawa-kun from being cast in the role. But he failed in that audition. Then, after the rehearsals began, I also noticed that Mr. Nishihara had a very angry expression because of Akaikawa-kun's excellent acting skills. Later, I warned Mr. Nishihara not to contact Akaikawa-kun again. But I didn't expect Mr. Nishihara would actually hold a grudge against Akaikawa-kun over this. Okonoyoko's blue eyes were wide open, staring at her trembling hands, and she spoke slowly. When she was recounting this incident, her expression shifted from her initial anger towards Nishihara Koichi to deep guilt. The feeling of remorse almost overflowed, affecting everyone around her. However, Megure Juzo didn't fully believe Okonoyoko's statement. Because he knew, if Okonoyoko really wanted to act, probably no one here could see through her performance. Of course, he didn't disregard Yoko Okono's statement. As long as the murderer hasn't been found, Yoko Okono's words obviously have significant reference value. Megure Juzo then turned his head and looked at Koichi Nishihara, whose expression had turned grim. Koichi Nishihara had always felt that Okonoyoko's intuition seemed too accurate. A month ago, he noticed that Okonoyoko displayed very negative emotions after watching Akaikawa Kyajuke's performance in rehearsal. So, he privately asked if she also disliked Akaikawa Kyajuke. The result was, from just one simple sentence, Okonoyoko actually assumed that he had overheard her conversation with her agent half a month ago. It was the same this time. Hiroshi Nishihara was 100% sure that Yoko Okono couldn't possibly know the truth of the matter. But she again precisely guessed he was the killer. Nishihara Koichi felt a little angry. Angry that Okonoyoko publicly accused him of being the murderer based on mere conjecture without any conclusive evidence. Seeing the police, detectives, and actors around him looking at him, he knew his reputation would likely plummet due to Yoko Okono's unfounded speculations. The officer wants to ask for my alibi, right? I understand. In the middle of the third act, I met with the actors backstage and then went on stage to perform. Until the performance was suddenly stopped, I was always on stage and didn't even know what was happening behind me. Koichi Nishihara knew the police would definitely ask for his alibi. So, he pretended to be angry at their random suspicions. After emphasizing his innocence to everyone present, he looked at Okonoyoko again. Miss Yoko, I've always respected you a lot, but this is really unbelievable. I have no grudge against Akaikawa-kun. We have a very good relationship in private, and he's also my junior. Akaikawa-kun was very happy to get a role because I gave him some guidance. He often came to me with questions about acting. Do you really think I'd do something outrageous to Akaikawa-kun over such things, and you still have baseless suspicions about me? Nishihara Koichi's tone was also filled with anger, as if he had genuinely been wronged. Sarama Yumi stepped forward, patted Nishihara Koichi on the shoulder, and after seeing him calm down, she smiled and said, "We also believe that Mr. Nishihara wouldn't do such a thing. As long as Mr. Nishihara can provide a valid alibi, he can naturally prove his innocence. Didn't I just say? I joined the live actors in the middle of the third act, then performed on stage, and everyone in the audience saw it. I know. I also watched Mr. Nishihara's performance. It was truly wonderful," Masayumi Sara praised enthusiastically, interrupting Nishihara Koichi's narrative. But what I want to ask is not what Mr. Nishihara was doing after the middle of the third act, but rather what Mr. Nishihara was doing at the beginning of the second act. The beginning of the second act? Nishihara Koichi shouted in surprise. What were you doing at that time? Of course, you were knocking out the lighting engineer named Asugi and waiting for a Kaikawa Kyajuk to come to the laundry room. But, the moment you killed Asugi was obviously after knocking a Kaikawa Kyajuk unconscious. Why would the detective in front of him ask about his alibi at the beginning of the second act? Just as Koichi Nishihara was confused, he heard Megure Juzo add, "In short, we believe the deceased was killed before the beginning of the second act, so please present proof of your presence at the beginning of the second act, Mr. Nishihara." After hearing Megure Juzo's explanation, Nishihara Hiroshi felt a boom in his head. Before the second act? How could it be before the second act? Kaikawa was still in his dressing room before the second act began. How could the deceased have been killed at that time? Nishihara Koichi's mind was in chaos, unable to comprehend what had happened. But he finally understood why a Kaikawa Kyajuk, who had a murder weapon and was stained with the blood of the deceased, was so easily dismissed from suspicion. It's because, he obviously killed the deceased near the third act, but the police determined the deceased's time of death was before the beginning of the second act. Before the second act began, a Kaikawa Kyajuk was still in his dressing room. Although he was alone, someone could confirm that a Kaikawa Kyajuk couldn't have committed the crime at that time. The person who arranged for a Kaikawa Kyajuk to go to the laundry room to retrieve his hat at the beginning of the second act. The person who he arranged to lure a Kaikawa Kyajuk into the trap became the key witness to a Kaikawa Kyajuk alibi. Chapter 54, Time of Death 10 minutes ago, in the laundry room of the Empire Theater. Megure Juzo, Chiba Kazanobu, Mori Kogoro, and several other police officers present listened to Sarama's Yumi's reasoning and learned about the weapon the killer used to strangle the deceased. So, the last thing left is to determine the time of death and narrow down the time frame in which we need to confirm the suspect's alibi. Just as Megure Juzo said this, they heard Conan's young voice coming from the laundry room. "Hey! There are light red stains on this guy's back." Everyone in the room looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Conan with his red goatee, lifting the deceased's shirt and staring intently at his back, a surprised expression on his face. "Hey! Kid, what are you doing again?" Mori Kogoro rushed forward, grabbed Conan by the back of the neck, and tossed him aside. "This is a dead body. Besides, disturbing it might destroy important evidence." Mori Kogoro looked at Conan with some annoyance. "No, thanks to little Conan here, we should be able to precisely determine the deceased's time of death." As Detective Chiba Kazanobu spoke, he stepped forward, lifted the deceased's body from the side, and removed his shirt. They discovered it was exactly as Conan had said, there were several light red and lavender stains on the deceased's back. These are body stains that usually appear between half an hour and 2 hours after death, depending on the ambient temperature. Sarama's Yumi approached the body, squatting down. After observing the stains on the deceased's back, she explained loudly. Lividity is a phenomenon where blood settles in the lower parts of the body after it stops circulating. When we found the deceased, he was lying on his back, so naturally, the blood would have settled on his back. If I'm correct, there should also be stains on the deceased's buttocks and lower legs. Upon hearing this, Chiba and Shin lifted the deceased's pants and nodded. That's right. In other words, the deceased stayed lying on his back after dying, Mori Kogoro said. Yes, Sarama's Yumi nodded. If the body is moved after death, the original stains may partially or completely disappear and reform in the new position. These changes can help infer if the body was moved. Miss Yumi Sara extended her hand toward the deceased's back, stretched out her fingers, and pressed down on the stains with her gloved hand. They discovered that the light red stains quickly faded when pressed. The stains on the deceased's back still have the characteristic of fading after being pressed, indicating that the body is still in the early stage of livor mortis. Also, although the deceased had livor mortis, there was no rigor mortis present. We can conclude the deceased died within 2 hours. Many criminals know rigor mortis appears about 2 hours after death, but few know that livor mortis appears half an hour after death. They assume the police can't determine the time of death based on livor mortis. Megure Juzo nodded and added, since this body only has livor mortis and no rigor mortis, does that mean the deceased died around half an hour ago? Mori Kogoro stroked his chin with his hand, analyzing. No. Conan again rejected Mori Kogoro's conclusion. Sarasan just said that the appearance of livor mortis also changes with the ambient temperature. Uncle, don't you think the temperature in this room is much cooler than in other rooms? Indeed. That does seem to be the case. Several officers nodded upon hearing Conan's words. Miss Yumi Sara continued explaining, the air conditioning is off in this laundry room. The temperature here is definitely lower than the normal ambient temperature of 20 degrees Celsius, making it a low-temperature environment. In this temperature, the appearance of livor mortis is significantly delayed. In this case, the deceased's time of death should be around 1 to 2 hours ago. In other words, it was before the second act of the play started and just after the second act began. Moreover, Akaikawa said he was told to came to the laundry room at the beginning of the second act, and only left after seeing the performance of the second act. If this is true, then he would not have had the conditions to commit the crime, as the deceased was still in his dressing room when he was killed. Since Akaikawa arrived in the laundry room much later than the killer expected, the killer fled the room in a hurry. In this case, there was absolutely no way to properly dispose of the murder weapon. As Suramis Yumi spoke, she clapped her hands together. Now the entire picture of this case is clear, and it's time to identify the real culprit. Excuse me, what was Mr. Nishihara doing at the start of the second act? Suramis Yumi looked at Koichi Nishihara, who was visibly shaken, and repeated her question. I was in my lounge, Koichi Nishihara replied. Can anyone verify this for Mr. Nishihara? No. At that moment, another officer in charge of the interrogation returned and reported to Megure Juzo. I just confirmed what Miss Yoko said with Director Nakamura. He confirmed that Mr. Nishihara and Mr. Akaikawa auditioned for the same role and that Mr. Nishihara failed. Additionally, Director Nakamura mentioned another point. That, with Mr. Nishihara's status in the Japanese film and television industry, it's a bit unusual for him to audition for a minor supporting role. After hearing what the officer said, the surrounding artists began murmuring. Indeed, I was a bit surprised at first. It's strange for Mr. Nishihara to take a minor role on stage. Yes, and Mr. Nishihara has no prior experience in stage plays. As soon as Koichi Nishihara heard the remarks of those around him, his already chaotic mind began to panic even more. Conan observed Nishihara's reaction and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Then he approached Okino Yoko, looked up, and displayed an innocent, curious expression. Miss Yoko, didn't you warn Mr. Nishihara to avoid contact with Mr. Akaikawa? I think Miss Yoko gave that warning not just because Mr. Nishihara once auditioned with Mr. Akaikawa and failed, right? Okino Yoko looked at Conan with a concerned expression. After a moment, she whispered, Conan-kun is right. Mr. Nishihara, you were involved in 2 violent incidents with injuries during junior high and high school. I was concerned that Mr. Akaikawa might be harmed, so I warned Mr. Nishihara. Chapter 55, The Killer Must Be You. Everyone present noticed. After Koichi Nishihara heard Yoko Okino mention his violent past, his face turned extremely pale. It was true that Koichi Nishihara had committed violent acts and caused harm before. That fact could easily be confirmed in a moment. At that moment, Mori Kogoro also recalled Suramis Yumi's earlier deduction about the killer. The killer would torture the corpse and take pleasure in killing. Mori Kogoro looked at Okino Yoko and asked loudly, Miss Yoko, I'd like to ask, did Nishihara sign up for the audition only after Akaikawa had already signed up for the high school student role? That's right. How did you know, Mr. Mori? Okino Yoko nodded, looking surprised at Mori Kogoro. Ha! I knew it. Mori Kogoro shouted, stepping toward Koichi Nishihara with an angry expression and speaking in a deep voice. After hearing Yoko-chan, I can now confirm that the killer must be you. Yoko-chan is well known for caring about the younger people in the company. You must have noticed her concern for Akaikawa, which is why you purposely chose to audition for the same role as him to compare yourself to him. In the end, you didn't get the role, so you held a grudge against Akaikawa. For other people, maybe this small friction wouldn't be enough to drive them to kill. But you're different. You have a history of violent injuries from your school days. Moreover, Miss Yoko knows about this and, to protect Akaikawa, warned you to stop contacting him. This only made you more jealous of Akaikawa, so you decided to kill him. When Koichi Nishihara heard Mori Kogoro's deduction, his face turned pale. He never expected Mori Kogoro's reasoning abilities to be as powerful as rumors said. In addition to his plan to frame Akaikawa Kyajuk, he had almost entirely guessed the situation correctly. You're misunderstanding, Mr. Mori. I never wanted to kill Akaikawa. If that's the case, then provide your alibi. I already said I was alone at that time, how could I have an alibi? Koichi Nishihara said, then pointed directly at the other performers present. Besides, I don't think I was the only one without an alibi at that time. Evidence is required to handle a case. You can't just assume I hate Akaikawa-kun because I auditioned for the same role as him. At that moment, Koichi Nishihara's heart was pounding, but he still kept his composure as he quickly thought and refuted the rather aggressive Mori Kogoro in front of him. Why did the police determine the time of Asugi's death much earlier than the actual time of death? But I can't change Asugi's real time of death. But even so, just because I have no alibi and a trivial motive against Akaikawa, there's no way to judge me as the killer. Because the rope used as the murder weapon was in Akaikawa's hand, not mine. As for the chair used to attack both Akaikawa and Asugi, it's the kind of chair you see everywhere in the theater. I've already cleaned off the blood and put it back in place. There's no way you'll find any evidence. Koichi Nishihara's main confidence lay in the fact that the true murder weapon had no direct connection to him. It's strange, to say the least. There were clearly 2 victims in this incident, but the police seem much more focused on the killer's motive against Akaikawa rather than the motive for the deceased. Likewise, Detective Mori decided I was the killer just because he judged that I hated Akaikawa. Does it not matter that I had no connection to the deceased? Koichi Nishihara couldn't understand why the police's investigation and the detective's focus had centered on Akaikawa Kyajuku, instead of the true victim, Asugi. This situation is like, they've determined the killer hated Akaikawa. But I never treated Akaikawa that harshly. Is it possible they even saw that the killer intended to frame Akaikawa? Could that be it? After Nishihara Koichi made his deduction, he pointed directly at Yoko. If we go by what Detective Mori said, then Miss Yoko also has a motive to harm Akaikawa-kun. What are you talking about? When Mori Kogoro heard Koichi Nishihara's attempt to wrongfully accuse Yoko, he angrily extended his hand and grabbed Nishihara Koichi by the collar. However, Koichi Nishihara showed no fear at all and loudly responded, ultimately, the reason I chose to sign up for the same audition as Akaikawa-kun was because of Miss Yoko. Because I personally heard Miss Yoko say she hoped Akaikawa-kun would leave the company. It was precisely for this reason that I signed up for Otanisi's audition. I wanted to show Akaikawa-kun how difficult the journey of a performer is and make him voluntarily leave the company. And you said the deceased was murdered at the start of the second act. Miss Yoko wasn't performing on stage at that time either. Because the start of the second act was when the first victim in the play was performing. After hearing Nishihara Koichi's statement, many people turned to look at Yoko Okino in surprise. Koichi Nishihara had thought that Okino Yoko would look visibly nervous after his revelation. He was convinced that it was impossible for the police to find concrete evidence linking him as the murderer. So he was prepared to complicate matters. Besides, he felt everything was happening because of Okino Yoko. Mr. Nishihara, what are you talking about? When did I ever say such a thing? Suddenly, Yoko Okino's confused voice rang out. Koichi Nishihara's expression froze, noticing that Okino Yoko was looking at him with a blank expression. There wasn't a hint of panic in her face, only bewilderment at the sudden and inexplicable accusation. This expression made it seem as if she truly had no idea why he was doing this. Yes, why would Yoko-chan say something like that? Mori Kogoro observed Okino Yoko's reaction and immediately agreed. I really heard it. If you don't believe me, ask Miss Nakata. Miss Yoko's agent, Miss Nakata, was also there at the time. Enough. Megure 13 suddenly spoke, interrupting the commotion. The noisy stage and backstage instantly fell silent. His next words caused Koichi Nishihara, who was determined to continue muddying the waters, to widen his eyes in shock. Akaikawa confirmed that the killer was a man. And it would take a lot of strength to break an adult man's jaw. I don't think Miss Yoko could do it in such a short time. Megure Juzo said, looking at the officer next to him. Go search Koichi Nishihara's room and personal belongings. Look for the murder weapon, any protective clothing, or anything matching the killer's characteristics. The police were ordered to leave. And Koichi Nishihara fell back into confusion. I was wearing protective clothing that covered my entire body. How could Akaikawa know I was a man? And whose jaw was broken? Who had their jaw broken? However, before Koichi Nishihara could figure out what had happened, another shout from an officer made his heart nearly stop. Officer Megure. We found the murder weapon. It's in Nishihara's bag. Chapter 56, Confusing Right and Wrong. Officer Megure. The murder weapon has been found. It's in Nishihara's bag. The police shout nearly caused Nishihara Koichi to have a heart attack. Weapon? What weapon? Rope? How could that thing be in my bag? Could it be that Akaikawa went into my room and put it in my bag while I was performing on stage? Koichi Nishihara is certain of 2 things. That is, there is no way Akaikawa Kyajuku could know he was the one who attacked him. The only person who touched the murder weapon, 2 hemp ropes, was Akaikawa Kyajuku. Considering these 2 points, that means Akaikawa Kyajuku discovered he had been framed after he woke up, then secretly went into his room and put the rope in his bag. Assuming Akaikawa Kyajuku does not know he is the real killer, it means that Akaikawa Kyajuku could only be deliberately incriminating himself. After thinking this through, Koichi Nishihara quickly shouted, Impossible. How could there be a murder weapon in my bag? This must be a trap. Someone must be framing me. Someone must have put the murder weapon in my bag while I was performing on stage. Officer, you must carefully confirm this. No matter what that thing is, it can't be mine. Koichi Nishihara shouted loudly, however, when he saw the wet wig pulled out by the detective who entered his dressing room to check it, the words he tried to explain got stuck in his throat. What is this? Wig? Nishihara Koichi felt his brain start to become more and more confused. He really couldn't understand what the relationship was between this wig and the murder weapon. Apparently, he strangled the lighting engineer named Yasugi with a rope. But why? The police officers and detectives in front of him seemed to have naturally found the murder weapon, didn't they? Nishihara, this was found in your bag. Are you saying it's not yours? Megure Juzo asked Nishihara Koichi. I don't know. I've never seen this before. Someone must be trying to frame me. Then, who do you think is trying to frame you? Saramis Yumi asked at this moment. Akaikawa Kyujuku. It must be him. Koichi Nishihara shouted. On the other hand, Okanoyoko's eyes shifted slightly after hearing what Nishihara Koichi said. Although I don't know what happened specifically, weren't there 2 victims in this case? One of the lighting engineers named Yasugi died, but Akaikawa survived. Don't you think that's strange? Koichi Nishihara did his best to play the role of an innocent person who was framed, explaining to the police and detectives present. Then, may I ask you, Mr. Nishihara, why do you think Akaikawa wanted to frame you? He must be jealous of my success. I heard before that Akaikawa only got last place in our company's internal training. That's not right, Mr. Nishihara. Okanoyoko did her best to suppress the anger in her heart and said coldly. How do I remember that you just said a few minutes ago that you have a very good relationship with Akaikawa-kun in private? Okanoyoko's voice was not loud, but it made Nishihara Koichi, who was still chatting and making up lies, suddenly stop. Yes, I also remember that Mr. Nishihara just said that Brother Akaikawa is very happy because you guided him, Mr. Nishihara, and helped him successfully get the role. He often takes the initiative to approach Mr. Nishihara to ask questions about acting. Conan added in his innocent voice. On the other hand, Mr. Nishihara, it seems you have not been satisfied since Brother Akaikawa took your role. Nishihara Koichi was speechless for a moment. He really didn't expect that. Not long ago, to prove that he didn't use a mobile phone against Akaikawa Kyujuku, he gave a speech. On the contrary, he denied the possibility of Akaikawa Kyujuku framing him. Saramis Yumi looked at the sweaty appearance of Nishihara Koichi and said, a beautiful smile appeared again on her delicate cheeks. Let me guess what this is all about. To pursue Miss Yoko, whom he longed for, Mr. Nishihara deliberately chose the same role as Akaikawa for the audition. After Mr. Nishihara failed the audition, he began to resent Akaikawa due to his inner humiliation. Due to Akaikawa's special personal experience, he could not hear Mr. Nishihara's cynicism. Instead, he took Mr. Nishihara's words as guidance and thought that Mr. Nishihara was a very good person. So Akaikawa, just as Mr. Nishihara said, continued to ask him for advice during rehearsals. But Akaikawa didn't realize that his behavior was simply humiliating to Mr. Nishihara. Miss Yoko is aware of Mr. Nishihara's past. To prevent Mr. Nishihara from doing excessive things to Mr. Akaikawa, she warned him not to have any more contact with Akaikawa. But this incident further ignited jealousy in your heart, Mr. Nishihara, which ultimately led to this incident. Because judging by the intensity with which you attacked Akaikawa, Mr. Nishihara, it is obvious that you attacked with the intent to kill him. Nishihara Koichi grew increasingly shocked as he listened to Saramis Yumi's reasoning. He really didn't expect that Saramis Yumi could guess the entire story of the matter in such a short time with only a few words exchanged between him and Okanoyoko. However, when he heard Saramis Yumi's last words, he felt as if someone had hit him on the head with a hammer, and suddenly his brain was dizzy. You're lying with your eyes wide open. Koichi Nishihara shouted at Saramis Yumi. Fine, assuming I'm the killer, then why didn't I just kill Akaikawa Kyujuku and save his life in an unnecessary way? Isn't this because Mr. Nishihara was about to go on stage and made a rushed move before fleeing without having time to confirm whether Mr. Akaikawa was really dead? Saramis Yumi asked rhetorically. Huh? Countless question marks suddenly appeared in Nishihara Koichi's mind. Obviously, when he hit, he was afraid that Akaikawa Kyujuku would be too seriously injured to wake up, so he continued to control his strength. Now, when it comes to Saramis Yumi's words, the question arises, did I act in a hurry and have no time to confirm whether Akaikawa Kyujuku was dead? It was clearly he who set up the blame. Why do I feel like the detective in front of me, who is more handsome than the idol from my company, has more ability than I do to confuse right and wrong? No, how serious was Kyuchun's injury? Do you think the killer intended to kill him? Nishihara Koichi couldn't help but ask loudly. Several bruises and lacerations on the forehead, scalp hematoma, possible skull fractures, and symptoms of a concussion. The attack on Akaikawa's head was so violent that the skull compressed the subconjunctival blood vessels, causing the blood vessels to rupture and resulting in subconjunctival hemorrhage. The smile on Saramis Yumi's delicate cheeks disappeared, and a cold light flashed in her only dark green eye. So, Mr. Nishihara, do you think this level of injury is not enough to judge that the killer had murderous intentions toward Akaikawa? But after saying these words, the chill on Sarama's Yumi's face disappeared in an instant. She turned cheerful and sunny again. However, what she said immediately made Nishihara Koichi feel as if he had fallen into an ice basement, but of course. For Mr. Nishihara, who likes to kill, this level of harm is nothing. Chapter 57, Is he mentally ill? Ligaments, skull fractures, concussions, subconjunctival blood vessel ruptures. What on earth is this person talking about? Nishihara Koichi's heart began to fill with an intense panic and confusion. He realized that everything had gone far beyond his expectations. It was as if the truth determined by the detectives and the police was entirely different from what he had done. Could it be that the police and the detectives were in cahoots, distorting the facts? Nishihara Koichi's back was already drenched in cold sweat, but to shake off any suspicions, his mind continued racing without stopping. Suddenly, he realized another possibility. If the truth determined by the police and detectives is what they saw, then it can only mean that someone has performed a secondary processing of the crime scene. As for who actually did this, there was no need to think about it. Apart from Akaikawa Kyajuk, there could be no one else. Koichi Nishihara discovered that as long as you consider that what the police and detectives were saying was true, it seemed like all the previous doubts had an explanation. Why did the police investigation focus on Akaikawa Kyajuk's motive instead of the actual deceased, Asugi? Because Akaikawa Kyajuk also had injuries on his body that could reveal the attacker's murderous intent. Why did the detectives and police consider Asugi, who was clearly killed in the third act, to have died before the start of the second act? Because Akaikawa Kyajuk, in order to destroy his alibi, used some means to mislead the police and detectives about the time of the victim's death. Why did Akaikawa still recognize him as a man despite being well disguised? Because Akaikawa Kyajuk, determined to incriminate himself, had to guide the police and detectives' judgment. Why did the police and detectives immediately think he had a murderous tendency just by mentioning the broken jaw? It was likely that Akaikawa Kyajuk broke the deceased's jaw, allowing the detectives and the police to see signs that the killer had tortured the deceased. And as for the so-called wig found in his bag, there's no doubt that Akaikawa Kyajuk placed it there to incriminate him. Did he seriously injure himself just to make the police and detectives believe that I wanted to kill him? How could such a person exist? He's mentally ill. Nishihara Koichi couldn't help but curse in his mind. He had lived for almost 30 years, and this was the first time he realized that there were people like Akaikawa Kyajuk in the world, who thought differently from ordinary people. But even at this moment, although Koichi Nishihara had figured out the whole story, he couldn't explain Akaikawa Kyajuk's actions. Because if he exposed it all, he would also reveal that he was the real killer. So, he could only keep fighting for a chance based on not being a criminal. I don't think he could have done it perfectly in such a short time. Koichi Nishihara thought to himself and shouted at the police officer who was already examining the wig, Akaikawa must have framed me. I swear, I've never seen this wig before. Check my room's door and the zipper handle. There must be someone else's fingerprints. Megure Juzo was somewhat impatient as Nishihara Koichi shouted at him. He then turned to look at the forensics officer. The forensics officer understood and took out fingerprint detection tools and reagents, heading into Nishihara Koichi's room. He began checking the fingerprints on the inner and outer door handles, and then confirmed the same on the zipper handle of Nishihara Koichi's bag. Just as Koichi Nishihara was convinced that Akaikawa Kyajuk would definitely leave a flaw here, he heard the forensic officer say, "We've confirmed that only Mr. Nishihara's fingerprints are on the zipper handle, and there's no evidence of any erasure on it. On the door handles inside and outside of Mr. Nishihara's room, there are only Mr. Nishihara's fingerprints." When Koichi Nishihara heard the forensic officer's voice, he felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck him. Chiba Kazanobu looked indifferently at the pale Nishihara Koichi, then said with some confusion, "By the way, why did you need to wet this wig? Was it to remove the blood stains on it?" "That's right," Sarama's Yumi nodded. "When hair is twisted, it becomes as hard as a rope, so whether it's real hair or a wig, it can be used as a weapon to strangle someone. Moreover, using hair to kill has two advantages over using a rope. First, choosing a wig to strangle can effectively prevent cord remnants and fibers from being left on the wound. Second, whether it's real or synthetic hair, as long as it's moistened with water, it won't leave fingerprints. You can even remove the victim's blood by wetting the hair. If you have enough time, you can simply rinse it with water to erase all traces from the wig." Sarama's Yumi spoke, holding the wet wig in her hands and examining it closely. Mr. Nishihara obviously knew this, so he chose the wig that could be found everywhere in the storage as the murder weapon. It's a pity that the timing of Akaikawa's appearance forced him to leave hastily, meaning he likely didn't have enough time to clean the wig completely, possibly leaving flaws. As Sarama's Yumi spoke, she looked at the forensic officer next to her. "Could you please use luminol reagent to recheck for blood stains?" "All right," the police officer nodded, took out the luminol reagent, and re-examined the wig in a dark environment. After spraying the luminol reagent on the wig, a bluish-white light clearly appeared on part of the wig. Confirmed, there is blood on the wig. Alright, then we just need to do a DNA test. Once we confirm that the blood is from the deceased Asugi, we can prove that the wig was the murder weapon that killed Asugi. Saramasumi calmly instructed the forensic officer. But her voice did not reach Nishihara Koichi's ears at all. As for whether the blood stains on the wig came from the deceased, there was no need to wait for the DNA test results. At that moment, Hiroshi Nishihara appeared pale. His mind, which had been dazed by continuous blows, had been fixated on a Kaikawa Kyuk. A normal person being framed. Shouldn't their first reaction be to shout, rush out, and then report the facts to the police and detectives? How could someone, after being framed, keep thinking about it? Risk being judged as the killer and return the blame to the killer. Why would anyone do that? What good would it do them? Koichi Nishihara found that he couldn't understand a Kaikawa Kyujuk's thinking at all. He tried to put himself in a Kaikawa Kyujuk's shoes. This was a technique commonly used by actors to understand the role they needed to play. Koichi Nishihara imagined himself as a victim who had been framed and attacked. He closed his eyes and immersed himself in it. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine and reached the top of his head. Because he found out that after assuming the role of the madman who didn't hesitate to harm himself, he also wanted the police and detectives to uncover the true killer's motive. My first reaction when I realized I was being framed was not confusion or fear, it was not wanting to prove my own innocence. Instead, I wanted to use the same method to take revenge. And in an even worse way. Chapter 58 has ended. There's no doubt this case was a premeditated murder. Nishihara, you had a strong intent to kill a Kaikawa, and you also seemed to enjoy killing him. Not only did you break the deceased Asugi's tongue while he was still alive, but you also broke his jaw after his death. The weapon you used to strangle Asugi was a wig you found in the warehouse next door. You attempted to destroy the evidence after killing him. The time you committed the murder was before the beginning of the second act of the play and just after the start of the second act. We have confirmed that Nishihara had a motive to attack a Kaikawa, and we also found the murder weapon used to strangle him in your bag. You had no alibi during this period. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss? Or should I wait until the DNA test results on the wig come back before you confess? Megure Juzo looked at Koichi Nishihara, whose hands were handcuffed by Chiba and Nabu, and asked in a deep voice. I said it wasn't me. You've had the wrong person from beginning to end. Nishihara Hiroshi shouted at Megure Juzo, his face livid, and his rage nearly causing him to collapse on the spot. According to Nishihara Koichi's original judgment, if he was truly unfortunate enough to be caught by the detectives and the police as the real culprit, he could use the excuse of a spontaneous act to lessen his guilt. As Yoko Okano said, Koichi Nishihara had committed 2 violent incidents when he was a student. At that time, he was also called to the police station for questioning. So Koichi Nishihara knows very well that in the 2 areas of temporary intent and premeditation, the degree of sentencing will differ greatly. The truth is that he killed the lighting technician Yasugi and intended to frame a Kaikawa Kyuosuke. But he could describe it as simply having had an accidental conflict with Asugi, which led to accidentally killing someone, only to be seen by a Kaikawa Kyuosuke. But when he was about to attack a Kaikawa Kyujuke, he regretted it and stopped short of doing anything cruel. Although the outcome of his suicide attempt wouldn't change, the sentence would be much lighter than being convicted as a murderer. What's the result now? Not only did the police conclude it was a premeditated murder, they also said he had committed brutal acts of torture and murder against the deceased. If sentenced with such a result, there's no doubt that the nature of the case will be far worse. And most importantly, aside from the fact that he killed someone, he didn't commit any of the other things at all. An overwhelming sense of injustice filled him. However, even though Koichi Nishihara felt wronged and knew who had framed him, he couldn't reveal the truth. Moreover, he didn't believe that even if he told the truth, the detectives and police in front of him would believe him. That's all. Koichi Nishihara believed his only chance to escape blame was to make the detectives think a Kaikawa Kyujuke was the real killer. And Koichi Nishihara's confidence was that a Kaikawa Kyujuke had touched the actual murder weapon, which was stained with the blood of the deceased. As long as a Kaikawa is still suspected, they won't be able to convict me. Nishihara Koichi thought to himself and shouted again, you have to believe me. The real killer is a Kaikawa. You're identifying a Kaikawa as the killer, but where's your evidence? Megure Juzo, annoyed with Nishihara Koichi, asked in a deep voice. I saw a Kaikawa commit the murder with my own eyes. I saw him fighting with Asugi. His body was covered in Asugi's blood, and he strangled Asugi's neck with a rope. That's just ridiculous. A Kaikawa was clearly still in his dressing room when the deceased was killed. Besides, if you saw a Kaikawa commit the murder in the first place, why didn't you say anything earlier? Morikogoro, too, was angered by Nishihara Koichi's ridiculous statement. Because Akaikawa is a young man in my company, I originally wanted to cover up this matter for him, but I didn't expect Akaikawa would actually try to frame me. Mr. Nishihara, you said you saw Brother Akaikawa strangling Mr. Asugi with a rope. What was the situation at that time? Conan stepped toward Nishihara Koichi and looked up to ask. Akaikawa pinned Asugi underneath him, and then he used a rope to tighten around Asugi's neck from above. Koichi Nishihara recalled the scene of Akaikawa Kyujuku's murder that he had fabricated from the beginning. He believed that as long as the police could find the real murder weapon and detect the deceased's blood on Akaikawa Kyujuku's body, Akaikawa Kyujuku would surely remain a suspect as the killer. At that moment, Akaikawa Kyujuku's self-incrimination would backfire, increasing suspicions against him. Just as Koichi Nishihara desperately hoped to seize the last spark of hope, he suddenly saw the elementary school student standing in front of him and gently adjusting his shiny glasses. Sorry, Mr. Nishihara is indeed the real killer. What? Koichi Nishihara was stunned, then furious. What do you know, kid? I'll tell you why. Nishihara Koichi also tried Sarama's Yumi's patience. She spoke with a cold expression. Mr. Nishihara, the lie you invented is full of holes. Not to mention that Akaikawa had a perfect alibi when the deceased was killed. Secondly, the rope fragments and fibers you mentioned weren't found on the deceased's neck or fingertips. Unless done deliberately, how could strangulation with a rope not leave traces? Finally, the strangulation marks on the deceased's neck were higher up, and the angle of the strangulation marks was vertical. This means the deceased was strangled from behind while standing or sitting, rather than being strangled from above by Akaikawa, as you claimed, Mr. Nishihara. By saying this, you can only prove one point. That means you didn't witness any murder scene and are still trying to frame Kaiachuan. Sarama's Yumi's voice was like thunder, once again exploding in Nishihara Koichi's mind. In his buzzing brain, only one last thought remained. It's over. Sarama's Yumi walked over to Nishihara Koichi with a grim expression and whispered, your framing level is extremely clumsy, Mr. Nishihara. Sarama's words left Nishihara Hiroshi paralyzed and instantly incapacitated. Megure Juzo looked at Nishihara Koichi, who had fainted from excitement. Knowing this time the case had come to a close, he ordered the police to take Nishihara Hiroshi away and also instructed the police to conduct a thorough search of the Imperial Theater. He asked them to find the chair used as the murder weapon, as well as the protective clothing and motorcycle helmet Akaikawa Kyujuku described. After issuing all these instructions, he ignored Morikogoro and approached Sarama's Yumi. A smile appeared on his slightly plump cheek. This time I must thank Sister Sarah for her help. It's all right. Finding the killer is what a detective must do. Sarama's Yumi glanced coldly at Koichi Nishihara, who was carried away like a corpse, then smiled at Megure Juzo. Chapter 59, Life is Over in the Ambulance. Misaki Itakura pressed her forehead against her clasped hands, praying in her heart that Akaikawa Kyujuku would be safe. Miss Itakura, do you have any water? Suddenly, a familiar voice sounded. Itakura Misaki suddenly looked up. She saw Kyujuku Akaikawa, lying on the stretcher with his eyes closed. She didn't know when he'd opened them, but he was looking at her. The worry in Misaki Itakura's heart suddenly eased. However, after seeing Akaikawa Kyujuku's left eye, which seemed to be covered in blood and turning red, she felt a sense of suffocation again. Misaki Itakura held back her urge to cry, took some water from her bag, and looked at the emergency responders from the fire department. After seeing the other party nod, she unscrewed the bottle cap and handed it to Akaikawa Kyujuku. Maybe because he was lying down, or perhaps Akaikawa Kyujuku was too seriously injured and somewhat dazed. Misaki Itakura watched Kyujuku Akaikawa take the water bottle and drink only a few sips before accidentally tipping it over. The bottle spilled, and water from inside drenched Akaikawa Kyujuku's school uniform. Ah! Itakura Misaki exclaimed, quickly grabbing the overturned bottle. But Akaikawa Kyujuku's British school uniform was already soaked from the spilled water. Cough. Akaikawa Kyujuku coughed as if he'd choked on the water. The police officer Megure Juzo sent to accompany him quickly helped Akaikawa Kyujuku sit up. One of the first responders asked Akaikawa Kyujuku to lean forward while holding his chest with the other hand. This position could help a choking patient clear water from their airways with light coughing. After a moment, Akaikawa Kyujuku finally stopped coughing and lay down again. Misaki Itakura looked at Akaikawa Kyujuku, who couldn't even hold the water bottle, and couldn't help but say, Mr. Akaikawa, let me feed you. Thank you, Miss Itakura, but it's not necessary. Akaikawa Kyujuku gently thanked her, then closed his eyes again. After Akaikawa Kyujuku lay back down, the ambulance staff also helped remove his shirt. Electrodes were connected to his chest and a blood pressure cuff wrapped around his arm. This was to monitor Kyujuku Akaikawa's heart rate, blood pressure, and respiration in real time. This way, there's a very reasonable explanation for why my clothes are wet. Akaikawa Kyajuk, lying on the stretcher with his eyes closed, letting the emergency personnel examine him, thought to himself. The water spill from earlier wasn't accidental. That's because Akaikawa Kyajuk noticed that besides the emergency responders and his manager, Ms. Misaki Itakura, there was also a detective who followed him onto the ambulance. To prevent the criminal police from discovering that his clothes were wet and becoming suspicious, Akaikawa Kyajuk spilled the water bottle, wetting his clothes while drinking. Although I don't think the police would suspect me of cleaning bloodstains when they see my wet clothes, there's nothing wrong with being careful, Akaikawa Kyajuk thought. Ding. He wasn't sure how much time had passed. Suddenly, a clear mechanical sound echoed in Akaikawa Kyajuk's mind. Immediately, a system message appeared before Akaikawa Kyajuk's eyes. Option 3, complete, reward distribution, physical aptitude +5, recovery card X1. It seems that the gift I gave Mr. Nishihara in exchange was well received by him. Akaikawa Kyajuk thought to himself, feeling his somewhat weak body quickly regain energy with a 5-point physical bonus. The sense of powerlessness that had enveloped his entire body was rapidly fading. His body was also bursting with a vitality he had never experienced before. My physical condition should now be close to that of a normal person. I won't be so weak anymore. Akaikawa Kyajuk thought to himself. Akaikawa Kyajuk was quite satisfied with the improvement in his physical condition. As for the recovery card, he had no intention of using it. First, if he recovered too quickly, it might raise suspicion. Second, the injury he suffered this time, in his opinion, wasn't very serious. With his current constitution, as long as he received regular treatment, he should be able to recover quickly. Akaikawa Kyajuk closed his eyes and reflected on the events of today. Koichi Nishihara tried to frame him. Cover-ups were made in terms of motives, murder weapons, and alibis. Koichi Nishihara chose someone unrelated to him to obscure the motive for framing him. So Akaikawa Kyajuk made his injuries appear serious enough for the police and detectives to realize that the killer had a motive to commit the crime against him. Koichi Nishihara placed the murder weapon in his hand only to use it as undeniable proof of his guilt. Then Akaikawa Kyajuk created a different murder weapon by changing the evidence at the scene and gave it to Koichi Nishihara. Nishihara deliberately killed the deceased after knocking him unconscious. This not only provided an alibi from the audience but also prevented him from providing an alibi when the killer was murdered. In this case, Akaikawa Kyajuk led the detectives to misjudge the time of the deceased's murder by adjusting the room temperature. When Akaikawa Kyajuk woke up in the room, he discovered he'd been unconscious for 22 minutes. Under the ambient temperature at that time, it would only take half an hour for the body to appear stained. So, Akaikawa Kyajuk turned off the room's central air conditioning. In this way, the room temperature would drop quickly. The goal of this step wasn't to slow the formation of livor mortis and rigor mortis. It was to allow detectives and police officers to misjudge the actual time of the deceased's death due to temperature changes in the room. Had the room temperature stayed the same, detectives would have determined the deceased was killed in the third act when the livor mortis appeared on the body. In that case, he wouldn't have had an alibi. Then, by turning off the central air conditioning, the room's temperature dropped. In this way, livor mortis also formed. The ambient temperature at that time would have taken over an hour. Naturally, detectives would judge by the livor mortis that the deceased had been dead for a long time. As for breaking the deceased's jaw, Akaikawa simply didn't want Koichi Nishihara to use the excuse of improvisation to reduce his guilt. Akaikawa Kyajuk wasn't at all concerned about detectives suspecting him. Because with his own physical condition, how could he so cleanly break the jaw of a normal adult man? Akaikawa Kyajuk understood Japanese criminal law. In Japan, homicide is a very broad crime. The range of sentences goes from a suspended 2-year sentence to the death penalty. The most critical criteria for sentencing are whether the offender intended to kill and the offender's attitude in admitting guilt. Once convicted of murder, the minimum sentence is 5 years. And what he let the police and detectives see was Nishihara Koichi's crime. It's much more severe than mere murder. Murder, attempted murder, torture of the deceased, and body mutilation. Considering all the crimes, Koichi Nishihara will undoubtedly be convicted of an extreme crime. In that case, he will almost certainly be sentenced to life imprisonment or worse, without parole. As for whether he'll face the death penalty, that depends on his plea. If he pleads guilty, it would be challenging to sentence him to death for killing only one person. On the other hand, if he pleads guilty with a bad attitude, he could still be sentenced to death for killing only one person. A bad attitude in pleading guilty means refusing to admit it even with irrefutable evidence. Whether pretending to have amnesia or making things up, there have been cases where inmates were sentenced to death for it. So, after being caught, Nishihara Koichi would face 2 options. First, He denies the crime he committed, ultimately seen as uncooperative and showing a bad attitude in confessing. Second, he admits to something he didn't do, ultimately sentenced for an extreme crime. No matter what Mr. Saiharu chooses, his life will be over. Akaikawa Kyajuk thought, resisting the urge to smile. Chapter 60, Relationship. Akaikawa Kyajuk was sent to the hospital. Upon arriving, the doctors and nurses from the emergency department quickly came to attend to the injured. In Japan, ambulances are not affiliated with hospitals but with the fire department. Therefore, the emergency personnel from the fire truck also needed to inform the hospital doctors in detail about Akaikawa Kyajuk's injuries. The doctors performed a CT scan of Akaikawa's head to assess the condition of his brain and skull. After a long wait, Itakura Misaki finally met the doctor who treated Akaikawa Kyajuk. She followed the doctor to the office to listen to the examination report. Although the injured Akaikawa suffered multiple blows to the head, his overall condition is much better than expected. Very well. Hearing the doctor's first words, Itakura Misaki breathed a sigh of relief. Next, let's talk about the specific situation. A subcutaneous hemorrhage and a mild cerebral contusion were detected in Akaikawa's head, but there was no intracranial bleeding or skull fracture. What does that mean? After hearing the term cerebral contusion, Misaki Itakura suddenly became nervous. It means the patient's injuries do not require surgical intervention. So that's it. Upon hearing this, Itakura Misaki sighed in relief again. But then she remembered Akaikawa Kyaju's eyes, which had seemed to be filled with blood, so she quickly asked, "Doctor, how are Mr. Akaikawa's eyes?" If Akaikawa Kyaju's vision was affected, it would be a lifelong disability. That's nothing to worry about, the doctor said. Subconjunctival hemorrhage is usually caused by the rupture of small blood vessels on the surface of the eye, and although it may look alarming, it is typically self-limiting. Self-limiting? Itakura Misaki repeated the unfamiliar term. Self-limiting means it will heal on its own without special treatment. With artificial tears or antibiotic eye drops, it will recover on its own in about 1 to 2 weeks. Great. Of course, the injured has several bruises and lacerations on his forehead, and stitches are unavoidable. In addition, during the patient's hospitalization, we need to watch for any headaches. If symptoms are severe, another CT or MRI scan may be needed. In general, it could be said the patient was quite lucky. Everything looks severe, but the injuries are not very serious. There's no need to worry, Miss Itakura. All right, thank you, doctor. After thanking him, Misaki Itakura prepared to leave. But suddenly, she remembered something and turned back to ask, "Excuse me, doctor, did the attacker actually intend to kill Mr. Akaikawa?" "I believe so," the doctor nodded. "Though the injuries are minor, ordinary impulsive blows wouldn't cause such injuries. Furthermore, the patient's head clearly received more than one blow." Misaki Itakura thanked the doctor and left the office. Finally feeling relieved, Itakura Misaki suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion welling up inside her. Although this was not the first time something like this happened to people around her, it was the first time it was so close. Just as Misaki Itakura was about to enter Akaikawa Kyaju's room to check on his condition, she suddenly heard footsteps not far away. Misaki Itakura turned her head with indifference. When she saw the woman with long brown hair walking quickly toward her, Itakura Misaki's somewhat depressed spirit instantly lifted. "Miss Yoko." Misaki Itakura called out excitedly. Okano Yoko placed her index finger to her lips, and Itakura Misaki quickly covered her mouth with both hands. "How is he doing?" "The doctor said it's not very serious," Misaki replied, telling Okano Yoko everything she had just heard from the doctor about Akaikawa Kyajuk. After listening, Okano Yoko also visibly relaxed. She then patted Misaki Itakura on the shoulder and whispered in her ear, "Officer Chiba wants to question you. They're waiting over there." Hearing this, Itakura Misaki looked in the direction Okano Yoko indicated. Indeed, not far from Okano Yoko stood the police officer, Detective Mori Kogoro, the handsome detective she had met recently, and the elementary school student who had somehow appeared at the crime scene. After all, Misaki Itakura was still an ordinary person. Facing the criminal police, she couldn't help but feel nervous. Noticing her nervousness, Okano Yoko extended her long fingers and gently held Misaki Itakura's hand. A gentle smile appeared on her flawless cheeks. "Don't be afraid. Officer Chiba and Mr. Mori are very good people. Miss Itakura just needs to tell them what she knows." "Oh, all right. Miss Yoko, will you come too?" Looking at Okano Yoko's smile, Itakura Misaki's somewhat nervous heart filled with courage. Perhaps this was the power of idols. A single word could fill Misaki Itakura with energy. "They already asked me. Miss Itakura can go alone. I'm going to see Sora." "Okay." Itakura Misaki nodded heavily. Miss Yoko is such a kind person. She's been through a lot today, but she still made a special trip to the hospital to visit Ku. Before she could finish sighing in her mind, the name Yoko had just called Kaikawa Kyajuk suddenly caught Misaki Itakura's attention. Did Miss Yoko just call Mr. Kaikawa? Come to think of it, when we were at the Imperial Theater, Miss Yoko seemed to call Mr. Kaikawa. Realizing something was off, Misaki Itakura quickly turned her head to look at Yoko. She saw Yoko gently pushing open the door and entering Kaikawa Kyajuk's room. And this time, Yoko's usual warm smile that could brighten anyone's heart was gone. Itakura Misaki clearly saw a deep look of loneliness on Yoko's beautiful cheeks that no one could envy. Speaking of which, the few times I've seen Miss Yoko showing emotional fluctuations, Mr. Kaikawa seemed to be present. Also, Mr. Kaikawa is obviously very familiar with Miss Yoko, yet he pretends not to be. Reflecting on what she had noticed today, Itakura Misaki concluded that Yoko seemed to care about Kaikawa Kyajuk more than anyone else. A bold idea uncontrollably surfaced in Itakura Misaki's mind. Oh my god, are these two secretly dating? Misaki Itakura covered her open mouth, very surprised by what she had discovered. Too shocked, she became a bit distracted while answering Chiba Kazushi's questions. After venting all her frustration with Nishihara Koichi's actions during this time to Chiba Kazanobu and the detectives, she hurried back to Kaikawa Kyajuk's room. The hospital hallways were quiet and peaceful. However, at that moment, Itakura Misaki's mind was filled with noisy voices as if a debate was taking place. No. Impossible? Does Miss Yoko like this kind of thing? Also, it's not that Mr. Kaikawa is bad. But Mr. Kaikawa has a really bad temper, and he doesn't seem like a normal person. No wonder Miss Yoko was so surprised when she saw Mr. Kaikawa on the day she finished training. Looks like Miss Yoko didn't know Mr. Kaikawa would join her company as an artist. With random thoughts still swirling in her mind, Itakura Misaki returned to Kaikawa Kyajuk's door. Just before she raised her fist, preparing to knock, her lifted hand suddenly stopped in midair. At that moment, from Kaikawa Kyajuk's room, Misaki Itakura heard something she had never heard before, the pained cry of idol Yoko. Chapter 61, I'm sorry. After answering the inquiries of the criminal police and detectives, Yoko suggested going to the hospital with them. Detective Chiba Kazanobu did not reject Yoko's proposal. Thus, Yoko rode in the Metropolitan Police Department's car to the hospital where Kaikawa Kyajuk was. Yoko knew well that Chiba Kazanobu and the detectives were not heading to the hospital to visit her brother, but to further question her brother's agent and confirm the motives of Nishihara Koichi. Recalling the way Detective Chiba Kazanobu whispered to the 13th Division of Magirjuzo when he identified Nishihara Koichi as the perpetrator at the Imperial Theater, Yoko realized that the Metropolitan Police Department was already aware of her relationship with Kaikawa Kyajuk. This was why she accepted being seen as an outsider in that moment and took a ride in the Metropolitan Police detective's car to visit the victim at the hospital. When her mother, Ryoko Kaikawa, was murdered last year, Yoko received a call from the criminal police of the Metropolitan Police Department. Even though she claimed at the time that she had not been in contact with her mother or brother for many years, her identity had clearly left a deep impression on the detective handling the case back then. Upon arriving at the hospital, Yoko met Itakura Misaki, who appeared drained from everything that had transpired. She knew Misaki Itakura was her fan. However, at Wonderful Agency, there were countless managers and artists who joined the company inspired by her image. At first, Yoko did not pay much attention to them. The reason she took notice of Misaki Itakura was simply because she happened to be a Kaikawa Kyajuk's agent. Yoko did not want too many people to know about her relationship with a Kaikawa Kyajuk. But if she didn't reveal her identity to the doctor, it would be difficult to learn the specific condition of her brother's injuries. Fortunately, Misaki Itakura was her fervent admirer. Yoko understood that even if Misaki Itakura discovered her connection to a Kaikawa Kyajuk, she would never reveal it to anyone. Without the needing to say much, Misaki Itakura detailed Kaikawa Kyajuk's condition to her, saving Yoko a lot of trouble. Yoko noticed that, like most ordinary people, Misaki Itakura had an inherent fear of the criminal police. However, Yoko had already confirmed this back when Kaikawa Kyajuk first arrived at the Imperial Theater to rehearse. The pure-hearted manager in front of her was someone who, as long as shown a little kindness, would unconditionally comply with instructions. Just as she had at the Imperial Theater, despite being terrified, Misaki Itakura still accompanied Kaikawa Kyajuk to the hospital at her request. In that moment, Misaki Itakura once again overcame her fear of the detectives due to a few simple words from her, obediently agreeing to the interrogation. From this perspective, Misaki Itakura was someone she could easily guide, making her the best candidate for her brother's manager. After parting with Misaki Itakura, Yoko pushed open the door and entered Kaikawa Kyajuk's hospital room. Under the moonlight streaming through the window, she saw her brother's thin face resting against the hospital bed. Yoko silently walked to the bedside. She reached out and gently touched Kaikawa Kyuju's cheek, which was bandaged on the forehead, as he slept soundly. It was a touch akin to a mother caressing a baby slumbering in her arms, gentle, filled with love. Clearly, you could have lived on your own after Mother's death. You could have taken Mother's insurance money and lived a good life in a place where no one could find you. We hadn't seen each other for so many years. So why did you have to come back to me? Yoko had once secretly visited Kaikawa Kyuju on the day of their mother's funeral. After confirming that her brother could live independently, she felt at ease. But she never expected that, 3 months later, she would see her younger brother among the new artists in her company. Yoko had heard her manager, C. Nakata, mention that Kaikawa Kyuju had no intention of becoming an artist. However, upon learning that wonderful agency was her company, he changed his mind. And that day happened to be the day they buried their mother. Her younger brother, who had spent more than half his life in isolation and far from Tokyo's center, had rushed to Shibuya after their mother's burial and joined her agency. His reasons were evident. Even after years of separation, the loss of their mother led his first thought to be returning to her. Yoko didn't want her brother to become an artist. But she couldn't bring herself to act harshly and force him out of the agency after he had endured rigorous training and came to her with a frail body. So she could only pray he lacked the talent needed to succeed as an artist and hoped he would eventually lead a normal life. However, during rehearsals, she witnessed her reclusive younger brother displaying acting skills on par with her own. This realization struck her deeply. Yoko knew her brother's looks and acting talent made it nearly impossible for him not to gain fame. But fame meant exposure to the public eye, and with it, danger would inevitably follow. As she relished the new and joyful experience of sharing a stage with her brother while remaining vigilant against potential threats, danger arrived sooner than expected. And it was her own actions that had inadvertently drawn the fire toward her brother. In the silent room, the only sound was Kaikawa Kyuju's steady breathing as he slept. At some point, Yoko's trembling hand, which had been caressing her brother's cheek, froze. Her other hand clutched tightly at her chest, as if trying to hold together her aching heart. Her usual cheerful and infectious smile twisted into one of anguish. Tears spilled from her eyes, sliding down her chin and soaking into her clothes. She had promised to let her brother live a happy life. She had resolved to live for Yet, once again, she had put him in harm's way. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. The gentle drizzle of tears turned into a torrential downpour. Yoko knelt by the bed, burying her face into the sheets as a heartbreaking sob escaped her lips. Chapter 62, The Reasonable One. Itakura Misaki heard Yoko's cries from inside the room. Her hand froze in front of the door, unable to knock for a long time. Miss Yoko. Apart from the TV shows and movies in which Yoko appeared as an actress, this was the first time Misaki Itakura had seen Yoko cry so miserably in real life. Itakura Misaki felt that perhaps the relationship between Yoko and Kaikawa Kyuju was far more complicated than she had imagined. Suddenly, the door to Kaikawa Kyuju's room quietly opened from the inside. Yoko stepped out. When Yoko saw Misaki Itakura, who was still standing by the door ready to knock, her eyes, red and swollen from crying, widened slightly in surprise. It was clear that Yoko hadn't expected Itakura Misaki to finish the investigation so quickly. Seeing Yoko's surprised expression, Itakura Misaki's face quickly showed embarrassment. She was about to explain that she had just arrived and wasn't eavesdropping when Yoko softly said, "Please don't tell Chan about what happened just now." "Ah, okay." Misaki Itakura glanced toward the room, feeling a little conflicted. Then she watched Yoko bow her head and walk past her. When Yoko reached the end of the corridor and turned to leave, she passed by Conan and Yumi, who were heading toward the room to visit Kaikawa Kyuju. Both detectives turned their heads almost simultaneously and saw Yoko walking quickly out of the hospital with her head down. "Kid, did you see that?" Yumi asked Conan in a low voice. "I did." Miss Yoko's eyes were red and swollen. She obviously cried just now. Do you think she cried simply because a younger artist from her company almost died because of her? Miss Yoko has such a kind personality. If I were an uncle, I'd definitely say yes. I suddenly have a theory. Yumi said, pulling out her phone and searching for information about Yoko. As expected, Miss Yoko is also from a single-parent family, and her parents divorced a long time ago. That's right, Kaikawa. Yumi looked at Conan and said, "No wonder I always thought Kaikawa seemed so kind. Turns out they're siblings." Conan nodded, silently marveling at how such coincidences could exist in the world. If Miss Yoko cares so much about Kaikawa, Wouldn't it be unreasonable for a Kaikawa to have been under his mother's house arrest for so long? Recalling a Kaikawa Kyajuke's past experiences, Saramis Yumi once again noticed something that didn't add up. Didn't Officer Takagi say earlier that Mrs. Ryoko's daughter claimed she hadn't been in contact with her mother and brother for many years? It's normal for her not to know a Kaikawa's situation. Kid, do you really believe that? Ms. Sara, are you implying that Miss Yoko killed Mrs. Ryoko to save her brother from their mother? Then, if that's the case, why would Miss Yoko leave a scene where her brother could be identified as the killer? Conan asked in return. Another thing is, how do you explain a Kaikawa's overdose on sleeping pills? Maybe Miss Yoko wanted to kill both her mother and her brother? Saramis Yumi suggested, but then dismissed her own theory. That doesn't work either. If that were true, then a Kaikawa wouldn't need to protect his sister. So, Sara, you've noticed too. The only reasonable explanation is that Miss Yoko had nothing to do with that case. Besides, my uncle, Ranchan, and I have known Miss Yoko for a long time. It's impossible for her to do such a thing. Also, I can't imagine her having a motive to kill a Kaikawa. The most reasonable explanation is, as a Kaikawa said earlier, that the killer is someone else. Conan said, giving a smile to Saramis Yumi. That being said, considering that Miss Yoko is a Kaikawa's sister, it seems like all of a Kaikawa's actions make sense. What puzzled you earlier, Ms. Sara, was why a Kaikawa, who had stayed at home most of his life, joined an entertainment company and became an artist immediately after his mother's death. It's precisely because his sister, Miss Yoko, is there. Look, a Kaikawa chose the same place as Miss Yoko for his first job. Kid, you're right. Saramis Yumi sighed. Indeed, it seems I overcomplicated things. Based on a Kaikawa's experience, his thoughts should be simpler. Exactly. Conan nodded. If a Kaikawa's character wasn't so simple, why would he still express gratitude toward Koichi Nishihara, who clearly harbored ill intentions toward him? 10 minutes earlier, a Kaikawa Kyajuke's manager, Itakura Misaki, had revealed during an interview that during their first rehearsal, a Kaikawa Kyajuke had gone to thank Nishihara Hiroshi for deliberately choosing the same audition role as him. As for the reason behind his gratitude, it was because, during the original audition, Nishihara Koichi had given a Kaikawa Kyajuke some advice. Everyone present at the time, including Mori Kogoro, had heard it. It wasn't advice at all. It was just Nishihara Koichi flaunting his superiority as the presumed winner. Nowadays, can someone with such a simple mind really survive in the entertainment industry? Saramis Yumi couldn't help but ask. It's fine, Miss Yoko is there, after all. Conan wasn't worried about this. As they spoke, they arrived at a Kaikawa Kyajuke's room. After knocking gently, they entered. The two encountered Misaki Itakura, whom they had met not long ago, and a Kaikawa Kyajuke, who was still asleep from anesthesia. To avoid waking a Kaikawa Kyajuke, Saramis Yumi, Conan, and Misaki Itakura stepped out of the room. After confirming that a Kaikawa Kyajuke's injuries weren't severe, Saramis Yumi casually asked, "By the way, Miss Itakura, how does it feel to be Mr. Kaikawa's manager?" "Feelings? Very tiring," Misaki Itakura sighed. "Miss Itakura, do you think Mr. Kaikawa's mind is brighter than most people's? Aura?" Misaki Itakura looked at the handsome detective before her with a dumbfounded expression. That look seemed to say, "Do you even know what you're talking about? Do you mean someone who can't even recognize common Chinese characters? Someone who needs me to label novels or scripts with pseudonyms for him?" After Misaki Itakura finished speaking, she immediately realized she might have said too much and quickly covered her mouth. Then, don't tell anyone about this. It'll lower Mr. Kaikawa's evaluations. Even though Mr. Kaikawa hasn't even completed his first project yet. It's okay, I was just asking casually. I'll forget it by tomorrow. Saramis Yumi gave a warm smile to Misaki Itakura. I'm looking forward to Mr. Kaikawa's performance. Once he recovers, I'll come back to watch the play. Okay, thank you for your support. Misaki Itakura thanked them again and quickly returned to a Kaikawa Kyajuke's room. Saramis Yumi turned, scratched her short wavy hair, and said with some embarrassment, "Oh, it seems there's really nothing wrong with this Kaikawa." She spoke, then paused, waiting for Conan's response, but none came. She turned to Conan, noticing him stroking his chin as if lost in thought. "Kid, what's wrong? I suddenly feel like a Kaikawa's manager seems a little familiar to me." Chapter 63, Kyoji Todachi Yodaku, Tokyo. Metropolitan Police Headquarters. In the first stage of the forced criminal search of the third system, in this interrogation room exclusively for the department dedicated to violent crimes, the wonderful artist Koichi Nishihara was handcuffed in front of the interrogation table. At the other end of the table, Takuta Nakajima, The chief inspector of the 3rd Department of the 1st Criminal Investigation Section, was sitting. Before the interrogation began, Nakajima Takuto informed Koichi Nishihara of his basic rights. Then, he started verifying Koichi Nishihara's identity. Name? Koichi Nishihara. Profession? Artist. After completing the simple identification work, Takuto Nakajima started the interrogation. Koichi Nishihara, do you know what I want to ask you? I know. So you know what happened to Asugi Misaki yesterday? I know he's dead, but I didn't kill him. What about Akaikawa Kyujuku? When Nakajima Takuto read the name, his words stopped. There was a somewhat complicated look in his eyes. I didn't attack him, he framed me. The criminal police who participated in yesterday's investigation found a wig in his backpack, the murder weapon used in the strangulation. It was also confirmed that the wig was stained with the deceased's blood. After the interrogation, artist Yoko Okino, director Minda Kimura, and manager Misaki Itakura confirmed that you had the motive to attack Akaikawa Kyujuku. And you didn't have an alibi for the time the deceased was killed. Can you explain these things? I don't know, I was framed. After a moment of silence, Nakajima Takuto looked at Koichi Nishihara in front of him with a displeased expression. His voice gradually grew louder. Mr. Nishihara, I hope you can honestly face the facts. The current evidence is very unfavorable for you. Continuing to deny it will only make the police think you have no attitude of admitting guilt. I didn't kill him, nor did I abuse the body or beat Akaikawa Kyujuku. I just know that you police and detectives made a judgment error. All of you were deceived by Akaikawa Kyujuku. Well. In response to Koichi Nishihara's refusal to admit, Nakajima Takuto was also quite helpless. He stood up, turned off the camera, and left the interrogation room. Koichi Nishihara was arrested and brought to justice yesterday by Officer Megure 13 from the police department, who conducted the raid on 3 departments. Today, Takuto Nakajima was in charge of the interrogation. It's a pity that Koichi Nishihara refused to admit even in the face of irrefutable evidence. This situation is not uncommon, so Takuto Nakajima is prepared to report the results of this interrogation directly to his superiors. He is ready to finish the interrogation by stating that the suspect has a bad attitude towards confession and shows no remorse. Koichi Nishihara should then be handed over to the prosecutors directly. Takuto Nakajima arrived at the office of his immediate superior, Toda Kage, the deputy police chief, and gently knocked on the door. There was no response from inside. I'm sorry. Takuto Nakajima softly said as he opened the door and entered. As expected, Nakajima Takuto saw someone when he entered the door. The person was reclining in the office chair behind him, feet on the desk in the center of the room, with his face covered by a file that looked like a case file. From underneath the file, a very clear sound of snoring was heard. In general, in the Japanese police system, police officers, like middle-level officers, usually do not have separate offices. For example, Sato Hueco, who is also a police officer in the 3rd Division of the 1st Criminal Investigation Section, does not have a separate office. At that moment, the police officer in front of Takuto Nakajima, named Kyouji Toda, who was deeply asleep during office hours, could have had a separate office due to his extremely outstanding personal skills. Kyouji Toda was a detective in the Metropolitan Police Department's Organized Crime Countermeasures Department. In short, the Organized Crime Countermeasures Department of the Metropolitan Police Department is a department mainly focused on crimes such as gangster activities, violent gangs, transnational crimes, drug smuggling, human trafficking, and illegal arms trading. A few years ago, Toda Kyouji was injured during an operation, so he was transferred to the current First Investigation Section, Forced Criminal Investigation Department 3. Although the Forced Criminal Investigation Department of the First Investigation Section is specifically responsible for violent crime cases, the level of danger of the prisoners they deal with is much lower than those in the Organized Crime Countermeasures Department. Toda Kyouji's performance after being transferred to the 3rd Criminal Investigation Department was also very good. But there was one thing that caused a huge headache for Megure 13. Since Toda Kyouji had faced extremely cruel criminals in the past, he often used excessive force when dealing with common prisoners. When Toda Kyouji interrogated prisoners, he often induced and forced confessions. Although after being scolded several times by Megure 13, Toda Kyouji's behavior moderated a bit, only people like Nakajima Takuto and Toda Kyouji's subordinates knew that his mindset was still stuck in the Organized Crime Countermeasures Department. He always encouraged his subordinates to induce confessions from prisoners. Just like in the previous car accident case, Nakajima Takuto would induce Akaikawa Kyujuku to confess, which was under Toda Kyouji's instructions. At that moment, Takuto Nakajima also questioned whether inducing a confession was somewhat inhumane nowadays. The words Toda Kyouji said with an extremely contemptuous expression at that time are still fresh in Nakajima Takuto's memory. Oh, are you telling me that you're against humanity? Do criminals have human rights? We are here to protect the safety of Japanese citizens. Do you think criminals can be considered citizens? Although Nakajima Takuto made a huge mistake in the previous car accident case and was severely reprimanded by Sato Hueco, the person he fears most in his heart is still Toda Kyoji. After all, the fierce aura this man had when working in the Organized Crime Countermeasures Department of the Metropolitan Police has not dissipated to this day. Nakajima Takuto hesitated in the room for a while, wondering whether he should wake Kyoji Toda up. At that moment, he heard Kyoji Toda's somewhat confused voice, "Who's there?" "It's me." "What, that Nishihara refuses to confess?" "Hey, Officer Toda, how did you know?" Nakajima Takuto was startled. It was obvious that Kyoji Toda was still sleeping until now. How could he immediately guess why Nakajima had come to his office? He obviously hadn't said anything yet. Such a simple thing, don't you just need to use your brain to think about it? They sent you to interrogate that Nishihara. If the results are what you expected, why don't you just leave the documents and go? You hesitated in my office for a long time without speaking. It can only mean that Nishihara refused to confess. Toda Kyoji didn't take the file off his face and began to analyze aloud. "TSK, all these bastards deserve to die." As Toda Kyoji said this, he struck the file he had on his face against the desk. "However, you should also know that refusing to confess when the evidence is solid won't benefit you." As he said this, Toda Kyoji stood up and left. "Let me confirm for myself if there's really something suspicious in the case or if that person is just a fool." Chapter 64, I want to help Nishihara-kun. The door to the interrogation room opened again. Koichi Nishihara saw the young detective he had just met walk in with another detective who appeared to be in his 40s. The older detective had a rather terrifying scar around his right eye. Normally, people with such scars would give off a rather fierce impression. But Koichi Nishihara unexpectedly discovered that the detective in front of him seemed much kinder than the young detective he had seen earlier. Koichi Nishihara watched the older detective sit across from him. At the same time, the detective took out the police manual, opened the side with the photo, and placed it in front of him. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Toda Kyoji. I am the second in command of the 3rd Criminal Investigation Section, 1st Division. I am this man's superior." Kyoji Toda pointed to Takuto Nakajima behind him as he introduced himself. "I am not in charge of this Imperial Theater case, so the specific situation is still unclear." Toda Kyoji whispered, then took the case file and read it aloud to Nishihara Koichi. Let me see. At 3:24 p.m. on February 11th, a deceased man and an unconscious man were found in the laundry room of the Imperial Theater in Chiyoda, Tokyo. The deceased was Asugi Misaki, 24 years old, a lighting technician by profession. According to the preliminary investigation, Misaki Asugi died by strangulation. His head showed signs of being struck with a hard object. At the same time, the deceased's jaw and tongue were broken. The time of death was approximately 2:30 p.m. This is really a cruel murder. Upon reading this, Kyoji Toda couldn't help but sigh. The other victim is Kyujuka Kaikawa, 20 years old, an artist by profession. There were no signs of strangulation on Kaikawa Kyujuka's body, but there were contusions and lacerations on his forehead caused by repeated blows with hard objects. Symptoms like subconjunctival hemorrhage also appeared. According to the victim Kaikawa, he was attacked during the 3rd act of the afternoon performance and heard the voice of the suspect, confirming that the other person was a man. At the same time, Kaikawa Kyajuk also confirmed that the weapon used by the suspect to attack him was a chair. He also described that the man was wearing a medical protection suit and a motorcycle helmet. In the afternoon of that day, the cleaning staff Masako Shogai went to the laundry to pick up the clothes but, upon discovering the deceased, screamed, which attracted the theater staff and called the police. Eventually, with the help of Detective Kogoro Mori and High School Detective Saramas Yumi, Officer Magyar confirmed the time of death of the deceased, the murder weapon, and the motive of the suspect. Later, the wig used in the crime was found in the artist Nishihara's bag, and the deceased's blood was found on the wig. The police also found the motorcycle helmet and protective clothing described by the artist Kaikawa in the trash bag from the Imperial Theater. So that's it. Kyoji Toda reached up to touch his neatly trimmed chin beard, nodded, and sighed. He then set aside the document summarizing the case, looked at the ugly Nishihara Koichi in front of him, and asked with a smile, "I heard from Mr. Nakajima that Mr. Nishihara did not admit to the contents recorded here. What's going on?" Koichi Nishihara looked at the friendly-looking detective in front of him with cold eyes and felt a little strange in his heart. "Are you here to show off your good looks? Do you think that if you show kindness, I'll admit my guilt?" Koichi Nishihara thought to himself and then said coldly, "The facts and the records are incorrect, and the investigation conducted by the detectives from the Metropolitan Police is completely different from the facts." "Then what are the differences?" "First of all, I didn't kill anyone." Secondly, I saw with my own eyes the scene where Akaikawa strangled Asugi's neck with a rope. It wasn't someone killing with a wig at all. I haven't seen any wig. They put it in my bag to frame me. Well. Kyoji Toda nodded as he listened, and then a slightly confused look appeared on his face. But according to the previous records, Mr. Nishihara, the posture when you identified Akaikawa as the murderer does not match the posture of the killer determined by the detective through the strangulation marks. Secondly, you were a witness to the crime scene but didn't call the police in time. When all the evidence pointed to you as the murderer, you went out and said you were framed. Isn't that strange? Well. Koichi Nishihara was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to refute. Kyoji Toda looked at his embarrassed expression, then tapped the interrogation table twice with his fingers. Takuta Nakajima behind him understood, turned off the camera, and then left the interrogation room. Before leaving the interrogation room, he looked at Koichi Nishihara with some sympathy and then carefully closed the door. Koichi Nishihara didn't notice Takuta Nakajima's gaze. Because at this moment, his attention was drawn to Toda Kyoji's words, "Alright, now that the video is off, the conversation between you and I won't be recorded. You should have noticed earlier that this interrogation room doesn't have one-way glass, so you don't have to worry about our conversation being overheard." Why? Koichi Nishihara looked at Kyoji Toda in front of him with some surprise and didn't understand the other's intention. Because I see what concerns you, Nishihara-kun, so I want to help you. Toda Kyoji smiled. He silently changed his address to Nishihara Koichi. I don't know if Nishihara-kun is aware of the death penalty sentencing rules in Japan. If Nishihara-kun continues to refuse to plead guilty and is handed over to the prosecutor, you will be 100% labeled as refusing to plead guilty and showing no remorse. Although Nishihara-kun only killed one person, if the judge determines that Nishihara-kun has a bad attitude toward admitting guilt, you can still be sentenced to death. Upon hearing the words death penalty, Koichi Nishihara's eyes widened visibly. Although he had resorted to violence against many people since he was a student, after learning that they might sentence him to death, it was inevitable that he would feel fear. What exactly happened, Nishihara-kun? Can you please tell me the truth? I was unjustly accused. You should investigate that Kaiachuan. Koichi Nishihara shouted loudly at Kyoji Toda. This is a headache. Nishihara-kun, you've always insisted that you were wronged, but you've never been able to give a logical and reasonable explanation. The key is that the detectives in Japan are so good. It's hard for me to believe they would make mistakes. A worried look appeared on Toda Kyoji's face. However, I feel that you, Nishihara-kun, aren't an idiot. You shouldn't keep denying your guilt when I've made it so clear what's at stake. Then I think the reason you're so persistent, Mr. Nishihara, but still refuse to reveal the truth, is that the truth might still be harmful to you? For example, what if you really killed someone and at the same time were wronged? Kyoji Toda looked at Nishihara Koichi in front of him with soft eyes and said with a smile. In front of him, Koichi Nishihara's eyes suddenly widened after hearing his words. Chapter 65, Biting the Hook. You've guessed it. Kyoji Toda observed Nishihara Koichi's reaction and thought to himself. He kept a kind expression on his face and spoke in a soft tone. Speaking of which, when I was in the Metropolitan Police Department's Organized Crime Countermeasures Division, I encountered many very vicious criminals with unusual ideas. For some criminals who are extremely arrogant and have high self-esteem, if they are attacked, their first reaction is definitely not to call the police. Because for them, leaving the matter to the police will make them seem very incompetent and unhappy. So their first reaction is often to get revenge. As Toda Kyoji spoke, he was observing Nishihara Koichi's reaction. He could clearly tell. After hearing his story, Nishihara Koichi was in a very tangled state. Kyoji Toda knew. Nishihara Koichi's resolve had begun to weaken. Only a little more remained before he would fully lower his guard. Nishihara-kun, you must remember that none of our conversations have been recorded, so it will not be recorded. Because as a criminal police officer, I can't tell you these things as a prisoner. That would be a serious violation. I did this only to express my sincerity. Because, for me, I don't want criminals to keep escaping justice, and I don't want anyone, not even those who have committed murder, to suffer unreasonable disasters. I firmly believe that even those who have committed murder will be accepted and recognized by society in the future, as long as they sincerely repent and reform conscientiously. So, I want to help Nishihara-kun. From my guess, it is possible that Mr. Nishihara acted impulsively and made a mistake. But it's possible that others added to it, which increased the severity of the crime. If this is indeed the case, you can definitely report the other party. This could not only be seen as paying the penalty for meritorious service, but in the eyes of the prosecutors, it would also be seen as a good attitude in admitting mistakes. Additionally, I promise you, Nishihara-kun. If Nishihara-kun can be honest, I will do my best to remove the unfavorable content from your confession statement, and try to make the facts seem more like a crime of passion. Considering that Mr. Nishihara didn't do anything excessive to the deceased, and that he has a good attitude of remorse personally recognized by me, the police officer, Mr. Nishihara will be released from prison in less than 5 years. I am thinking seriously about Mr. Nishihara. I wonder if Mr. Nishihara can trust me. As Toda Kyoji spoke, he helped Nishihara Koichi untie the handcuffs from the chair. His expression was sincere, his tone genuine, and nearly every word with emphasis struck a deep blow to Koichi Nishihara's heart. After Toda Kyoji said this, he extended his hand to Nishihara Koichi, who was obviously shocked. Are you telling the truth? Nishihara Koichi held back his inner excitement and asked aloud. Of course, it's the truth. If I didn't have this intention, why would I turn off the camera and talk to Nishihara-kun about so many things? Wouldn't it be enough to simply finish the interrogation with your refusal to confess? That would save a lot of trouble. Toda Kyoji smiled at Nishihara Koichi. Yes. Koichi Nishihara also showed a smile, and then, with a grateful expression, he took Toda Kyoji's extended right hand with both of his hands. I bit the hook. Toda Kyoji sneered inwardly. With a calm expression on his face, he sat back down in front of Koichi Nishihara. So, Nishihara-kun, may I ask you to tell me in detail what happened yesterday? Please, tell me the whole truth about what happened yesterday. Only in this way can I help you, Nishihara-kun. Think about how to avoid the mistakes you made as much as possible. Kyoji Toda took a pen and whispered to Koichi Nishihara. Nishihara Hiroshi nodded. He began to believe that Toda Kyoji really was thinking about him. Because so far, Kyoji Toda had no intention of turning on the camera. This meant that the confessions he made during this period had no legal effect. There was no risk of being induced into confessing. He began to slowly recount. The first time I heard about a Kaikawa Kyujuk was from Miss Hueco. I accidentally overheard Miss Hueco saying that she hoped a Kaikawa would leave the company. Then, after researching a Kaikawa's information, I found out that he had signed up for the same play audition as Mrs. Hueco. So I thought of comparing myself to him. I don't know why, but I lost the election. This incident made me feel very humiliated because this Kaikawa is obviously a new artist who just signed a contract, and his training results were still at the bottom. I started my career as a child star, and my status in the Japanese film and television industry is higher than his by quite a lot. I didn't expect a Kaikawa to be so stupid. He even came to thank me for my guidance during rehearsal. Now that I think about it, I'm afraid he came to provoke me on purpose. During the subsequent rehearsals, I noticed that a Kaikawa's acting skills were surprisingly good, which made me feel even more unhappy. It just so happened that at that moment I also noticed that Mrs. Hueco had a very ugly expression because of a Kaikawa's acting skills. Obviously, Mrs. Hueco didn't like a Kaikawa's acting skills either. So I went to see Mrs. Hueco. I thought we'd have something in common, but I didn't expect the bitch to warn me not to approach a Kaikawa again. From that moment on, I decided that simply letting him die wasn't enough. I had to ruin him and make him leave the Japanese entertainment industry in the most disgusting way possible. When Nishihara Koichi said this, a sinister, wicked smile appeared on his face. So I randomly chose Asugi, a boss who had nothing to do with me, and whose disappearance wouldn't have much impact. After knocking him unconscious, I lured a Kaikawa into the laundry room. After knocking a Kaikawa unconscious, I strangled Asugi to death. Then I put the rope, the weapon used for the strangulation, into a Kaikawa's hand, wiped Asugi's blood on a Kaikawa's clothes inside and out, and then left the laundry room. But it's puzzling. Obviously, I didn't make any sounds or show any appearance while acting, but a Kaikawa identified me and said he heard the killer's voice and judged that the killer was a man. For some reason, the detective determined that Asugi died around the third act before the second act. The rope that was originally the weapon used for the strangulation was also missing. It turned into a wig and appeared in my bag. To prevent the police from judging that I was incompetent to commit the murder, I deliberately controlled my strength and left a Kaikawa unconscious. The wound on his head seemed to have inexplicably become very severe. But it was Asugi who was knocked unconscious and strangled to death by me, yet they said he had his tongue and jaw broken, so the detective considered that I had tortured the deceased. Of course, I also made many mistakes. I had no idea that the strangulation posture of the deceased could be judged by the strangulation marks. That Kaikawa must have framed me for all of this. I think he's the kind of person that Officer Toda just described. The more Nishihara Koichi spoke, the angrier he became. Few people in the world have experienced the feeling of being wronged after committing murder. Now that he had finally met such a good detective, Koichi Nishihara told the whole story. This is the truth of the matter. Believe me, Officer Toda. Yes, of course. Kyoji Toda smiled and nodded, then closed the notebook. He then stood up, opened the interrogation room door, and called for Takuto Nakajima. After seeing Takuto Nakajima enter, Koichi Nishihara turned the camera back on. Kyoji Toda sat back down in front of him, smiling. Koichi Nishihara knew that the next step was for Kyoji Toda to conduct a new interrogation based on his confession from earlier. All he had to do was honestly answer the carefully crafted questions by Kyoji Toda to avoid responsibility and ensure Kaikawa Kyajuk would also be punished. Hiroshi Nishihara looked expectantly and seriously at Kyoji Toda. He felt a deep affection for this detective in his heart. Then he heard Kyoji Toda, sitting in front of him, look up and ask after reviewing the case information, "I will interrogate you next." "Excuse me, Mr. Nishihara, do you admit to killing Misaki Asugi with a wig and torturing him brutally?" "Eh?" When Nishihara Koichi heard this, the expression on his face froze in an instant. Chapter 66, Deception Officer Toda, what are you talking about? Upon hearing Kyoji Toda's question, which was completely different from what he expected, Koichi Nishihara didn't understand the situation at first. "What's going on? Didn't you just promise me that after I tell you the whole story, you would do your best to help me bring the case closer to a crime of passion? Why is the question you are asking now different from what you promised?" Koichi Nishihara was a bit confused by Toda Kyoji's words. "Mr. Nishihara, didn't you hear clearly what I said? I'm asking you, did you strangle Misaki Asugi with a wig and torture him cruelly?" Kyoji Toda repeated his question again. But Koichi Nishihara, who was sitting in front of him, realized after seeing the mocking expression on Toda Kyoji's face. It looks like I've been tricked by Kyoji Toda. But even so, Koichi Nishihara still couldn't understand why Toda Kyoji would do this. If the other party wanted to induce a confession, why would they turn off the camera? Without the video, the words I confessed earlier can't be used as evidence at all. With the last bit of hope left in his heart, Koichi Nishihara said loudly to Kyoji Toda, "I told you. I didn't kill anyone. I was falsely accused." Alright, you refuse to admit it even when faced with irrefutable evidence, huh? It seems like you're going to end the interrogation with a blatant attitude and hand it directly over to the prosecutor. Kyoji Toda said, and after writing some notes on the document, he tapped the pen on the interrogation table. As soon as Nishihara Koichi heard what Toda Kyoji said, his heart, which had always been fortunate, suddenly sank to the bottom. Now he was sure that he had truly been deceived by the detective sitting in front of him. A person like me, who has dedicated almost his entire life to acting, was really deceived by an amateur using his acting skills. Koichi Nishihara really hadn't expected this. In fact, he was treated this way at the Metropolitan Police Headquarters, which represented fairness and justice. Koichi Nishihara looked at Kyoji Toda's expression, which was no longer kind and sincere, but now full of mockery and ridicule. He felt a fierce, unprecedented rage surge in his heart and felt as if his chest and lungs were about to explode. Nishihara Koichi's eyes turned red, and he suddenly stood up. He leaned forward, grabbed the pin that Kyoji Toda had just tapped on the table, and then stabbed Kyoji Toda in the neck. However, there was no trace of panic on Kyoji Toda's face, who was only a table away from Koichi Nishihara. There was still that sarcastic smile on his face that made Koichi Nishihara even angrier. Behind Kyoji Toda, Detective Takuto Nakajima pursed his lips and looked away. Some things were unbearable to look at. Koichi Nishihara, so enraged that he lost his mind, grabbed the pen in his hand and stabbed Kyoji Toda in the neck at lightning speed. However, the tip of the pen suddenly stopped just 2 centimeters from Kyoji Toda's throat. Before Koichi Nishihara could react, with a sharp click, his wrist bent in the opposite direction like a dead branch. "Ah!" Koichi Nishihara screamed in pain. Just as he screamed, the tip of a polished black leather shoe slammed into his left cheek like a lightning strike. With a thud, Koichi Nishihara felt as if he had been hit with a hammer, and his whole body fell to the side. Kyoji Toda retracted his foot carefully and then shook the jacket of his suit. A sinister expression appeared on his scarred cheek. "How dare you attack the police, you bastard! Just wait to die." As Toda Kyoji spoke, he walked over to the unconscious Koichi Nishihara, stretched out his foot, and forcefully stepped on his severely deformed cheek, then roughly handcuffed him again. "Go and report to Maguire's police department." Prisoner Koichi Nishihara refused to plead guilty and even attempted to attack the police. "Toda has subdued him," Kyoji Toda said loudly. After reaching a place where the cameras couldn't capture him, Toda Kyoji gave a fierce smile to Takuto Nakajima and then left the interrogation room. After Kyoji Toda left, Takuto Nakajima extended his palm and turned off the camera in the interrogation room with trembling hands. This had happened more than once. Many prisoners who were sent to Toda Kyoji for questioning ended up this way. Oh, you should actually be more careful. Think about it, how could a criminal police officer remove handcuffs from a murderer and place something that could be used as a weapon within the other person's reach? Takuto Nakajima whispered to the unconscious Koichi Nishihara, then began cleaning the room. The biggest difference between Kyoji Toda, who had previously been in the Organized Crime Countermeasures Department of the Metropolitan Police Department, and criminal police officers from the Criminal Investigation Department. He didn't care about evidence. For other detectives, the purpose of obtaining a confession is to preserve the evidence of the prisoner's confession so the case can be closed as quickly as possible. As for Toda Kyoji, who had always dealt with triads and violent gangs, it didn't matter if there were tangible pieces of evidence. He just needed to confirm that the other party was indeed a criminal, and then no longer needed to treat them as a human being. This also allowed Kyoji Toda to induce confessions from suspects without any recording devices. Wait until he gets the information he needs, turn the camera back on and make them repent on the spot. At this point, the other party usually gets angry and acts impulsively. Once a suspect tries to attack a criminal police officer, Toda Kyoji has the excuse of self-defense and can use violence against the criminal at will. By the way, you can also label the other party as attacking the police. Although Takuto Nakajima had experienced this kind of thing several times, he was still scared. It was actually because Toda Kyoji's methods were too ruthless. He ordered the interrogation room to be cleaned, then called someone to take Koichi Nishihara away and returned to Kyoji Toda's office. When Takuto Nakajima entered, Kyoji Toda threw the notebook containing Koichi Nishihara's confession in front of Takuto Nakajima. Takuto Nakajima extended his hand and picked up the notebook that Toda Kyoji had thrown on the table. Then, after seeing the previous content, a clear expression of surprise appeared on his face. Blame shifting. Was it Akaikawa who blamed Nishihara? How is this possible? What's wrong with you, so surprised? Kyoji Toda noticed Takuto Nakajima's strange reaction and asked. Well, Akaikawa Kyujuki is the victim of the car accident from half a year ago. Takuto Nakajima thought for a moment before speaking slowly. Chapter 67, Doubt Nakajima Takuto couldn't hide the expression of surprise on his face. He thought it was a severe murder case. Unexpectedly, this case actually involved Akaikawa Kyujuki, a man who had once taught him a painful lesson. Nakajima Takuto looked at the recorded confession of Koichi Nishihara and felt that the image of Akaikawa Kyujuki depicted there was completely different from the child in his memory. Is Nishihara's confession credible? He said that after Akaikawa was framed, he shifted the blame back onto him. Let's not forget, with Akaikawa's mental age, it's impossible for him to do such a thing. I simply can't understand Akaikawa's motivation for such actions. It's ungrateful, and isn't he afraid of being discovered? Nakajima Takuto's tone was filled with disbelief. 50%. But I don't think Nishihara has any reason to lie. Kyoji Toda lit a cigarette, took a puff, and spoke slowly. Then wouldn't it be better if Nishihara repeated this in front of the camera? With his confession, we could apply for a search warrant. Before Nakajima Takuto could finish, Kyoji Toda waved his hand impatiently. Are you stupid? Even if it's true, do you have any evidence? Let me ask you, do you believe Akaikawa could break an adult's jaw? No, it's impossible. 6 months ago, he was as thin as a bamboo stick and looked like he'd snap if you bent him slightly. How could he be that strong? Then where did the reaction to life around the victim's severed tongue and mouth come from? According to Nishihara, Asugi Misaki was already dead at that time. And there are discrepancies in the time of the victim's murder. As long as this kind of thing isn't discovered at the scene, it'll be impossible to reverse the case later. Are you saying Saihara is lying? Nakajima Takuto asked. Do you know why I said I'm only 50% sure? Kyoji Toda looked at Nakajima Takuto and asked. Based on my intuition as a criminal detective for so many years, I'm 90% certain that Koichi Nishihara genuinely let his guard down and confessed the truth to me. But facts are not the same as the truth. Because Nishihara Koichi hates Akaikawa, his assumptions might be seriously biased. As you said, Akaikawa doesn't have the means to commit a crime, and for now, we can't figure out his method of committing a crime. This reduces the certainty to 50%. But if that 50% possibility turns out to be true, then Akaikawa is a criminal genius, so much so that even detectives can't uncover it. However, Akaikawa's greatest contribution to me is that Koichi Nishihara personally confessed to committing murder. Kyoji Toda thought of Koichi Nishihara, and a sarcastic smile once again appeared on his face. So, this. Nakajima Takuto was speechless and couldn't understand Toda Kyoji's intentions for a moment. At first, I thought Nishihara might be lying, but since you said Akaikawa was also a victim in the last car accident, it's quite a coincidence. Detectives are indeed very capable, but they focus too much on human nature and evidence, allowing many criminals to escape justice. In my case, once it's confirmed that someone is a criminal, there's no need to treat them like a human being, and I won't give them the opportunity to harm others. Kyoji Toda flicked the cigarette in his hand, exhaling a column of white smoke. "Oh, by the way, help me get the file for the car accident case from Officer Sato. I heard the case is still open?" "Yes." After reviewing the footage at the highway entrance and exit, they found too many motorcyclists matching the prisoner's description in Akaikawa's confession, making it difficult for the police to locate the culprit. Or is he making it up? Deliberately using the most generic image of a motorcyclist to mislead the police. "I don't know much about the follow-up to that case, but I heard all the evidence at the time suggested a third party committed the crime," Nakajima Takuto said. "Go get the case file first. If I think there's nothing wrong with Akaikawa after reading it, then we'll let it go. But if there's an issue, it's very simple. Wouldn't you know better if you asked him directly?" Nakajima Takuto couldn't help but shudder when he saw the smile on Kyoji Toda's face. "I always feel Mr. Akaikawa looks much more proportionate now than when we first met. Although he still looks a bit thin, I still need to add some padding to the clothes to make it appear normal." In the dressing room of the Empire Theater, Agent Takura Misaki was chatting non-stop with Akaikawa Kyug. It had been a month since the premiere of the latest play, The Lost Lady, The Voice of the Dead. Due to an actor in a minor supporting role being suspected of murder, and another minor supporting actor being injured, the play had to be postponed. Originally, Danny Hecker, played by Koichi Nishihara, was recast by director Mind Takemura, and rehearsals continued while Akaikawa Kyajuk recovered from his injury. Akaikawa Kyajuk returned to the Empire Theater a week ago to participate in rehearsals. And today was the day The Lost Lady, The Voice of the Dead resumed its performances at the Empire Theater. Itakura Misaki stood in front of Akaikawa Kyug. Seeing the scars exposed under his lifted bangs, her face showed deep regret. "Oh, it's a pity Mr. Akaikawa has such a delicate face and still has scars. Anyway, the scar is on my forehead. You can't usually see it with the bangs down, so it's not a problem." Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't mind the scar on his forehead much. Besides, with today's level of cosmetic surgery, isn't it easy to conceal scars like this? But cosmetic surgery is so expensive. "Mr. Akaikawa, you haven't even finished your first job yet." "I'm not short on money. I just don't think it's necessary." How irritating. Just as Itakura Misaki was chatting with Akaikawa Kyajuk, she suddenly heard him say, "By the way, the show will start soon. Don't you need to go to the auditorium, Miss Itakura?" "Well, I'm just a bit worried Mr. Akaikawa might get attacked by someone again." "How could that be possible? Do I have the kind of constitution that gets me killed?" "That's true." Itakura Misaki gave an awkward smile. Then, after glancing at the makeup artist still working diligently, she whispered, "By the way, has Mr. Akaikawa seen today's news?" "What happened?" "The news just broke that Mr. Nishihara attacked a police officer in the interrogation room at the Metropolitan Police Department the day after his arrest." "Oh?" This was the first time Akaikawa Kyajuk had heard of this. Indeed, a bad guy like him is rotten to the core. Not only did he commit murder, but he also tortured the victim. He showed no remorse even after being taken to the Metropolitan Police Department, and even tried to attack the police. This kind of person truly deserves the death penalty. Itakura Misaki said viciously. Although she wasn't a victim, she still despised Koichi Nishihara. "Alright, if you don't leave now, the show will really begin," Akaikawa Kyajuk chuckled and reminded the indignant agent. "Ah, yes. I'm going. Good luck, Mr. Akaikawa." After checking the time, Itakura Misaki hurriedly left the dressing room. Shortly after her departure, the makeup artist also finished and left, closing the door behind them. Akaikawa Kyajuk slowly opened his eyes. Only Akaikawa Kyajuk knew. The media reports on Koichi Nishihara's crimes only mentioned the murder. And Koichi Nishihara's behavior of attacking the police didn't match his image. Indeed, the inside of the Metropolitan Police Department isn't as clean as people think. Akaikawa Kyajuk looked at the news on his phone and thought to himself. Chapter 68, I don't care if the other person is a cop. Mori Ran, Mori Kogoro, Suzuki Sanogo, Saramas Yumi, and Conan arrived at the Empire Theater just like a month ago. They were ready to finish the play they couldn't watch the last time. This is so frustrating. We were just getting to the exciting part last time, and then it got interrupted. Do you know how I spent this month? I had to resist the temptation every day not to look up spoilers online. Suzuki Sanogo, the second daughter of the Suzuki Consortium, held her head and howled in frustration. There was nothing we could do about it. After all, there was a murder. Mori Ran gently consoled the irritated Suzuki Sanogo. Speaking of which, it turned out Nishihara was the killer. I used to like him before and thought he was really handsome. Suzuki Sanogo thought about Koichi Nishihara, the man she had once been obsessed with, but now she only felt disgusted. Sanogo, is there ever a time you don't like a handsome guy? Conan couldn't help but complain silently. By the way, I saw the news today. Not only did Nishihara murder and deliberately torture the victims, but he even tried to attack the police the day after his arrest and was subdued by the police. Mori ran, Conan, and Saramis Yumi exclaimed in unison after hearing Suzuki Sanoko's words. It's not surprising for someone like him. That bastard even tried to frame Yoko-chan. Mori Kogoro showed no surprise upon hearing Suzuki Sanoko's words. On the contrary, he looked disgusted as he recalled the scene where Koichi Nishihara accused Okino Yoko of being the mastermind behind the murder backstage at the Empire Theater. By the way, what kind of sentence will Nishihara get? Suzuki Sanoko asked curiously. Well, Nishihara committed an extreme crime, and with his bad attitude in admitting guilt, the punishment won't be light. Since Mori Ran's mother, Ireki Saki, was a well-known lawyer nicknamed the Queen of the Court, Ran had some legal knowledge. Combined with the attack on the police, I'm afraid the sentence will only increase indefinitely, with no chance of parole for such extreme crimes. Mori Ran speculated. Indefinitely? Doesn't that mean the death penalty? Suzuki Sanoko was shocked. That being said, it usually takes at least 7 or 8 years from the first trial to the execution of a death sentence, and in many cases, it can take more than 10 years. After all, most prisoners will repeatedly appeal. After going through various stages of review and approval, the case has to be presented to the Minister of Justice for signing, which takes a long time. Damn, doesn't that give him room to breathe? Mori Ran and the annoyed Suzuki Sanoko engaged in a heated conversation on the sidelines about Nishihara Koichi's verdict. Saramis Yumi, standing nearby, softly remarked, although Nishihara is indeed a very bad criminal, could he really attack a police officer? Saramis Yumi wasn't questioning Koichi Nishihara's behavior of attacking a police officer based on the image she had of him. Instead, she doubted the feasibility of such an attack. When Conan heard Suzuki Sanoko's words, he took out his phone and looked up relevant reports. The report only states that Nishihara attempted to attack the police the day after his arrest and was subdued by a criminal investigator. But it doesn't specify the exact situation. Conan searched 2 or 3 reports and found that the content was similar, so he turned off his phone screen. I find it a bit strange too. Since it was the second day after his arrest, Nishihara should still have been in the interrogation phase. Nishihara Koichi had already committed an extreme crime, and with his poor attitude in admitting guilt, he must have been secured to a chair or interrogation table. It seems unlikely that he'd have the opportunity to attack a police officer. Speaking of which, kid, do you remember Officer Nakajima from 6 months ago? That person tried to coerce a confession out of a Kaikawa and failed. Saramis Yumi recalled seeing Takuta Nakajima grabbing Kyajuka Kaikawa in the hospital, shouting at him to confess. Yeah. Conan nodded. His attempt to force a Kaikawa to confess didn't seem like a spontaneous act. Someone must have instructed him to do it. Also, do you remember, Sara? At that time, Officer Nakajima's actions of forcing a Kaikawa, who was suffering from liver dysfunction and couldn't eat, to consume a large amount of food angered Officer Sato, but Nakajima didn't receive direct punishment from her. Conan said. True. I remember Officer Sato said to let Nakajima report the incident to Officer Toda. Sara's memory was sharp. Officer Nakajima is just an inspector, while Officer Sato is an assistant police inspector, 2 ranks above him. Yet, Officer Sato asked Nakajima to report to an officer named Toda, meaning Sato wasn't Nakajima's direct superior. It seems Officer Toda is at least of the same rank as Officer Sato or a higher-ranking criminal investigator. And Officer Nakajima's behavior of extracting and coercing confessions was likely under Officer Toda's orders. Conan analyzed. There's a high chance that a group of criminal investigators in the 3rd Division of the 1st Criminal Investigation Section doesn't hesitate to use inhumane tactics on suspects. Combined with the fact that Nishihara, who shouldn't have had the opportunity to attack the police, actually did so, I'm afraid. Conan didn't finish his sentence. After all, in his mind, the police should represent justice and fairness, not the negative image he envisioned in his conspiracy theories. Crack suddenly, the sound of knuckles cracking could be heard. Conan turned toward the sound and saw Saramis Yumi narrowing her eyes. That crisp sound came from her clenched fists. Seeing Saramis Yumi's reaction, Conan was stunned. Although Saramis Yumi usually had a good temperament, she was, after all, a Jeet Kune Do master whose combat skills far surpassed his childhood friend Mori Ran. Not to mention ordinary people, trained criminal investigators would likely struggle to defeat Saramis Yumi. Hey, Ms. Sara, I'm just sharing my hypothesis. That doesn't mean my reasoning is correct. Seeing Saramis Yumi's pure yet slightly menacing demeanor, Conan was genuinely afraid that the tomboy might suddenly lose her cool. I know, but if I find out that such things really exist, I won't care if the person is a police officer. Conan couldn't help but twitch his lips when he saw the clear smile on Saramis Yumi's pure, delicate face. Chapter 69, Otanisi. Soon, the announcement that the play was about to begin was heard again, and the Empire Theater entered the stage of dimming the lights. Suzuki Sanoko and the others, who had been chatting, closed their mouths and quickly focused their attention on the stage. The curtain slowly rose. The familiar scene and the well-known blonde detective, Miss Quinn, appeared once again before all the audience. In this public showing of The Lost Lady, Voice of the Dead, more than 80% of the audience were attendees from the first day's performance a month ago. Although they had already seen the opening scenes of the play, most of the audience still enjoyed the performance attentively. In fact, it was precisely because of their high expectations for this play that they were willing to come back to the Empire Theater to watch the performance again after a month. Yoko Okino's performance was as magnificent as ever. To many viewers, Yoko Okino's already perfect performance from over a month ago seemed even better today. It wasn't just Yoko Okino. The other actors in this play had not let their performances dull despite the month-long hiatus and the previous unexpected events. On the contrary, the extra rehearsal time had allowed them to become even more familiar with their coordination. The performances of the first 3 acts concluded swiftly. Then, in the 4th act, they reached the scene where Danny Hecker, originally played by Koichi Nishihara, appeared. After Koichi Nishihara was arrested for murder, director Takemura brought in a friend to play the role of socialite Danny Hecker. Although this friend of Takemura was not as famous as Koichi Nishihara, who had debuted as a child star, his theatrical experience made his stage acting skills much better than Nishihara's. This new Danny Hecker skillfully portrayed the transformation of a socialite both during and after work, the reluctance while at work, and the gradual return of vitality and energy while unwinding with a drink at a bistro after work. This captivated many in the audience, drawing them quickly into this character. Now that I think about it, Nishihara could only deliver such lively and cheerful performances because he had actually committed murder. It's so disgusting. As the 4th act concluded, Suzuki Sanoko covered her mouth and whispered in Mori Ran's ear. Mori Ran didn't look at Suzuki Sanoko but nodded silently. "What's wrong, Ran-chan? You seem a little off." Suzuki Sanoko noticed a subtle shift in Mori Ran's demeanor. Normally, her friend would enthusiastically agree with her. "I just feel a little uneasy," Mori Ran murmured as she placed her hand over her chest. "Eh? Why?" "Because. Isn't the actor appearing in the 5th act the victim of the last murder? I heard this play was his first work as an artist. Who would have thought he'd experience something like that?" "Yeah, I heard Nishihara attacked him with the intent to kill. That's bound to leave some psychological scars." As Suzuki Sanoko listened to Mori Ran, she started to grow concerned as well. This is the debut performance of Shinichi's father's play. What happened last time has already greatly affected its reputation. It's only been a month, and the actor must have only recently recovered from his injuries, with little time to rehearse. "Well, Ran-chan, you do have a point." Suzuki Sanoko's worry deepened after hearing Mori Ran's reasoning. The actors' performances in the first 4 acts had been much better than they were a month ago. Because of this, any flaws in the 5th act would stand out even more in contrast. Apparently, many in the audience shared Mori Ran's concerns. The better the earlier performances, the more nervous everyone became about the execution of the 5th act. "It seems everyone is worried about Akaikawa's performance," Saramis Yumi whispered to Conan. During this intermission, the chatter is much quieter than it was previously. "Yeah, after all, Akaikawa is just a new artist. He was injured and nearly died," Conan nodded. The intermission after the 4th act finally ended. The already slightly tense atmosphere in the theater became even heavier as the curtain rose again. If there were any flaws in the performance, it would ruin the excellent work of the previous actors. This should have been Akaikawa Kyajuke's greatest concern, as the main actor of this scene. But the audience seemed far more anxious than the actors themselves. As the curtain opened, a classroom with a British atmosphere from the late 19th and early 20th centuries was revealed on stage. Several young girls in school uniforms sat in the classroom, chatting cheerfully about trivial matters in life. The tense air in the theater wasn't teased by the youthful vibe emanating from the girls. After all, everyone knew the protagonist hadn't appeared yet. About half a minute later, the classroom door suddenly creaked open as someone reached in from outside and pushed it. A student stepped into the classroom. "Good morning, everyone," a clear voice, slightly green but brimming with youthful energy, rang out. Thousands of breathless eyes immediately fixed on the classroom door. The lone actor wearing a British school uniform with uniquely brown hair was now center stage. When the audience saw the high school student Kodanisi enter the classroom with a natural, cheerful smile and greet the other students, it felt as if the light around him had grown slightly brighter. "Good morning, class president." "Morning, president." The girls chatting in the classroom shifted their attention to Kodanisi, Their conversations instantly replaced with cheerful greetings that filled the theater. Any other actor portraying this section might have made the audience think of Seotani, the protagonist, as overly charming. But with Akaikawa Kyajuk, no one felt he was frivolous. It wasn't just because of Akaikawa Kyajuk's outstanding appearance. The audience subconsciously felt that such attention to him was natural. From the moment Akaikawa Kyajuk stepped on stage, his overwhelming presence made it impossible to look away, and his aura infected the audience with a shared sense of joy. Conan, Saramis Yumi, and Misaki Itakura, seated in the last row, all found themselves instinctively gaping at the high schooler Otanisi on stage, who was completely different from the somber Kyajuk Akaikawa they remembered. Mori clasped her hands over her slightly open mouth in surprise. Next to her, Suzuki Sanoko's eyes sparkled as her face radiated admiration, completely captivated by Otanisi on stage. It wasn't that the stage lights had grown brighter. But from the moment Otanisi appeared, everyone around him seemed to fade into the background. No one had any lingering doubts or worries about the fifth act's execution. With just a few words and simple actions after his entrance, Akaikawa Kyajuk had immersed the audience in his performance. Chapter 70, Immersion. From the moment Seotani, played by Akaikawa Kyajuk, entered the classroom, the topics discussed by the students noticeably shifted. What had started as trivial and irrelevant everyday chatter invariably turned into discussions related to Seotani. The cheerful students began talking to Kotanisi, while the introverted ones quietly watched and listened to him. As Kotanisi went about his tasks, he responded one by one to the topics his classmates brought up. At the same time, he didn't neglect the quieter students. In the midst of the conversation, he skillfully brought up topics to engage them as well. It was clear to everyone that Seotani, known as the class leader, was undoubtedly the center of the group. In just a few minutes of classroom scenes, Seotani's popularity as a character had been firmly etched into the hearts of the audience. After school ended, Seotani, a second-year high school student, left the school building. On his way home, many students from other classes greeted him as they passed. Then the scene shifted again. This time, the stage displayed an apartment that looked old and dilapidated. The yellowed walls and worn-out furniture made it clear that the living conditions of the residents were far from ideal. In the center of the room was a little girl, seemingly a primary school student, sitting by a rickety table and doing her homework in the light streaming from the window. Her clothes had obviously been washed countless times, with the colors and patterns now faded and blurred. Big brother should be back soon, the little girl murmured softly to herself, occasionally glancing toward the door. At this moment, the audience realized that this was Seotani's home. Many in the audience hadn't anticipated this. The seemingly glamorous Kotanisi at school was, in fact, living in such challenging circumstances at home. This realization brought new concerns to the audience. Would Akaikawa Kyujuk's striking presence and expressive acting make Seotani seem out of place in his impoverished surroundings? The sound of a key turning in the door echoed from the speakers. The little girl, hearing this, lit up with joy, her face radiating happiness. She jumped from her chair and ran toward the entrance. "Big brother!" she called out gleefully. The door opened, and she leaped into the arms of Seotani, who had just arrived home. Kotanisi hugged his sister with one arm and gently patted her head with the other, his expression full of tenderness. Once again, Seotani, played by Akaikawa Kyujuk, appeared before the audience. As they watched Kotanisi holding his sister and tenderly patting her head, the audience collectively felt that this was no star, but an ordinary older brother deeply loved and cherished by his sister. The makeup and appearance of Akaikawa Kyujuk remained the same as in the school scene. His features were still as flawless as a piece of art. But something was different. The radiant, diamond-like aura of Seotani had vanished, completely blending into the modest surroundings of his home. At home, Kotani removed his school uniform, donned an apron, and began cooking. When dinner was nearly ready, another woman, middle-aged and slightly frail-looking, entered the apartment. Through Seotani and his sister addressing her, the audience learned that this was their mother. Once the meal was prepared, the three sat down to eat together. Despite their poor living conditions, the atmosphere during the family meal was harmonious and warm. The little sister shared her dream of becoming a doctor and helping patients in the future. The mother mentioned that in 2 more years, they could save enough money to move into a better apartment. Kotanisi himself expressed confidence in securing a scholarship to a national university, ensuring he could study for free. He promised that after graduating, he would make life better for his mother and sister. The happy atmosphere during the meal, paired with the proud look on Seotani's mother's face as she spoke about her son, made it clear to the audience, Kotanisi was not just the pride of his school but also the heart of his family. The family dinner scene ended, and what followed was heart-wrenching. Seotani was found dead in his room. His terrified mother screamed and called the police. After a preliminary investigation, the police concluded that C had taken his own life. However, both his mother and sister vehemently rejected this conclusion. How could C, who had been planning a better future just last night, commit suicide? The police, sensing something amiss, couldn't find any leads. Left with no other choice, they turned to Detective Quinn, who happened to be in town. The audience was moved to tears as they watched C's mother and sister sobbing, desperately explaining to the police and detectives how extraordinary and lovable C. Otani had been. Although C. Otani appeared alive in only 2 scenes, the audience had fallen in love with his character in such a short amount of time. As a result, C. Otani's death left a much deeper impact on the audience than the previous 2 deaths in the play. Detective Quinn, played by Yoko Okano, resumed her investigation. On the 4th day after C. Otani's death, his grieving mother received a handwritten letter from him, sent 2 days earlier. At this point, the police in the play realized something shocking. Like the previous 2 cases, this was a serial murder. The 5th act ended with Detective Quinn uncovering the mystery behind C. Otani's death and beginning to investigate the conspiracy of the deceased victim's posthumous letters. As the curtain slowly fell, marking the end of the 5th act, the audience erupted into the most passionate discussion since the start of the play. Some speculated about the killer's methods. Others cursed the murderer for taking the life of someone as outstanding as C. Otani, believing the culprit to be an antisocial psychopath. After a long period of discussion, the audience was collectively stunned. What they had previously worried about, whether a Kaikawa Kyajuke's star-like presence would clash with the humble setting of C's home, had been completely forgotten. They had been entirely immersed in the story. Chapter 71, a successful ending. As more and more spectators realized this, the audience's discussion quickly shifted from the play to a Kaikawa Kyajuke, the actor portraying C. Otani. The best proof was that they were so immersed in the performance that they completely forgot to judge a Kaikawa Kyajuke's acting skills. This demonstrated that a Kaikawa Kyajuke's performance was seamlessly integrated with the storyline. Whether it was as the popular and brilliant monitor at school, or as the older brother carrying the future of his family on his shoulders, a Kaikawa Kyajuke perfectly brought each role to life. Ran. The actor playing C. Otani is so handsome. Did you see him? Suzuki Sanoko turned to Mori Ran beside her with sparkling eyes, her entire being in a state of extreme excitement. And to think you were worried that someone would ruin your father-in-law's play. That was completely unnecessary. What? Mori Kogoro, overhearing Sanoko's comment, let out a loud questioning sound. Mori Ran and Conan both blushed at the same time. Anyway, that actor did a fantastic job. Realizing she might have said too much, Suzuki Sanoko was briefly embarrassed but stubbornly continued the topic. He's not just handsome, his acting skills are incredible too. I'm going to become obsessed with him. Sanoko, isn't that bad? You already have Kigaku-san, Mori Ran reminded the love-struck Sanoko beside her. No, this is an investment. Ran, don't you think this is the actor's first play as C. Otani? Then, if I start following him now, wouldn't that be a sure investment? He might become a major star in the future. I have a feeling he'll definitely get popular. Don't you agree, Ran? Well, his acting skills are much better than I expected, Mori Ran gave a fair evaluation. Elsewhere, hearing Suzuki Sanoko's overly excited voice, Saramis Yumi couldn't help nudging Conan with her elbow. Hey, kid, don't you think a Kaikawa's acting skills are too good? Actually, they're beyond my expectations, Conan replied in a deep tone, having just recovered from the shock of a Kaikawa Kyajuke's performance. At first, I thought he got this role because of Miss Yoko's connections, but I didn't expect his acting to be this good, Saramis Yumi sighed. If his acting skills were poor, how could he have beaten Saihara during the audition? That's an actor who started as a child star, Conan noted with resignation. Exactly. If a Kaikawa's acting wasn't better than Nishihara's, it wouldn't have made Nishihara jealous enough to want to harm him, Saramis Yumi added. After 5 seconds of silence, she continued, still, something feels off. Considering a Kaikawa's past experiences, how could he have such remarkable acting skills? Could it really be, as you said, that one can perfect such skills just by watching DVDs? Besides, if his acting skills are really that extraordinary, wouldn't that mean that when he acts in front of us, we're unlikely to notice it? Maybe it's more fitting to attribute this to talent. Look at his sister, who's been in the entertainment industry for just a few years and has already become so popular. It's clear she has a lot of talent for acting. Perhaps a Kaikawa inherited the same talent. Conan speculated. I've never heard of acting talent being hereditary. Saramis Yumi retorted, clearly unwilling to accept Conan's explanation. Well, Ms. Sara, you can see my acting skills are so good because I inherited them from my mother, Conan joked. Saramis Yumi stared blankly at Conan, who looked rather smug. As it turned out, Conan wasn't joking. He seemed to genuinely believe his acting was outstanding. Feeling slightly embarrassed under Yumi's gaze, Conan sighed after a moment and slowly said, "Ms. Sara, I know what you mean. But in this case, it's most reasonable to attribute Akaikawa's performance to extraordinary talent. Because if we don't consider his acting skills as innate, countless unexplainable questions will arise." Conan paused before continuing. "As you mentioned, Akaikawa's exposure to society was limited to elementary school, and he spent the rest of his time at home. How could he develop such phenomenal acting skills? And if he has such skills, wouldn't that suggest he actually has extensive life experience and isn't as naive as we assumed? In that case, is it possible that the Akaikawa we've seen so far has been deliberately crafted using his acting abilities? But how could Akaikawa have been under house arrest by his mother for so long? Did he lie to the police and to us? Wait a minute. There's no way to explain all of this clearly, is there?" Conan glanced at Yumi, who was equally contemplative. "Kid, you're right. In the car accident case, Akaikawa's behavior of overdosing on sleeping pills contradicts our theory that he killed Mrs. Ryoko and then committed suicide. Hence, it's more reasonable to consider a third party committed the crime. But as you analyzed earlier, there might be another side to Akaikawa that lingers in my mind. Don't you think Akaikawa revealing his acting skills so openly could be a sign of extreme arrogance?" Yumi questioned rhetorically. "In other words, Akaikawa simply has immense acting talent, but mentally, he's still a child and never considered that we'd suspect him if his exceptional acting was revealed. Since there's already too much evidence refuting your claim, Ms. Sara, I think clinging blindly to conspiracy theories is misguided." Conan and Yumi each held their own views, and their discussions remained at an impasse until the beginning of the next scene. The detective Quinn successfully uncovered the conspiracy behind the voice of the dead and apprehended the true culprit. Finally, all the actors in the play gathered together on stage for the curtain call. Amid the warm applause of over 1,800 spectators, the first day of the theatrical production The Lost Lady, Voice of the Dead concluded successfully. Empire Theater, backstage bang. Bang. With two loud bangs, countless colored confetti and ribbons burst out from the small salute cannons held by the play's director, Takemura Mine, and the assistant director. They rained down over the actors' heads. Perfect? Everyone did an amazing job on the first day of the performance. Thank you all for your hard work. Director Takemura Mine offered his sincerest applause and encouragement to the theater actors present. Initially, he had been concerned about whether everyone's mindset would be affected by what happened a month ago. But as far as the results showed, the performance was even more flawless than it had been a month earlier. Anyway, there are still 6 days left, so keep up the good work. Got it. All the actors responded in unison. The run of The Lost Lady, Voice of the Dead was originally planned to last 2 weeks. However, due to an unexpected incident a month ago, the performances had been reduced to 7 days. After the live run, the play would be adapted into a film for fans across the country to enjoy. Akaikawa-kun, you're heading back to the office with Miss Itakura later, right? Let's head back together. I happen to need to return for some work as well, said Okanoyoko's voice suddenly. Upon hearing this, the surrounding performers cast envious glances at Akaikawa-kyuk. What a blessing it was to get to ride with Miss Yoko. All right, thank you, Miss Yoko. Akaikawa-kyuk nodded softly to Okanoyoko and then returned to his dressing room to prepare for makeup removal. However, just as Akaikawa-kyuk sat down in front of the makeup artist, the door opened from the outside. Through it came Agent Itakura Misaki, her eyes red with emotion as she rushed in. Mr. Akaikawa. That was incredible. This performance was absolutely perfect. I couldn't contain myself until now. Taking this role was truly the best decision. Your performance and Miss Yoko's were exceptional. Itakura Misaki exclaimed with immense emotion, unable to hold back her tears at the end. By the way, Miss Yoko mentioned she'll take us back to the office later. Really? That's wonderful. This is such great news. Hearing this, Misaki Itakura's previous tears turned into excitement as her face lit up. After ensuring her mood had stabilized, Akaikawa-kyuk closed his eyes, letting the makeup artist begin removing his stage makeup. Meanwhile, Itakura Misaki began replaying scenes from the play in her mind. Her expression resembled that of a high school girl who had just seen a breathtaking film and couldn't stop discussing its highlights with friends. Just as Misaki Itakura was getting excited, her phone suddenly rang. Excuse me, I need to take this call, she said, stepping out of the dressing room. 4 or 5 minutes later, she re-entered, her cheeks flushed with joy. Mr. Akaikawa. Mr. Akaikawa. I have great news. You know about the film festival happening in Minato Ward in 10 days, right? This festival will feature many renowned actors, directors, and producers from the industry. Originally, our cafe booth didn't qualify for the event at all, it wasn't even something we could dream of. But Itakura Misaki paused deliberately, letting the suspense build for a few seconds before raising her voice. The second daughter of the Suzuki Foundation was in the audience on this first day. She was deeply impressed by your performance, Mr. Akaikawa, and wants to invite you to the opening ceremony and dinner at the film festival. The Suzuki Foundation is the primary investor in this festival. So, you could say this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Outside the Empire Theater, Nakajima Takuto sat in the driver's seat of a black Toyota Crown, watching the bustling crowd of theatergoers leaving the venue. Suddenly, a knock sound came from the glass, prompting him to unlock the car after seeing who it was. The rear door opened, and a man entered. It was Nakajima Takuto's immediate superior, Toda Kyoji, the deputy chief of police. As the car began to move toward the Tokyo Metropolitan Police headquarters, the silence was broken. So, how was it? That Akaikawa kid did a pretty decent job, Kyoji Toda remarked with a smile as he gazed out the window at the fleeting cityscape. Chapter 72, Sora is pure Chiyodaku, Tokyo. Empire Theater. Today is the 7th and final day of the play The Lost Lady, The Voice of the Dead. In today's era of advanced internet, you can take out your phone and watch videos anytime and anywhere. Compared to other entertainment activities popular among the general public, theatrical plays are undoubtedly more niche. However, the presence of Yoko Okano, Japan's most famous actress, brought significant anticipation to this play, adapted from the famous novelist Kuto Yusaku's novel of the same name, when it was announced. The murder that occurred at the Empire Theater a month ago forced the production to shorten its run. Today marks the final performance, and the audience in the Empire Hall is as full as ever. With the seamless cooperation of Yoko Okano and many other actors and staff, the plot progressed smoothly, scene by scene. When the student Sikotani appeared in the fifth act, the atmosphere in the Imperial Theater's auditorium noticeably shifted. Gasps of surprise echoed through the hall. In no time, many people found themselves captivated by the high school student Sikotani, who had just made her entrance. Akaikawa Kyajuk, playing Sikotani, captured the audience's hearts with his vibrant and energetic stage presence. In just 2 scenes, he quickly earned the admiration of nearly the entire audience. An hour passed. Amid the applause of the audience, the final performance of The Lost Lady, The Voice of the Dead concluded successfully. The audience left the Empire Theater auditorium, discussing the actors' performances. However, sitting among the audience was a figure dressed in a dark hoodie, unmoving as the crowd exited. The individual sat still with arms crossed. Under her short, wavy black hair, a pair of striking green eyes stared intently at the empty stage. It was as though she was still immersed in the performance of the play. As most of the audience left, a janitor entered to begin cleaning. Noticing Suramasumi still seated, the janitor assumed she had accidentally fallen asleep during the performance and gently patted her shoulder. Suramasumi suddenly stood up, pulled out a dark blue hat, placed it on her head, and exited without a word. "So cool," the janitor murmured as her gaze slowly followed Sura's pure and delicate features. After leaving the Empire Theater auditorium, Suramasumi let out a sigh. She adjusted the brim of her hat to cover her cheeks slightly, then lowered her head and walked out. This was her second time seeing this play. But unlike most of the audience who simply came to enjoy the show, Masumi Sura attended to reassess the acting skills of Kyajuk Akaikawa, who played Sikotani. "I can't believe that in just 7 days, he's already made a name for himself." Suramasumi noticed something. The proportion of young female audience members today was much higher than on the play's opening day. When Akaikawa Kyajuk appeared on stage in the fifth act, many women in the audience gasped and cheered with excitement. Suramasumi could clearly see the difference. Unlike the hesitant and skeptical reactions of the opening night audience, today's female audience seemed already aware of Akaikawa Kyajuk's impact on stage. However, his performance exceeded their expectations, leaving them utterly amazed. In Sura's judgment, they likely learned through social media and other platforms that the play featured a handsome actor like Akaikawa Kyajuk, prompting them to attend. Suramasumi had previously discussed Kyajuk Akaikawa's acting skills with Conan. But Conan insisted that Kyajuk Akaikawa's abilities stemmed from talent, not acquired skills. Rationally, Sura could understand Conan's perspective, but emotionally, she found it hard to accept. She couldn't believe that someone so young and inexperienced in life and society could deliver such dazzling performances in such a short time. Thus, on the play's final day, Suramasumi returned to the Empire Theater to watch Kyajuk Akaikawa perform once again. Her lingering interest in Akaikawa Kyajuk wasn't just about his acting. It was also tied to the unresolved car accident case from earlier. After seeing Kyajuk Akaikawa perform again, Suramasumi's doubts did not diminish. On the contrary, They only deepened. Something still feels off. Officer Takagi said earlier that Miss Hueco and Akaikawa's mother and son haven't been in contact for many years. But after Akaikawa freed himself from his mother's control, he immediately sought out Miss Hueco. If the image Akaikawa presented before was all an act, could it really be true, as Conan analyzed, that he's extraordinarily skilled in observation, analysis, and acting? Oh, I really want to see the accident case file again. It's a shame Officer Sato ordered me not to interfere further. As Yumi wrestled with her thoughts, a loud thud echoed nearby. This was followed by several screams. She quickly turned her head. A man's body lay on the ground. Yumi interrupted her thoughts and hurried over to the man. By then, the building's security personnel were rushing to the scene. At first, they attempted to stop Yumi. However, when they saw her don white gloves, the reprimands caught in their throats. This handsome young man seemed highly professional. Yumi gently checked the man's pulse, listened to his heartbeat on the left side of his chest, and examined his pupils. Then, standing amid the gathering crowd of panicked onlookers, she shook her head. I saw him fall from above. It must have been a suicide, right? A pale-faced woman trembled as she spoke. The fractured skull, broken neck bones, and caved-in face are consistent with signs of death from a fall. However, this is not a suicide, it's undoubtedly a homicide. Yumi pulled out her phone and began calling the police. Chapter 73, Hello, Mr. Akaikawa. The high school detective Miss Yumi Sura assisted the Metropolitan Police Department in solving the Chiyoda District falling case. The killer was successfully captured yesterday. His true identity turned out to be the deceased's college classmate. According to the killer's description, they had been part of the same university club. The Minato Film Festival will hold its opening ceremony today at 1:00 p.m. Mr. Jirakuchi Suzuki stated that this will be the most important film festival ever held in Japan. The Minato Film Festival lasts for 10 days. Will this festival be able to break previous attendance records for domestic and international visitors? Let's wait and see. Inside a moving taxi, the radio buzzed with the latest news. In the back seat of the taxi, the artist Akaikawa Kyujuku turned to look out the window while his manager, Misaki Itakura, scrolled through her phone. Today was the 4th day since the performance of the play The Lost Lady, The Voice of the Dead. Akaikawa Kyujuku and Misaki Itakura had been invited to attend the opening ceremony of this reversed and grand film festival organized by the Suzuki Foundation. From the moment she received the invitation 10 days ago, Misaki Itakura had been marveling at how lucky she and Akaikawa Kyujuku were. It turned out that after just starring in a play, they received an invitation to such a significant event. For today's film festival opening ceremony and evening dinner, Misaki Itakura had specially taken Akaikawa Kyujuku to customize a rather expensive suit. She hoped that Akaikawa Kyujuku could take advantage of this opportunity. If he managed to gain recognition from some well-known directors, he might land excellent roles in the future. Wow, I feel a little dizzy. There are so many important figures attending this time, it's really overwhelming, Misaki Itakura suddenly exclaimed, covering her eyes and reclining in the car seat. It was unclear whether she felt nauseated from using her phone during the ride or overwhelmed by the sheer number of industry leaders listed as guests at the festival. Speaking of which, Mr. Akaikawa, you must be quite wealthy. You bought a suit worth hundreds of thousands of yen without even batting an eye. That's incredible, Misaki Itakura sighed, her curiosity piqued. She couldn't help but wonder to herself, was Akaikawa Kyujuku this wealthy thanks to Okino Yoko? Fortunately so. After all, Miss Itakura, you mentioned that this time we should dress more formally, Akaikawa Kyujuku responded calmly. That's amazing, Misaki Itakura sighed again. Speaking of which, Mr. Akaikawa seems to live in Shibuya. You only need to walk to the company every day. That's right. It must be nice to have money. By the way, what do you usually do during your days off? After the play, Akaikawa Kyujuku had taken a brief 2-day break. Beyond relieving Akaikawa Kyujuku of exhaustion from completing his first work, it was meant to recharge him so he could be in peak condition for today's opening ceremony and dinner, filled with prominent figures. I visited an electronics store for a while and then stayed home. Wow, Mr. Akaikawa really likes visiting electronics stores. What did you buy? Misaki Itakura, originally a programmer who studied computer-related fields in university, was quite interested in computer accessories and innovative electronics. She didn't expect Akaikawa Kyujuku to also enjoy electronics stores. While she eagerly anticipated him discussing the latest popular smart appliances, she heard Akaikawa Kyujuku reply slowly, a camera. Misaki Itakura? She hadn't expected such a mundane answer. People usually buy cameras for 2 reasons: 1, to connect to a computer for video chats. 2, for business purposes, like monitoring a store's premises. Since Akaikawa Kyujuku wasn't running a store, Misaki Itakura assumed he must have bought the camera to record videos with Okino Yoko. Her curiosity dissipated instantly. A few moments later, the taxi finally arrived at the harbor area where the film festival was being held. After Misaki Itakura paid the fare, she followed Akaikawa Kyujuku out of the car. The two of them then followed the staff's guidance toward the film festival's opening ceremony venue. Knowing there wouldn't be enough seats for herself and Akaikawa Kyujuku, Misaki Itakura had arrived an hour early. However, upon arrival, she discovered that the opening ceremony site was already crowded with people. As Akaikawa Kyujuku and Misaki Itakura followed the staff toward their designated spot, a young woman's voice suddenly called out, "Mr. Akaikawa, Miss Itakura." Akaikawa Kyujuku and Misaki Itakura turned toward the source of the voice. They saw a short-haired girl with a headband running toward them excitedly while waving. The girl was holding the hand of another with long black hair tied high on her head. Akaikawa Kyujuku didn't recognize either of them. However, behind the short-haired girl and the black-haired one, he spotted two familiar figures, Conan and Masumi Sara. Akaikawa Kyujuku. Conan and Masumi Sara. Akaikawa Kyujuku and the two detectives exchanged glances, both internally groaning at the coincidence. It was clear the pair in front of him shared the same thought as Akaikawa Kyujuku. Why are we running into this guy again? After briefly glancing at Conan and Masumi Sara, Akaikawa Kyujuku quickly averted his gaze. Similarly, Conan and Masumi Sara felt awkward under Akaikawa Kyujuku's conflicted gaze. However, Suzuki Sanoko and Mori Ran, leading the way, were unaware of Conan and Masumi Sara's inner thoughts. Suzuki Sanoko dragged Mori Ran along as she ran excitedly toward Akaikawa Kyujuku and began introducing herself. "Hello, Mr. Akaikawa. I'm Sanoko Suzuki, and this is Ran Mori beside me." "Hello, Ms. Suzuki, Ms. Mori. I'm Kyujuku Akaikawa." After Suzuki Sanoko's introduction, Akaikawa Kyujuku realized he had heard their names before. Although Akaikawa Kyujuku had barely watched Detective Conan in his previous life, he still vaguely remembered Suzuki Sanoko and Mori Ran. One was a super-rich heiress, and the other was a high school student with excellent martial arts skills. Akaikawa Kyujuku greeted Suzuki Sanoko and Mori Ran as though meeting them for the first time. After their brief introductions, Akaikawa Kyujuku heard an excited Suzuki Sanoko say, "By the way, I saw Mr. Akaikawa's play before, and your performance was absolutely amazing. That's why I wanted to meet you no matter what, so I invited you, Mr. Akaikawa." Suzuki Sanoko beamed at Akaikawa Kyujuku and continued, "I hope Mr. Akaikawa has fun at this film festival and makes wonderful memories." Chapter 74, This is Called Investment. At 1 p.m., the opening ceremony of the film festival will take place. The ceremony will last about an hour and a half. When the opening ceremony ends, I'll be your tour guide and give Mr. Akaikawa a brief tour of the film festival area. Suzuki Sanoko, looking quite at ease, spoke to Kyujuku Akaikawa and Misaki Itakura. The dinner will start at 6:30 p.m., and the venue will be the Minato Royal Garden Hotel, which isn't far from here. I've also arranged a room for Mr. Akaikawa to stay in during the festival. That's far too much. There's no need to spend like that, Ms. Suzuki. I live in Tokyo, I can return home in the evening. Kyujuku Akaikawa seemed genuinely flustered upon hearing this, as though overwhelmed. "Oh, it's fine, it's fine. I just reserved 2 rooms. Besides, the hotel belongs to my family, so it doesn't really cost anything. Mr. Akaikawa, you must enjoy yourself." Suzuki Sanoko waved cheerfully at Kyujuku Akaikawa and Misaki Itakura before pulling Mori Ran along toward the front of the venue. This left Misaki Itakura dumbfounded by Suzuki Sanoko's extravagance, and Kyujuku Akaikawa, who still looked stunned, standing where he was. After confirming that Sanoko, Conan, and the others had moved to the front, Kyujuku Akaikawa turned his gaze to his manager. He saw Misaki Itakura's wide, black eyes behind her thick-framed glasses, still showing traces of shock. "She's the second lady of the Suzuki Consortium? What an impressive display." After a moment, Misaki Itakura murmured. "That said, I think Miss Suzuki is very kind and nothing like the stereotypical spoiled chaebol heiress." Akaikawa smiled gently at her. "Mr. Akaikawa, you're far too naive." Misaki Itakura raised her voice involuntarily, almost scolding. However, she seemed to realize her tone was too loud, glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, and then continued in a lower voice, "Mr. Akaikawa, do you think everyone gets this kind of treatment? Typically, only the big names in the industry receive such special accommodations. If your performance hadn't left a deep impression on Miss Suzuki, we wouldn't even qualify to attend the opening ceremony." Misaki Itakura hinted at Akaikawa Kyujuku, practically spelling out the opportunity in front of him. However, Akaikawa appeared oblivious to the implications of her words. Instead, his expression remained serene and innocent. In that case, doesn't that mean Miss Suzuki is truly a good person? Ugh. Why don't you understand what I'm trying to say, Mr. Akaikawa? Misaki Itakura groaned, exasperated. I'm saying that Miss Suzuki probably has a soft spot for you. That's why you're being treated so well. I understand, that's why we were invited to the opening ceremony, right? Kyaku Akaikawa replied with a relaxed smile before pulling out his invitation card and heading to his seat. Misaki Itakura stood frozen by his response, staring after him. After a long moment, she covered her face with her hands. Oh my goodness. With Mr. Akaikawa's emotional intelligence, can he even survive in the entertainment industry? Won't those scheming artists eat him alive? Then again, an artist with such a simple and naive personality might become quite popular. By the way, how did Miss Hueco even fall for Mr. Akaikawa? Shaking her head, Misaki Itakura consoled herself for a while. After coming to terms with the challenges Kyaku Akaikawa might face on his journey to fame, she sighed and followed him to their seats. Elsewhere, Conan watched as Suzuki Sanoko, visibly ecstatic, dragged Mori-ran toward the front seats. He suddenly asked, Ms. Sanoko, you didn't actually prepare a room for Mr. Akaikawa and Miss Itakura, did you? Huh? How do you know that, kid? Suzuki Sanoko stopped abruptly, visibly startled, and turned to look at him. Because just now, both Mr. Akaikawa and Miss Itakura looked really surprised when you mentioned arranging a room for them. It clearly wasn't part of your original plan. Also, if you really prepared a room, wouldn't you have handed them the room key right away to ensure they couldn't refuse? Even if they didn't need a key, wouldn't you have at least mentioned the room number? Ugh, you just don't get it, kid. Sanoko bent down and pressed her finger against Conan's forehead. In high-end hotels, you just need to provide your name at the front desk. There's no need for a room key at all. Then, was I wrong? Nope. I didn't prepare one. Sanoko straightened up, not showing any sign of panic despite being exposed. I can simply notify the hotel now. It's just a matter of words. But why? Mori-ran asked, confused. Why go to such lengths for Mr. Akaikawa? Wow. Isn't it obvious? Ran, didn't you see how handsome Mr. Akaikawa is in person? He's just as stunning on stage. He's the most attractive guy I've seen in ages. Sanoko looked at Mori-ran incredulously, as if unable to comprehend why she'd even ask. However, noticing the disdainful looks from Mori-ran, Yumi, Conan, and others, she hurriedly added, I already said, this is called investment. After meeting Mr. Akaikawa for the first time, I decided he must be a stock with great potential. Besides, wouldn't having someone so handsome at the film festival make it more enjoyable for everyone to look at? Ran, don't you think Mr. Akaikawa is attractive? Well, he is an artist. Isn't it normal for artists to be good-looking? Mori-ran replied hesitantly. But isn't his appearance outstanding even among artists? Really, Ran, why aren't you excited at all? Sanoko sighed, exasperated, then turned to Yumi. Sara, don't you think Akaikawa is handsome? He's alright. I'm not too into artists. Why is everyone like this? Seeing no one agreed with her, Suzuki Sanoko clasped her head in both hands, feeling utterly defeated. Chapter 75, The Admired Actor. More than half an hour after Akaikawa Kyaku and Misaki Itakura took their seats, the opening ceremony of Japan's largest film festival officially began. Two hosts took the microphone and walked onto the stage. One of them was a renowned veteran host, a longtime anchor at TV Tokyo who had hosted countless shows of all sizes. The other was a name well known throughout Japan, a former TV station host turned superstar, Yoko Okino. At such a grand event, no one was particularly surprised to see Yoko Okino present. What did surprise everyone, however, was that she was invited as a host, not just a guest. This kind of bold move, like cooking chicken in a pot meant for beef, left many marveling at the wealth and influence of the Suzuki consortium. Akaikawa Kyaku sat quietly in the audience, observing Yoko Okino as she hosted the event on stage. Her lively and witty banter, combined with her skillful ability to guide the audience's attention during breaks between performances, brought frequent laughter from the crowd. It's as if she was born to be an entertainer. She's only 22 years old but has already mastered all the skills required of an artist, Akaikawa Kyaku thought to himself. In every country, there are artists who could be called multi-talented stars. But artists like Yoko Okino, who achieved that title at such a young age, are rare. During the brief interaction with her while performing in The Lost Lady, Voice of the Dead, Akaikawa Kyaku came to understand why Yoko Okino was so beloved. Her talent alone was enough to eclipse others. But more importantly, she had a way of interacting with people that was utterly unoffensive. It seems I wasn't wrong in assessing that Yoko Okino shared a close connection with the original owner of this body, Kyajuk thought. During our time together, it was also evident that she cared for me more than for other artists. However, despite her warmth, there seems to be a deliberate distance between us. Why is she so cautious, going out of her way to avoid drawing attention to our relationship? Is she worried that a close association with me might damage her career? Or is she worried for me? The deliberate distance suited Akaikawa Kyajuk just fine, sparing him the need to overthink their interactions. Yet he couldn't help but wonder about her motives. Up next is a singer with a charming appearance and an enchanting voice, a perfect idol beloved by people of all ages. Yoko Okino glanced at the cue card in her hand, hyping up the audience. The introduction surprised many in the crowd, though a small group quickly caught on and chuckled. We now welcome Miss Yoko Okino. Raising her arms with enthusiasm, Yoko Okino ran toward the stage center, joining the backup dancers. 5 seconds later, as some in the audience were still processing her playful self-introduction, laughter erupted. Her self-promotion drew no resentment, only amusement and applause. As she reached the center of the stage, 2 backup dancers draped a flowing blue gown over her dress. Taking the microphone, Yoko Okino waited for the music to start and launched into her performance. Even Akaikawa Kyajuk, with his average singing abilities, could tell that Yoko's vocal talent far surpassed the norm. Her years of debuting as an idol in middle school were evident. After her performance, the official opening ceremony concluded, though Yoko Okino continued hosting, now clad in her performance gown. Expressing gratitude to the Suzuki Group for their sponsorship, she and her co-host introduced the festival's key films and their directors. Then came the awards. One by one, directors, screenwriters, and actors stepped onto the stage, received trophies from Yoko Okino, and gave their acceptance speeches. Yoko herself won the Best Actress award, one of the highest honors in film, television, and theater. When it was her turn to accept the trophy, her co-host suddenly said, "I'm sure everyone here knows Miss Yoko, and many can guess the kind of acceptance speech she might give. How about this? Instead of a speech, why don't we have a question and answer session?" The suggestion caught Yoko Okino off guard. Huh? This wasn't in the script, she exclaimed, her expression comically exaggerated. The audience burst into laughter, clearly entertained. Her co-host chuckled, then posed the first question, "Miss Yoko, which artist has influenced your career the most?" "Miss Yukiko," Yoko Okino replied without hesitation. "It was because I wanted to be an actress like Miss Yukiko that I decided to enter the entertainment industry." The co-host nodded, smiling. "I think many young actors in Japan were inspired by Miss Yukiko." He continued, "And who do you admire the most as an artist or actor?" Yoko Okino pressed a finger to her chin, pretending to ponder. Then she smiled and said, "In that case, it would have to be Miss Sharon Wynyard from the United States." Chapter 76, cutting off around 3 in the afternoon, the opening ceremony of the Grand Film Festival finally came to an end. Suzuki Sanoko, the second daughter of the Suzuki Foundation, as promised earlier, approached Kaikawa Kyajuk and Takura Misaki to escort them to the film festival's exhibition area. This film festival can be considered the largest in Japan's history. Also, there will be a dinner at Harbor Court starting at 6:30 p.m., so today will definitely be packed with activities, Suzuki Sanoko explained enthusiastically as she walked beside Kaikawa Kyajuk. The actors, directors, and screenwriters invited here change daily, and many of them are rising talents. So, I think Mr. Akaikawa won't get bored even if he stays here for 4 or 5 days. Additionally, many excellent works are on display this time. It's nearly impossible to view them all within the duration of the exhibition. That's amazing, Akaikawa Kyajuk nodded, expressing his awe. As he noticed people heading out of the exhibition area, he curiously asked, "Where are those people going? Aren't they planning to explore the festival?" "Oh, they're probably heading back to the hotel. After all, the first 3 days of the festival are only open to the media and industry professionals. There's no issue if they don't visit today," Sanoko replied with a smile. "I see. Thank you, Ms. Suzuki, for clarifying." "It's nothing at all. Just a small effort," Sanoko replied cheerfully. Although she downplayed it, Conan, Mori-ran, and others nearby couldn't help but notice how satisfied she looked after receiving Akaikawa Kyajuk's gratitude. This visible reaction invigorated Suzuki Sanoko even further as she turned to him with renewed energy. "By the way, Mr. Akaikawa, is there any work, director, or actor you're particularly interested in? I can lead the way." "I wonder if there's anything directed by Masako Sada." Even though Akaikawa Kyajuk hadn't watched many films since arriving, he still remembered the director's name from the rented discs he had seen at the original owner's house. "Director Sada. That's a classic name. I believe her works are also being showcased here, Sanoko replied, quickly pulling out her phone to search. Moments later, her eyes lit up. Found it. It's a short piece called Summer Dreams. I'll take you there. Sanoko led the way excitedly, with Ran, Conan, Yumi, and others following close behind. Conan appeared a bit uninterested, walking with his hands in his pockets as his gaze wandered over the large posters. Meanwhile, Mori Ran was clearly in a better mood, taking photos of the movie posters that piqued her interest. However, Yumi, a woman with a charisma rivaling that of current male idols but with a tomboyish demeanor, kept her gaze on Akaikawa Kyajuk, who was chatting with Sanoko. At first, he spoke very little, usually picking up topics initiated by Sanoko. But as they discussed movies, he clearly became more engaged and displayed a strong desire to chat. Is it because it's a topic of interest? Sara thought to herself. She recalled Officer Takagi mentioning that many rented discs had been found at Akaikawa's house. As expected, he must really enjoy watching movies, she concluded, quietly observing Akaikawa Kyajuk. Despite having walked around for over an hour, she noticed that his behavior was consistent with the impression he left during their first meeting. When Akaikawa Kyajuk portrayed Otanisi on stage, his radiant presence vanished as soon as he left the spotlight. Hey, Akaikawa, let's talk. Yumi suddenly stepped forward, interrupting the conversation between Sanoko and Kyajuk. Pointing to two posters in the projection hall across the room, she asked, you must have heard of directors Shimano and Utsumi, right? Between their two works displayed here, which one do you find more appealing based on the titles? I'd say it should be The Wave directed by Utsumi, Kyajuk began but suddenly stumbled over his words. The Wave of Youth, A Moment Beyond. That's the full title, Misaki Itakura whispered a quick correction. Oh, yes, that's it. Kyajuk smiled awkwardly, nodding in acknowledgement. Both Ran and Sanoko exchanged slightly surprised looks. Misaki Itakura, however, couldn't help but feel an overwhelming urge to cover her face in embarrassment. Akaikawa had performed admirably in front of Sanoko until now, but failing to pronounce the title of a movie was mortifying. If a renowned director had witnessed this scene, no amount of acting talent or good looks would secure him the role. This guy, Conan mused as he observed Yumi. It was evident she still hadn't given up on testing Akaikawa Kyajuk. However, from what Conan could see, Kyajuk didn't seem vastly different from a child in terms of intellect or general knowledge. Akaikawa, why are you here? A familiar voice suddenly interrupted the moment. Everyone turned to see Yoko, whom they had met earlier during the opening ceremony. Her surprise upon seeing Akaikawa Kyajuk was palpable. Even more so when she noticed he was with Ran and Conan. Wait, Conan and Miss Mori, do you know Akaikawa? Sanoko invited him. We officially met today, Ran explained. Nice to meet you, Akaikawa from the club. Thank you for taking care of me, Yoko greeted, bowing gracefully to Sanoko. Startled by Yoko's formal gratitude, Sanoko quickly reassured her, oh, no need for that, Miss Yoko. Yoko, however, continued, it's nothing. I just didn't expect to run into Akaikawa-kun here. Actually, I'm meeting director Hoda soon. If I can bring Akaikawa-kun along, it might greatly benefit his future. Hearing this, Sanoko quickly interjected, I see. I only brought Mr. Akaikawa here for a casual visit. Miss Yoko and Mr. Akaikawa, please go ahead. Thank you, Ms. Suzuki, Yoko replied with a dazzling smile, leaving Sanoko momentarily stunned. You've been cut off, Sanoko, Sara teased with a smirk. Huh? Sanoko exclaimed in confusion. Meanwhile, Conan shared a knowing look with Yumi, silently acknowledging the same conclusion. Yoko didn't seem keen on Akaikawa staying with them. Chapter 77, Dinner. After Akaikawa Kyajuk left the restroom, he saw Misakura Misaki, his agent, chatting animatedly with the renowned star Yoko. The two stopped their conversation and looked in his direction when they noticed him approaching. I didn't expect Miss Suzuki to favor Akaikawa so much. That's incredible. Yoko clasped her slender, white fingers in front of her face, feigning a surprised expression. Akaikawa Kyajuk nodded briefly, suppressing his curiosity. He pondered why Yoko had deliberately distanced herself from the group that included Conan and Ran-chan. Given Yoko's emotional intelligence and professionalism, she wouldn't act recklessly unless she had a solid reason, even if it risked offending someone as influential as the second lady of the Suzuki Foundation. After a brief exchange, Yoko looked at him seriously and said, Akaikawa, you should avoid associating with Miss Mori and Conan-kun from now on. Alright, Akaikawa Kyajuk agreed without hesitation. Yoko's face lit up with delight, the corners of her lips curling into a deeper smile. A short while later, Akaikawa Kyajuk and Itakura Misaki followed Yoko to an exhibition hall. Upon entering, Akaikawa noticed a pair chatting inside, a man and a woman. Judging by the wall displays, the man appeared to be Yashitaka Hoda, a well-known director. As footsteps echoed, both individuals turned to observe the newcomers. Their expressions remained neutral upon seeing Yoko but turned puzzled when their gaze landed on Akaikawa Kyajuk and Itakura Misaki. "Miss Yoko, who are these two?" Yashitaka Hoda asked curiously. "This is Akaikawa Kyajuk, a young talent from our company with excellent acting skills," Yoko replied, gesturing toward him. "And this is his manager, Misaki Itakura." Introductions followed, and polite conversation ensued. Akaikawa Kyajuk observed the attendees discreetly. Yashitaka Hoda had noticeable facial scars, likely from surgery, and a partial paralysis that affected his expressions. However, his confident demeanor suggested he was unbothered by these physical challenges. Meanwhile, the woman, Ima Oda, carried a notebook and occasionally jotted down notes. Her focus during conversations leaned towards storylines, while Yashitaka Hoda emphasized themes and character emotions, confirming Akaikawa's suspicion that one was a scriptwriter and the other a director. Amid these observations, Akaikawa noted a pale strip on Oda's ring finger, a sign of a recently removed wedding ring. Coupled with her flashy diamond necklace, he suspected an extramarital affair but refrained from commenting. The group chatted until Yashitaka Hoda glanced at his watch. "It's almost time for dinner," he remarked, signaling the end of their discussion. Returning to the hotel, Yoko confirmed Akaikawa's room number before bidding him farewell. Akaikawa took the opportunity to freshen up before heading to the grand banquet hall on the 7th floor at 6:30 p.m. At 6:30 p.m., Akaikawa Kyajuk arrived at the 7th floor of the Harbor Royal Court Hotel. There, a massive banquet hall with a grand stage awaited him. The hall was already bustling with people, each exuding an air of sophistication. Most of the men were dressed in tailored suits and polished leather shoes, while the women adorned themselves in glamorous evening gowns. Their exposed skin shimmered with various pieces of jewelry, adding an extra layer of elegance to the atmosphere. Itakura Misaki, unused to such high-profile events, appeared visibly uncomfortable and shy. In contrast, Akaikawa Kyajuk, having attended countless banquets like this in his past life, felt no intimidation. Yet, given his current status, he understood the importance of maintaining a composed, respectful demeanor. Opting for discretion, he stayed near the entrance alongside Misaki, observing quietly. When the clock struck 6:30, an elderly yet energetic man ascended the stage and took the microphone. He was Suzuki Jirakachi, advisor to the Suzuki Foundation and uncle to Suzuki Sanoko. With a spirited tone, he addressed the crowd, officially commencing the evening's festivities. The perimeter of the banquet hall was lined with chefs in crisp white uniforms, standing behind a buffet spread filled with exquisite dishes. On the opposite side, bartenders skillfully mixed drinks to suit each guest's preferences. The large hall echoed with laughter and conversation as guests mingled and savored the luxurious setting. After 3 rounds of wine and countless culinary delights, the pace of dining began to slow. Guests were now more engaged in conversations, their voices growing louder as the evening progressed. Then, suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the lively atmosphere, silencing the room. Chapter 78, Introduction. While Akaikawa Kyajuk and Itakura Misaki were chatting, Kyajuk suddenly noticed that many people around them seemed to be glancing in his direction. Curious, Misaki turned her head and then her eyes lit up. They saw Yoko walking toward them in a light blue dress. Her form-fitting gown accentuated the perfect figure she had honed over years of dance training. The flowing dress, paired with her light brown hair, made her appear even more radiant than she did on television. Miss Yoko. Even in this banquet filled with industry elites, she remains the most dazzling and outstanding presence, thought Misaki, unable to suppress his admiration. Akaikawa-kun, have you eaten? Let me introduce you to some industry friends, Yoko said softly to Kyajuk. Misaki, worried about Kyajuk missing the chance to expand his connections, naturally welcomed her suggestion. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder how Akaikawa Kyajuk had earned such special treatment from Yoko. All right, Kyajuk replied without hesitation. After gently dabbing his lips with a linen napkin, he stood up. Yoko glanced at the barely touched plates on Kyajuk's table and frowned slightly, but she chose to remain silent. Kyajuk followed Yoko to another table near the center of the room. Seated there were individuals whose demeanor immediately signaled their importance in the industry. Let me introduce everyone. This is Akaikawa-kun. He's a young talent from our company, and his acting skills are exceptional, Yoko said with a hint of pride. A slightly overweight man chuckled loudly, his voice amplified by his evident excitement from drinking. Well, this is a rare sight. Miss Yoko introducing a young male artist to us. That's true, a woman in her early 30s chimed in, teasing Hueco with a playful expression. He's quite handsome. Could it be that you two are a couple? No, he's just a young talent from the company, Hueco replied, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. She covered her mouth and smiled at the woman. Hueco, your reaction isn't convincing. The woman teased further. But just as she was about to stand, she suddenly winced, clutching her lower back. Ouch, oh, the pains of aging. I must book another massage appointment soon, she joked before straightening up and directing her attention to Kyuk. I heard you played Otanisi in Takemura's play. I attended one of the performances, and your acting was truly remarkable. Thank you, Kyajuk replied politely. The woman extended her hand toward him, and Kyajuk responded with a gentle handshake. This is Director Kusagakure, Hueco introduced the man who had greeted Kyajuk earlier, and the one who just praised your acting is Director Soma. Hueco then gestured toward another man at the table who appeared to be dozing off. And this is Director Sogab. He seems a bit tired tonight. Hearing his name, Sogab stirred, looking mildly embarrassed. Yes, I didn't get much rest. If I'd known, I would have napped at the hotel, he admitted, yawning. Let's move to the next table, Hueco suggested. Kyajuk nodded, glancing one last time at the prominent directors and writers seated at this table before following her. At the next table, Kyajuk recognized familiar faces, Director Hoda Yashitaki and scriptwriter Oda Ima, whom he had met recently. The individuals at this table exuded the same confident aura of industry veterans, yet the atmosphere felt notably different. It was more intimate and less formal. Hueco introduced Kyajuk to the group, who greeted him cordially. Kyajuk could sense that most were being polite out of respect for Hueco, which didn't surprise him. As Hueco made her introductions, Kyajuk's attention was drawn to a man sitting next to Hoda Yashitaki. Unlike the others, this man lacked the usual pride and authority that marked the industry leaders Kyajuk had encountered tonight. Yet, his confident demeanor and refined appearance suggested someone extraordinary. His presence stands out, but not in the way of a director or writer, Kyajuk thought. Mr. Raga, Hueco called softly to the man, who turned toward her with a warm smile. Ah, my apologies, Miss Hueco. I got caught up talking with Hoda-kun, he said, standing up and extending a hand toward Kyajuk. Hello, I'm Takawaga. Just call me Aga. Hello, Mr. Aga. My name is Akaikawa Kyuk. As they shook hands, Kyajuk's sharp gaze took in every detail. His hands are well maintained, with no calluses or visible scars, and his nails are meticulously trimmed. He must often engage in fine manual work and takes care of his appearance. His demeanor suggests he is likely in his 30s or 40s, yet he looks younger than others of that age here. It's clear he's not a director or writer, but his confidence stems from professional skills and a prominent status in the entertainment industry. Kyajak's eyes flicked to the man's other hand, where a sleek mechanical watch adorned his wrist. A high income, without a doubt. So, he must be a producer. Kyajuk concluded his analysis just as their handshake ended, keeping his observations to himself. Chapter 79, Suddenly is Mr. Raga also a director? Akaikawa Kyujuk released Tagatakau's hand, looking at him with curiosity and admiration as he asked. No, I'm quite different from them. Agatakau smiled and waved his hand. I just run a small clinic and am not part of the entertainment industry. Okano Hueco heard this and added with a smile, this isn't just a small clinic. Mr. Raga is currently the most famous plastic surgeon in Japan's entertainment industry. Even if you're a well-known artist or director, you'll have to wait a long time to get an appointment with Mr. Raga for medical or beauty treatments, Okano Hueco said, wearing a rather troubled expression. If there were anything I could improve, I'd have gone to Mr. Raga's clinic to get a touch-up myself. If anyone else said what Okano Hueco had just said, it might come across as excessive bragging. But when such words came from someone as lively as Okano Hueco, they didn't feel offensive or out of place at all. Everyone around, including Takawaga, laughed. So I still hope Miss Hueco stays just as she is and doesn't let the image of the goddess in my heart collapse, Agatakau joked. After bantering with the group, Okano Hueco led Akaikawa Kyujuk away. Kyujuk, you might feel like I didn't introduce you much to them, Okano Hueco said. That's because you can't rush these things. If you recommend someone too deliberately, it might arouse resentment. Like today, just leaving an impression in their minds is enough. As Okano Hueco led Akaikawa Kyujuk back toward the rear of the banquet hall, she explained this softly to him. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Miss Hueco, Kyujuk replied. PFFT, so formal. No one's paying attention now. Okano Hueco laughed, patted Akaikawa Kyujuk on the shoulder, then took a step back to create some distance. Kyujuk, please return to Miss Itakura first. I still have to greet Mr. Jirakachi, she said with a wave before walking away lightly. Akaikawa Kyujuk stood there, watching Yoko's figure retreat, and softly murmured the title he'd just heard for the first time, Kyujuke. Meanwhile, after bidding farewell to Akaikawa Kyujuke, Yoko made her way back to the front of the banquet hall. At the same time, she used her peripheral vision to discreetly keep an eye on what was happening behind her. She noticed Akaikawa Kyujuke still standing there, watching her as she left. Phew, once Yoko rounded a corner and was out of his sight, she let out a long sigh. It's really tough. We need to make Kyujuke feel cared for, but we also have to prevent him from realizing it too much or getting too famous. Ms. Sanoko, you always do unnecessary things, Yoko thought, her blue eyes landing on Suzuki Sanoko, who was pouring wine for Suzuki Jiraichi, and whispered this in her heart. Conan, did you notice Miss Yoko seems particularly kind to Mr. Akaikawa? Mori-ran looked at Yoko, who had just finished speaking with Akaikawa Kyujuke and gone to greet Suzuki Jiraichi, and suddenly leaned close to Conan, whispering in his ear with slightly flushed cheeks. Could it be that Miss Yoko and Mr. Akaikawa are lovers? Huh? Conan showed an embarrassed expression upon hearing this. Considering their different surnames, Conan thought, if they were siblings, the whole of Japan would know within 2 days, based on their striking resemblance. Speaking of biological siblings with different surnames, Conan turned to look at Sara Misumi beside him. However, he found Sara's pure eyes fixed firmly on Yoko's chest, which her dress accentuated. The girl's delicate cheeks were filled with envy. This Sara Misumi was always like this. Whenever she saw a woman with a good figure, she'd show an envious expression. Though Conan had seen Sara Misumi behave this way countless times, it still felt a little odd to him. Her chest is so big. What can I eat to grow like that? Sara Misumi gazed at Yoko with flushed cheeks, unable to stop herself from thinking this. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air. It jolted Sara Misumi out of her shy reverie. Both she and Conan quickly stood up and looked toward the source of the sound. In the front of the hall, all the guests at one table were standing, and a portly man was lying motionless on the table. Ran, stay here. Sara Misumi said, quickly rushing toward the scene. Ignoring Mori-ran's shouts, Conan also ran toward the accident. Sara Misumi arrived at the unconscious man first. Not far away, Takawaga, the plastic surgeon who had recently spoken with Akaikawa Kyujuke, also rushed over. I'm a doctor, Agatakawa announced solemnly, kneeling down to check the man's breath. When he found nothing, Agatakawa began checking the man's pulse. Go get that! Agatakawa shouted at Sara Misumi. Sara wasted no time, dashing out of the banquet hall to find the automated external defibrillator. Meanwhile, Takawaga instructed the bystanders. Help me. I'm going to perform CPR. He shouted. Conan quickly translated for the others, he's going to do chest compressions. Help him. Takawaga placed his palms together on the center of the man's chest and began pressing downward at a steady rate of 100 to 120 compressions per minute. After about 30 compressions, he tilted the man's head back to clear the airway, pinched his nose, and administered 2 rescue breaths. Just then, Sara Misumi returned with it. Under everyone's watchful eyes, she tore open the man's shirt and applied the electrode pads. Following the instructions, she administered a shock. The then instructed, no shock advised. This could mean either the man's heart rhythm had returned to normal or he was experiencing asystole, no electrical activity. Takawaga, now drenched in sweat, sat back with a pale face, gazing at the still unmoving man. Chapter 80. Confirmation. The guests at tonight's dinner were primarily prominent figures in Japan's entertainment industry. Most of them recognized Takawaga, a renowned plastic surgeon in the field, now sitting pale-faced on the floor. Their gazes shifted from him to Misumi Sara, who had just been performing chest compressions with exceptional skill. Now she stood nearby, exuding a heavy air of disappointment. Everyone understood, the man on the ground was dead. Many of the guests turned pale and covered their mouths. The once cheerful atmosphere of the banquet was utterly shattered. Sara Misumi let out a heavy sigh, visibly dispirited by her failure to save the man's life. She approached the deceased man's body, knelt, and carefully tilted up his plump chin. Clear crescent-shaped pinch marks were visible on his neck. It was evident he hadn't been strangled in public. Sara had also noticed earlier that when the man collapsed onto the table, he had clutched at his neck with both hands. These marks, then, must have been self-inflicted. Sara turned to the woman sitting at the same table as the deceased. She was the only woman at the table, so Sara assumed she was the one who had screamed. Were you the one who screamed earlier? May I ask your name? The woman, Sumimayo, responded hesitantly. Yes, I did. My name is Sumimayo. And you are? My name is Sara Misumi. I'm a detective. Sara introduced herself in a tone reminiscent of Conan's. The surrounding guests seemed taken aback upon hearing her declare herself a detective. Even Takawaga, still seated on the floor, looked slightly surprised. "Detective Sora, are you asking for my name because you suspect me of being the killer?" Mayo, a well-known director in the industry, quickly deduced Sora's intent. The surprise on her face swiftly turned into a displeased frown. "Does this mean you believe Mr. Kusagakure was murdered?" "No, I'm merely curious about your name, Ms. Soma. After all, you were likely the first person to witness Mr. Kusakure's collapse," Sora replied smoothly, gleaning the deceased's last name from Mayo's words. She added, "Could you describe what happened?" "We were eating together as usual, and suddenly, for some reason, Mr. Kusagakure seemed unwell. He clutched his neck tightly with both hands. At first, we were all stunned, thinking he might have choked on something. Before we could react, he slumped over the table with a thud." Sora listened closely to Mayo's account, which matched what she had seen upon arriving at the scene. "Do you know if Mr. Kusagakure had a heart condition?" "Heart condition?" Mayo appeared taken aback. "I've never heard of that, nor have I seen him take medication." She added, "Although I knew Mr. Kusagakure, we weren't close enough for me to know about any illnesses." "Understood," Sora nodded and then turned her attention to Takawaga. She had learned his name earlier during the resuscitation efforts. "Mr. Aga, you examined Mr. Kusakure's airway before performing artificial respiration, correct? There were no blockages, right?" "Correct," Aga confirmed, shaking his head slightly without meeting Sora's gaze. Sora noticed deep scratches on the back of Aga's left hand. Blood had begun to seep from the wounds, standing out against his pale skin. Could it be from the force he exerted during chest compressions, scraping his hand against a wristwatch? It seems he put his all into trying to save Kusakure's life. This observation temporarily reduced Sora's suspicion of Aga as the killer. She cupped her hand to her lips, deep in thought. Kusagakure clutched his neck before he died. There are 6 potential causes of death that fit this behavior. 1. Respiratory issues. 2. Cardiac arrest. 3. Poisoning. 4. Nervous system disorders. 5. Neck injuries. 6. Psychological factors. The last 3 can be ruled out immediately. Additionally, based on Miss Soma's account, a heart attack seems unlikely. Since Kusakure's airway wasn't obstructed, choking or suffocation caused by food or a foreign object can also be dismissed. This leaves asphyxia and poisoning as the 2 most probable causes. While the former could be accidental, the latter strongly suggests foul play. Having just returned to Japan, Sora was unaccustomed to accidental deaths. She leaned toward the worst-case scenario. Kusakure's death was no accident. Sora approached the body again and opened Kusakure's mouth. Using her phone's flashlight, she inspected the inside of his mouth. No injuries to the oral tissue, tongue, or throat lining. Turning to Conan, she asked, "Boy, was there any sign of Kusagakure vomiting on the table?" "No," Conan replied. "In that case, a corrosive toxin is unlikely." Sora leaned closer and sniffed Kusakure's breath. She caught a strong odor of alcohol mixed with foul breath. Although she furrowed her brow, she could not detect any familiar scent of poison. Chapter 81, Cause of Death. The other side. Uchiha Kyajuk, seated near the edge of the banquet hall, gazed at the lifeless Kusagakure Tsunkazu lying on the floor. He had greeted him not long ago, yet he didn't feel much surprise in his heart. He looked at Suramis Yumi, carefully examining the body on the floor, and at the elementary school Shinigami, who had climbed onto a chair to inspect the table. He wondered in his heart if they could uncover the true cause of Kusagakure Tsunkazu's death. Uchiha Kyajuk did not doubt the abilities of the detectives. But he knew without even looking that not many clues would be left at the scene. Since the elementary school Shinigami went to inspect the table, it means the detectives suspect Kusakure's death might be due to poisoning. Suramis Yumi examined the deceased's mouth but reached no conclusion. Therefore, corrosive toxins that destroy the tissue lining the mouth, as well as neurotoxins with obvious odors, can be ruled out. And because this banquet didn't have a set menu but instead required guests to bring their plates to the buffet table outside the hall to serve themselves. Even if the other people at the same table as the deceased Kusagakure showed no signs of poisoning, it doesn't rule out the possibility that Kusagakure was poisoned. However, the self-service style of this high-end banquet differs from that of common cafeterias. Almost all food is served on the plate in portioned quantities. Moreover, eating too much food at once would inevitably be considered a bit inelegant. Except for children with poor family upbringing, hardly anyone would consume excessive amounts of food in one go. When Kusagakure suddenly collapsed, the banquet was already in its latter half, and most of the food had already been consumed. In this case, even if Kusagakure was truly poisoned, it would be difficult to find traces at the scene. Uchiha Kyajuk looked at Kusagakure Tsunkazu lying on the floor, his chest exposed. Then, his gaze shifted to Somamayo, who sat to the side with a pale face, clearly frightened. It was hard to believe that not long ago, this man had been joking with Yoko Okino with a playful expression. Indeed, Akaikawa Kyajuk already had a hypothesis about the cause of Kusagakure Tsunkazu's death, but he wasn't yet 100% certain. If his assumption was correct, the detectives weren't wrong in judging that the problem stemmed from the mouth. But as to whether it was poisoning or asphyxiation caused by internal factors, Akaikawa Kyajuk leaned more towards the latter. First, by observing Sarama's Yumi's reaction after examining the body, Akaikawa Kyajuk could rule out most causes of death. Secondly, whether it was the deceased Kusagakure Tsunkazu, Somamayo screaming after Kusagakure collapsed, or the equally startled Ryoso Gob. The guests at this table were all the same as before. According to Yoko Okino's introduction, most of the guests at this table were directors who were evidently well acquainted. Akaikawa Kyajuk noticed this through observation. The personalities displayed by several people, as well as their attitudes during their earlier conversations with himself and Yoko Okino, were all distinct. Seemingly unrelated details that they inadvertently revealed might all stem from the same reason. But the problem, as far as the current situation was concerned, it was essentially impossible to draw conclusions simply by observing the scene, as Sarama's Yumi and Conan were doing. Therefore, if one wanted to confirm whether Akaikawa Kyajuk's hypothesis was correct, a forensic autopsy was necessary. If my assumption is correct, judging by the current circumstances, the likelihood of an accident is actually higher. But it's worth delving into the reasons behind this accident. Akaikawa Kyajuk thought to himself before turning his attention to the doctor near the deceased Kusagakure Tsunkazu, Takawaga. This Dr. Raga seems to know Mr. Kusagakure, although they weren't seated at the same table. Akaikawa Kyajuk recalled how Takawaga had rushed to provide first aid after Kusagakure Tsunkazu's accident moments earlier, and thought to himself, your reaction was too intense, Mr. Aga. Rather than appearing as a doctor eager to save a dying person, it was more like you were afraid someone would uncover your secret after the person's death. Akaikawa Kyajuk pondered. Just then, he saw a team of emergency personnel rush through the banquet hall doors, heading directly towards Kusagakure Tsunkazu lying on the floor. However, Kusagakure Tsunkazu was already confirmed dead. After reconfirming, the emergency personnel decided not to place him on a stretcher for removal. Shortly after, a familiar team of detectives from the Metropolitan Police Department also entered through the banquet hall doors. Detective Mueko Sato, along with Detective Takagi Wataru and a group of subordinates, walked to the front of the hall. Upon spotting Sarama's Yumi and Conan, her elegant eyebrows furrowed slightly. Mueko Sato couldn't help but wonder why. Wherever a dead body appeared, so too did detectives and the elementary schooler Conan. Mueko Sato increasingly felt that perhaps the detective's appearance was linked to the murder. But soon, she dismissed this notion from her mind as it did not align with the professionalism of a criminal officer. It was similar to asking, why do meteors always hit craters so precisely? It wasn't that murders happened because detectives were there, but rather that detectives appeared because murders happened. With this reasoning, Mueko Sato convinced herself and stopped pondering why detectives always arrived so precisely at crime scenes. She looked at Sarama's Yumi and asked, what happened here? Mr. Kusagakure suddenly clutched his neck and collapsed while eating. Mueko Sato instructed forensic officers to examine the body before turning back to Sarama's Yumi. Poisoned? Mueko Sato glanced at the various delicacies placed on the tables around her, her first instinct being that poisoning was involved. It's possible, but it shouldn't be corrosive toxins, nor common poisons like potassium cyanide. Also, there are no evident signs of contamination in the leftover food on the table, so the specifics may need to be confirmed through detailed testing of the ingredients. Alright, I understand. Additionally, I noticed that the deceased's skin, lips, and nails showed signs of paleness, consistent with symptoms of hypoxia. When we administered first aid to the deceased earlier, we ruled out suffocation caused by airway obstruction. That's why I now believe the true cause of death might be internal asphyxiation. Sarama's Yumi explained to Mueko Sato before turning her attention to the plastic surgeon, Takawaga, standing nearby. Chapter 82 comes to an end for now. Mr. Aga, you must also know Mr. Kusagakure, who just passed away, right? Sarama's Yumi's unexpected words startled Takawaga. Sarama's Yumi noticed the surprised look on Aga Takao's face and immediately explained, after you heard the scream earlier, you were too determined in rushing over here. Usually, when someone unexpectedly discovers a person unconscious, the first step is to shout at the patient to check if they're still conscious and then determine the cause of the fainting. But you skipped this step entirely. Instead, you immediately checked his pulse and breathing and asked me to get a defibrillator, D. That means you must have known beforehand that Mr. Kusagakure would be unconscious, right? Or is it possible that you know Mr. Kusagakure and that he's prone to fainting? Agatakao was taken aback by Suramashumi's sharp observation. Although Suramashumi's reasoning for knowing about the connection between Aga and Tsunkazu Kusagakure sounded a bit far-fetched, her confident tone made it clear that she had already decided that Aga must know Tsunkazu Kusagakure. Faced with this deduction, Agatakao initially wanted to deny it. However, he realized that if the police investigated, it would be easy to uncover the relationship between him and Kusagakure Tsunkazu. He chose not to hide it any longer and nodded. Yes, I know Mr. Kusagakure. He's a client of my hospital and came to us for some minor adjustments. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at the obese Tsunkazu Kusagakure, lying motionless on the floor, in shock. No one had expected that someone like Tsunkazu Kusagakure would visit a plastic surgery hospital for adjustments. Takawaga continued, I'm not sure why Mr. Kusagakure fell into a coma, but I've heard that he has respiratory issues and even needs a ventilator when he sleeps. So, I suspect that Mr. Kusagakure may have experienced sudden symptoms like apnea, which led to his collapse. That explains it. Suramasumi nodded before whispering to Hueco Sato, Officer Sato, please send someone to check if Mr. Kusagakure has any asthma inhalers in his belongings. Also, since Kusagakure needs a ventilator to sleep, it's unlikely he would request the Suzuki Foundation to prepare a room for him. Just in case, let's confirm whether Mr. Kusagakure had booked a room. This will also verify whether Mr. Aga is lying. Understood, Hueco Sato agreed. Suramasumi didn't overly doubt Takawaga's words since they could easily be verified. Whether or not he was involved in Kusagakure Tsunkazu's death, there was no need for him to lie about such details. After giving instructions to her subordinate, Sato Hueco turned her attention back to the investigation. Meanwhile, Suramasumi approached Conan and whispered, Hey, kid, have you found any clues? Although the area where Mr. Kusagakure collapsed is messy, most of his meal was finished, Conan replied. From the leftovers and soup on his plate, we can roughly determine what Mr. Kusagakure ate before his death. But this banquet is a buffet. Except for freshly prepared items like grilled meat or sushi, most of the dishes were pre-served on plates. In other words, if Mr. Kusagakure truly died from poisoning, it's unlikely the killer poisoned his food beforehand, Conan continued. There's no guarantee which dish Mr. Kusagakure would choose. Large-scale poisoning would risk killing many people, which would only increase vigilance towards Mr. Kusagakure. Suramasumi understood Conan's point. This case seemed more likely to be an accident rather than a deliberate act. Moreover, despite extensive investigation, they hadn't identified the cause of death or a clear method of murder. No, there's another possibility, a method to poison a specific individual without endangering others, Conan explained. For example, if Mr. Kusagakure had a severe peanut allergy, adding peanuts to his food could be life-threatening for him, but harmless to others. But, Conan hesitated, this method is difficult to confirm with the current clues. First, as Dr. Raga mentioned, Mr. Kusagakure requires a ventilator to sleep, indicating that he suffers from sleep apnea syndrome, commonly seen in obese individuals. Even factoring in conditions like high blood pressure, fatty liver, cirrhosis, diabetes, or hyperlipidemia, typical in obese individuals, none would lead to sudden choking after eating something. If the killer used a food-specific poisoning method effective only on Mr. Kusagakure, then it suggests he had undisclosed health issues, and the murderer must be very familiar with him, Conan concluded. Suramasumi nodded in agreement with Conan's reasoning. If the cause of death were poisoning, it would clearly be murder. However, given the circumstances following Mr. Kusakure's death, suffocation seems more likely. In that case, it's probably an accident. Conan pointed to the plate collected by the Metropolitan Police Department for testing. Sura handed it over to the Forensic Division. Suramasumi also double-checked the deceased's airways, confirming that Kusagakure Tsunkazu hadn't choked on food. This ruled out the possibility of Dr. Raga using first aid to cover up a murder. For now, the investigation by both detectives reached a standstill. The deceased showed no clear signs that could definitely determine the cause of death. They would need to wait for the judicial autopsy results to decide whether it was an accident or homicide. Meanwhile, the officers returned after checking the deceased's belongings and the hotel's reception records. The results showed that Tsunkazu Kusagakure didn't have any asthma inhalers and hadn't booked a hotel room. Thus, for now, the sudden death of Director Kusagakure reached a temporary conclusion. After ordering her team to register everyone present, Hueco Sato dismissed them from the banquet hall and secured the scene. Chapter 83, Revenge. It's so scary. Why does someone have to die again? Agent Takura Misaki couldn't help but complain to Akaikawa Kyajuku as they left the banquet hall. She truly hadn't expected to encounter 2 deaths within just over a month. Yes, it is frightening, Akaikawa Kyajuku agreed calmly. Why doesn't Mr. Akaikawa seem very scared? Because I've seen deaths far more horrifying than this. Really? Itakura Misaki didn't know anything about Akaikawa Kyajuke's past car accident, so she assumed he was referring to the last case at the Imperial Theater. Speaking of which, Mr. Akaikawa was the victim last time and almost died. Itakura Misaki realized her words might have brought up bad memories for Akaikawa Kyajuke, so she changed the subject. By the way, Mr. Akaikawa, you went with Miss Yoko earlier to greet some big names in the industry, right? Who did you meet? Akaikawa Kyajuke listed Soma Mayo and Dogita but dismissed the rest with vague memory excuses. I've never heard of Dr. Raga before. I don't know much about plastic surgery. But as for Director Soma, she's really powerful too. Itakura Misaki nodded, sighing after hearing Akaikawa Kyajuke mention Soma Mayo's mockery of Okano Yoko. Speaking of which, who's more talented between Director Hotta, whom we met earlier, and Director Soma? Akaikawa Kyajuke recalled meeting Hotta Yashitaki at the second table, chatting with Agata. From their interaction, it seemed they had a good relationship. Director Soma is older than Director Hotta, but her skill doesn't match his, Itakura Misaki said. But Director Hotta seems older than Director Soma. How could he be younger? Oh, that's because Director Hotta didn't start as a director. He began as an actor, Misaki explained, pulling out her phone. After a moment of scrolling, she showed a photo of a handsome man to Akaikawa Kyajuke. Guess who this is, Mr. Akaikawa? Could it be Director Hotta? Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Itakura Misaki laughed at Akaikawa Kyajuke's surprised expression. Don't you think it's obvious? Director Hotta was once a capable actor with good looks and acting skills, just like you, Mr. Akaikawa. But I heard he later had a car accident that left scars on his face. Then, during a cosmetic surgery, something went wrong, leaving one side of his face paralyzed. His entire face? But when I saw him today, only one side was paralyzed. Yes, after the paralysis, he underwent nerve transplant surgery with the same doctor, restoring most of his facial mobility. So, there's still a small part of his face that couldn't be healed? Exactly, Misaki nodded, a look of regret crossing her face. Although Director Hotta was an actor, his face was his most valuable asset. After the accident, he quit acting altogether. But when he transitioned to directing, he discovered a great talent for it. His very first film made him famous. The only pity is that, as he grows older, his facial paralysis worsens. But now he no longer relies on his appearance to make a living, she added, gazing intently at Akaikawa Kyajuke. As an agent, it's frustrating to not even connect with other artists for my own clients. But if possible, among the directors we met today, I hope you can build a good relationship with Director Hotta. If you can land a role in his work, your chances of gaining fame will multiply compared to your previous stage productions. Alright, Akaikawa Kyajuke nodded repeatedly at her enthusiasm. After Misaki finished speaking, he asked, by the way, do you know the name of the doctor who operated on Director Hotta? I don't recall. It's not publicly known, Misaki said after a moment of thought. But the hospital that treated him would have it on record, Tokyo University Medical School Hospital. Hearing this, Akaikawa Kyajuke pulled out his phone and searched for Hotta Yashitaki and Agata. Aside from finding their seemingly good relationship, he couldn't uncover the information he wanted. He then searched Takawaga and examined his personal background. Soon, he learned that Agata owned a prestigious cosmetic surgery clinic and graduated from Tokyo University Medical School. It seems my guess is correct. The doctor who caused Hotta Yashitaki's facial paralysis was likely Agata. But judging by how they were chatting earlier, they still maintain a friendly relationship on the surface. This doesn't mean Hotta Yashitaki didn't harbor resentment toward Agata for what happened back then. Or perhaps this is all an act by Hotta Yashitaki to conceal his true purpose, revenge. Akaikawa Kyajuke found it hard to imagine someone remaining friendly with a person who had caused an accident that could ruin their life. If the incident had been a genuine mistake, that would be different. But if it became evident that the incident was premeditated, the ties wouldn't just break, they'd shatter entirely. If Agata was indeed Hotta Yashitaki's attending physician back then, my current judgment might be wrong. Even if Tsunkazu Kozaka's death was caused by internal suffocation, it could still be murder. Chapter 84, Agata's invitation the next day. The film festival financed by the Suzuki Group continues as usual in the city of Minato. Today is the second day of the film festival, which is open only to industry professionals and media members. The sudden death of director Tsunkazu Kozaka the previous evening at the Harbor Royal Court Hotel did not affect the normal progression of the film festival. Except for a few individuals, nearly all the guests who attended last night's dinner were present at the festival that day. In the exhibition area of the film festival, in addition to the many screening rooms set up throughout the venue for viewing the participating films, There are also several private exhibition rooms and specially built screening halls for renowned directors and screenwriters. The festival organizers had anticipated a large number of viewers attending the works of these well-known directors and writers. Naturally, their films couldn't be queued and screened in ordinary screening rooms like other works. For instance, individuals like Tsunkazu Kozaka, who passed away suddenly yesterday, Mio Soma, Humakuto Kanoyoko, the screenwriter Oda Ima, and the actor-turned-director Yoshitaka Hoda, all enjoy personal exhibition rooms. Since Kanoyoko had to participate in activities for the film in which she stars today, she couldn't accompany Kaikawa to visit the film festival. Thus, Misaki Itakura and Kyujuka Kaikawa were tasked with exploring the festival's exhibition area. Wow, as expected from screenwriter Oda, the script is so well written. At this moment, Kaikawa and Misaki Itakura had just exited the screening room for screenwriter Oda Ima's film. As they walked out, Misaki Itakura, standing beside Kaikawa Kyujuka, couldn't help but keep thinking about the movie's storyline. Her eyes, hidden behind thick-framed glasses, seemed a bit red and puffy, as if she had just cried. The heroine's performance was so moving. Especially her heartbroken expression after learning the male lead was married, followed by her ecstatic, hopeful look when she discovered he had been forced into the marriage. The tangled emotions of shame and intense internal struggle were truly impactful. Later, the heroine changed from her submissive and passive demeanor at the beginning of the film, launching a bold offensive. The ending, where the loving couple finally married, was so touching. Misaki Itakura said, wiping the corners of her eyes. Well, not bad, Kaikawa Kyujuka echoed from the side. In truth, he wasn't very interested in films that revolved around romantic entanglements between men and women. Hey, isn't that Kaikawa-kun? Just as Kaikawa was casually chatting with Misaki Itakura, a familiar voice suddenly sounded from behind. Kaikawa Kyujuka turned around. He saw Takawaga, the doctor who had provided first aid to the late Tsunkazu Kozaka at last night's banquet, greeting him with a surprised expression. From the looks of it, Aga Takao had just exited Oda Ima's personal exhibition room. Mr. Aga, you actually remember my name? Kyujuka seemed flattered as he spoke to Takawaga. Haha, of course, I remember. After all, you're the newcomer introduced by Miss Yoko, Aga Takao said with a confident smile, one that mirrored the demeanor he'd had when Kaikawa first met him. It seemed the death of Tsunkazu Kozaka the previous day hadn't left much of an impact on him. Speaking of which, Kaikawa, you came to this film festival to meet famous directors and writers and see if there's a chance to land a good audition, right? Aga Takao looked at Kaikawa Kyujuka and asked. Hearing this, Misaki Itakura was about to discreetly remind Kaikawa Kyujuka not to reveal his intentions to strangers. Instead, Kaikawa Kyujuka's eyes widened in apparent surprise at Aga Takao's guess. Eh? How did you know that, Mr. Aga? Misaki Itakura's lips twitched as she heard this, silently looking at Kaikawa Kyujuka and screaming internally, Mr. Kaikawa, are you an idiot? Reacting like this will make you seem so inexperienced. Aga Takao chuckled at Kaikawa Kyujuka's reaction and continued, it's easy to tell at a glance. Kaikawa-kun has acting skills and good looks. All you need is the right opportunity. By the way, Kaikawa-kun, you know Hoda, don't you? I do. He's the one who had a lengthy conversation with you yesterday, Kaikawa Kyujuka nodded. Do you have a good relationship with director Hoda, Mr. Aga? PFFT, more than good. We've known each other for over 10 years. If you hadn't invited me, I wouldn't have came to this film festival. Aga Takao smiled. That's amazing. Kaikawa Kyujuka showed an envious look, as if admiring the bond between Aga Takao and Yoshitaka Hoda. Hoda invited me to his exhibition room at 1 in the afternoon to introduce his new works. If Kaikawa-kun is interested, you can come with me. Misaki Itakura's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Kaikawa Kyujuka to get such a golden opportunity to communicate deeply with a renowned director he admired so much. There was no reason to refuse such a coveted chance. Clearly, Aga Takao wanted to curry favor with Okanoyoko by helping to promote Kaikawa Kyujuka. As Misaki Itakura thought this through, she noticed Kyujuka Kaikawa showing a delighted expression and nodding repeatedly. Alright. Alright. Thank you, Mr. Aga. Haha, it's fine. See you at Hoda's exhibition room at 1 in the afternoon, Aga Takao instructed Kaikawa Kyujuka, then teasingly added, but don't tell others about this. If word gets out, people might gossip about you. Understood. Aga Takao smiled, nodded at Kaikawa Kyujuka, and after glancing at Misaki Itakura, walked away. After ensuring Takawaga could no longer hear her, Misaki Itakura looked at Kaikawa Kyujuka excitedly. Mr. Kaikawa. You must be so lucky. If you can build a good relationship with director Hotta and secure a role in his next film, your popularity will skyrocket again. I'll do my best, Akaikawa Kyujuk replied with a gentle smile to Misaki Itakura. However, doubts lingered in his mind about Takawaga's true intentions. I'm almost certain that the sudden death of Tsunkazu Kozaka yesterday was something Takawaga didn't expect. Obviously, the death of Tsunkazu Kozaka isn't directly related to Takawaga. I've only met him and Yoshitaki Hata once. So why is he trying to get close to me? It can't be just to curry favor with Okino Yoko, can it? As Akaikawa Kyujuk pondered his confusion, a familiar voice came from the side. Chapter 85, Something is Wrong. Wow, I'm so moved. The emotional scenes in this drama were so well portrayed. Indeed, I was moved too. Suzuki Sanoko and Mori Ran, who had just watched the movie, exited Odaima's cinema, marveling at the film's emotional moments. Both girls' eyes were somewhat red. Judging by their emotional expressions, it was clear they were deeply touched by Odaima's film. Isn't it just a story about a mistress breaking up a family? I really don't get what's so great about it. Conan crossed his hands behind his head and complained loudly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, both girls turned to glare at him simultaneously. Kid, what do you know? Suzuki Sanoko stepped forward angrily, stretched out her fingers, and firmly pressed them against Conan's forehead. What mistress? That's called deep affection, don't you understand? Besides, the woman standing between the hero and heroine is the man's wife, who clearly doesn't even love him. After Suzuki Sanoko loudly corrected him, she seemed to realize it was pointless to explain such things to an elementary schooler. So, she said helplessly, forget it. I don't even know why I'm wasting my breath on you. Kid, you've never been in love, so don't meddle in adult affairs. PFFT, Saramis Yumi, standing nearby, chuckled, then noticed Akaikawa Kyujuk watching the scene with an expression of disbelief. Her smile disappeared instantly. Suzuki Sanoko, who had been scolding Conan, noticed Akaikawa Kyujuk's disdainful look and was immediately startled. Oh. It's Mr. Akaikawa. Did you also watch the movie directed by Oda just now? What a coincidence. Yes, what a coincidence. Akaikawa Kyujuk set aside his earlier disbelief and responded with a smile to the second daughter of the Suzuki consortium. Since we've run into each other, let's explore together. I didn't even get to properly introduce myself to you yesterday. When Misaki Itakura heard Suzuki Sanoko's suggestion, she immediately recalled Okino Yoko's reminder from the previous day. She should limit interactions with Suzuki Sanoko, Mori Ran, and their circle in the future. Worried Akaikawa Kyujuk might agree, she quickly stepped in, saying, Sorry, Ms. Suzuki, but Mr. Akaikawa and I were just heading to Exhibition Hall B2 to catch a movie I directed. I believe it's on the schedule. Misaki Itakura tactfully declined. However, Suzuki Sanoko seemed very surprised by Itakura Misaki's words. Really? What a coincidence. We were also heading to Exhibition Hall B2. And your movie is exactly the one we plan to watch. After saying this, Suzuki Sanoko turned to Mori Ran. Right, Ran? Mori Ran nodded, confirming Suzuki Sanoko's statement. Misaki Itakura. Misaki Itakura was speechless. She had hoped that explaining their plans would avoid overlapping with Suzuki Sanoko. But she hadn't expected such a coincidence, where their schedules matched perfectly. Moreover, since it was Suzuki Sanoko's invitation that allowed them to attend the film festival, Itakura Misaki felt too embarrassed to refuse again. After confirming their schedules aligned, the group began walking toward Exhibition Hall B2. By the way, Mr. Akaikawa, what did you think of the movie just now? On their way to Exhibition Hall B2, Suzuki Sanoko curiously asked Akaikawa Kyujuk. The heroine's acting skills are outstanding, especially during her heartbreak and her inner struggle after regaining hope. All of it was impressive. Akaikawa Kyujuk slightly simplified Misaki Itakura's earlier evaluation and responded to Suzuki Sanoko's question. After hearing this, Suzuki Sanoko felt as if she'd found a kindred spirit. Exactly. That's what I said. Everyone agrees after watching it. After Suzuki Sanoko said this, she didn't forget to turn and look at Conan. Did you hear that, kid? TSK. Conan clicked his tongue lightly, unimpressed by Suzuki Sanoko's smug expression. He had never thought Akaikawa Kyujuk, who usually stayed home watching movies all day, could share her tastes. Conan also thought people who enjoyed such cheesy and dull plots were either women or mature students. Thus, he lost interest in arguing further with Suzuki Sanoko. He didn't even feel like talking to Akaikawa Kyujuk. Judging by her history, Sanoko's taste in men is terrible anyway. I bet this Akaikawa guy will cause some drama soon, and then I'll steer clear of him. Conan complained silently, tuning out Suzuki Sanoko's chatter as he reflected on yesterday's case. Now it seems likely that if Kozaka Tsunkazu's cause of death was indeed asphyxiation, it was probably accidental. But a forensic autopsy will take at least a week to confirm. Hopefully, the cause matches my conclusions. Since there were no clear clues at the scene, the investigation had reached a deadlock. However, Conan still hoped it was just an accident. If it turned out to be murder, things would become far more complicated. While Conan pondered in silence, Uchiha Kyajuk and the others finished exploring Exhibition Hall B2. They then moved on to visit Ryo Sogab's personal exhibition space. After about 20 minutes in Ryo Sogab's exhibit, the next screening of his movie was about to begin. The group followed the crowd to the screening room. Typically, the director gives a speech before the movie begins. However, after waiting nearly 10 minutes, Ryo Sogab failed to appear. As time passed, there was still no sign of him. 5 minutes later, the theater announced the screening had been cancelled and asked everyone to remain seated. The audience erupted into complaints about the poor experience. "Something's wrong," Saramasumi whispered to Conan. "Yeah. Let's go check it out." Conan and Saramasumi stood simultaneously and began running toward the back of the exhibition hall. Suzuki Sanoko and Mori Ran stayed seated, confused about what was happening. Moments later, Mori Ran's phone vibrated. When she pulled it out and glanced at the screen, her face instantly turned pale as she covered her mouth in shock. Uchiha Kyajuk, seated next to Suzuki Sanoko, overheard Mori Ran whispering to Suzuki Sanoko, "Sara just said the director was found dead in his exhibition hall." Chapter 86, pointing at the killer, "Our department head is dead?" Uchiha Kyajuk was slightly shocked when he heard Mori Ran's words. He was also surprised by the director named Sogabrio. This was one of the directors at the first table, whom Yuko personally introduced to him during last night's dinner. Uchiha Kyajuk clearly remembered how Sogabrio seemed drowsy throughout the dinner. When teased by Yuko, Sogab even mentioned that, had he known in advance, he would have rested at the hotel instead. Kusagakure and Sogabrio are both directors I greeted at the first table. The only one left is Samamayo, who had joked with Yuko but suddenly complained of back pain before shaking hands with me. Although Kusagakure, Sogabrio, and Samamayo are in different situations, they share a common link. Now that it's known Dr. Takawaga was acquainted with Kusagakure, it's highly likely he knew the other two as well. If the cause of Sogabrio's death resembles that of Kusagakure, then the killer is most likely Hata Yoshitake, who held a grudge against Takawaga. Through Sogabrio's death, Uchiha Kyajuk became aware of the connection between this case and yesterday's incident. But something still felt inconsistent. That was Takawaga's invitation to the personal exhibition room of Hata Yoshitake. If Hata Yoshitake had invited me, that would make sense. Perhaps he wanted me to provide him with an alibi. Or, in the worst-case scenario, he might even try to frame me for the murder. But in this case, Takawaga is clearly the victim. So, what was the purpose of inviting me to Hata Yoshitake's exhibition room? As Uchiha Kyajuk struggled to form a precise conclusion due to limited information, he overheard Mori Ran whispering to Suzuki Sanoko. "Sanoko, why don't we go take a look? I'm worried Conan might be in danger. But isn't Sara with him?" "Even so, Sara is just one person. I'm not sure she can fully protect Conan." "That's true. It's time for the great detective Suzuki Sanoko to step up." Persuaded by Mori Ran, Suzuki Sanoko stood up alongside her. She turned to Uchiha Kyajuk. "Mr. Uchiha, Ran and I are stepping out for a moment. Please stay here with Miss Takura." After Suzuki Sanoko said this, she and Mori Ran quickly walked in the direction where Saramasumi and Conan had gone earlier. Uchiha Kyajuk glanced at Takura Misaki. "I'm going to the restroom. I'll be back shortly." Sitting on the other side, Itakura Misaki hadn't heard Mori Ran's whisper to Suzuki Sanoko. She nodded slightly without suspecting anything. Uchiha Kyajuk followed Mori Ran and Suzuki Sanoko from a distance. They arrived at the personal room specially reserved for directors and screenwriters within the exhibition hall. Here, Uchiha Kyajuk saw several film exhibition staff and security guards surrounding one of the rooms. Inside Sogabrio's room, he spotted Conan and Saramasumi examining Sogabrio's body lying on the floor. Forget Saramasumi, how can Conan, a primary school student, openly access a crime scene? Uchiha Kyajuk was baffled but edged closer to Sogabrio's room. He then clearly saw two prominent wounds, one on Sogab's forehead and the other on his arm. Gunshot wounds? Uchiha Kyajuk was utterly shocked when he saw this scene. He had assumed Sogabrio's death would be similar to yesterday's case, involving respiratory issues. But he hadn't expected such a straightforward cause of death, a gunshot wound. "I can't see the exact details of the forehead wound, but I'd guess it's a blind tube injury. The arm wound is a penetrating injury, and the arm wound shows signs of vital reactions. A blind tube injury is a wound caused by a bullet lodged in the body." A penetrating injury occurs when a bullet goes through the body and exits. In other words, the killer first shot Sogaburyo in the arm and then fired a shot to his forehead. Being well versed in gunshot wounds, Akaikawa Kyajuk quickly determined the nature of the injuries and cause of death. He began observing the blood on Sogab's forehead and arm. He noticed the blood color was no longer bright red or dark red but was gradually turning into a deep red. However, ambient temperature could also affect the blood color changes. Since Akaikawa Kyajuk was observing from a distance and hadn't entered Sogaburyo's room, he couldn't determine the exact room temperature. The runtime of Ryo's movie is 70 minutes. After the screening, there are still 15 minutes allocated for the audience to leave and for staff to clean up. Ryo Sogab was supposed to give a speech before the movie started, meaning he was still alive at that point. Considering the waiting time before the movie, the maximum time of death couldn't have exceeded 100 minutes. Therefore, the room temperature shouldn't have been a low-temperature environment below 10 degrees Celsius, as 100 minutes isn't enough for blood to darken this much in such conditions. The handsome detective looks fine, but the little Grim Reaper is sweating from his neck and forehead, which suggests the room was a high-temperature environment exceeding 30 degrees Celsius. In a high-temperature environment above 30 degrees Celsius, the time of Sogaburyo's death should be less than an hour. Akaikawa Kyajuk deduced an approximate room temperature and time of death based on the scene's details. Although many people had entered and exited the exhibition hall during this period, this information alone couldn't pinpoint the killer. But Sogaburyo's death clarified the doubts in Akaikawa Kyajuk's mind. Why was Sogaburyo's death different from Kozaka Tsunkazu's yesterday? Why did Takawaga, clearly a victim, personally visit Hata Yoshitake's exhibition room? The answer was, although Kozaka Tsunkazu and Sogaburyo had something in common, their killers were entirely different people. There's no way to confirm whether Hata Yoshitake killed the former. But the killer of the latter is now crystal clear. The murderer altered the room temperature solely to mislead the police and detectives about the time of death. Assuming the room temperature was maintained between 20 to 25 degrees Celsius, the blood would take at least 60 minutes to change from bright red to deep red. At that time, Akaikawa Kyajuk and Takura Misaki were still watching a movie in Odaima's screening room. The same was true for the Grim Reaper's young disciple and others. Furthermore, there's another individual with an alibi who's connected to Sogaburyo. Takawaga, a plastic surgeon and graduate of Tokyo University's School of Medicine. Chapter 87, Making a Decision. The private lounge is a certain distance from the screening room. If someone fired a gun here, there's a high chance the sound wouldn't reach the screening room, but tourists in the exhibition hall would definitely hear it. Since none of the moviegoers who just exited showed signs of shock, does that mean the gun was equipped with a silencer? As Akaikawa Kyajuk deduced the murder weapon Takawaga used to kill Ryo Sogab, he felt a small sense of exasperation. That's outrageous. Isn't gun ownership and usage strictly controlled in Japan? How could even a doctor manage to obtain a gun, let alone one with a silencer? But considering the business he does secretly, it doesn't seem too difficult for him to acquire one. Akaikawa Kyajuk headed toward Ryo Sogab's private lounge. Instead of returning to the screening room, he walked directly through the hallway to Ryo Sogab's private exhibition area. To completely erase his evidence, Takawaga definitely wouldn't stop at just killing Ryo Sogab. Myosoma should also be one of his targets. Akaikawa Kyajuk pulled out his phone and checked the time. 11:44. Odaima's film ended at 10:30, and Miss Takura and I met Takawaga at the screening room door afterward. Then, I chatted with Takawaga and Miss Suzuki for about 10 minutes before heading to the B2 exhibition hall. If Takawaga went directly to Ryo Sogab's lounge and killed him after parting ways with me, the time of the murder should be after 10:50. It's been at least 54 minutes since Ryo Sogab was killed, plenty of time for Aga to have moved on to Myosoma. Akaikawa Kyajuk speculated as he checked the festival website for Myosoma's screening schedule. First session, 9:00 to 10:15, second session, 10:30 to 11:45, third session, 12:00 to 13:15. If my guess is correct, Myosoma has likely been murdered by now. Her body should be discovered just as the third movie begins. In other words, Myosoma's shooting will be discovered within 10 to 25 minutes. Takawaga scheduled our meeting at 1:00 p.m. in Hata Yoshitake's private exhibition room, so, his purpose couldn't have been to have me create an alibi for him. Framing me wouldn't work either because I have no connection to them and no capacity to commit such crimes in front of strangers. That leaves only one plausible reason. Takawaga intends to use the fact that I have no connection to these people to conceal the real motive behind his murders. If the police find 3 victims with the same cause of death on the same day, they will undoubtedly search for connections between them. My presence could mislead the police and detectives in their investigation. Covering his secrets with an even more scandalous crime, That's Takawaga's plan. This logic might seem absurd to others, but Uchiha Kyajuk had already concluded that Takawaga would kill even his friends to protect his secret. In such a case, killing a complete stranger like him would be no psychological burden. This is the top student of the University of Tokyo's medical school. We met by chance in the morning, and he had already planned everything. Uchiha Kyajuk couldn't help but sigh, finding the situation almost laughable. Still, Mr. Raga seems to underestimate the skills of detectives. Does he really think this tactic can fool them? Uchiha Kyajuk knew he had reached a conclusion before Saramashimi and Conan, not because he was smarter but because he had more information. He had seen Tsunkazu Kozaka, Ryo Sogabe, and Mio Soma when they were defenseless in life. Ding! A familiar mechanical sound echoed in his mind. A translucent blue screen appeared before Uchiha Kyaju's eyes. Cause of death remains unknown for Tsunkazu Kozaka and Ryo Sogabe, killed by gunfire. Mio Soma's status is unclear. Faced with Takawaga's invitation to die, what choice will you make? 1. Decline the invitation, do nothing, and wait for the detective to uncover the truth. Reward, recovery card X1, 2. Decline the invitation, give clues to the detective, and help solve the case. Reward, +3 physique, temporary trait card X1, 3. Personally reveal the truth of the case and resolve it completely. Reward, skill card X1, trait card X1, 4. Accept the invitation. Reward, +3 agility, temporary skill card X1, 5. Punish the true culprit. Reward, specific card X1, allows selection of specific unlocked skills or traits using temporary cards. This system only activates when I face a significant life-altering decision. Huh? Faced with the sudden system notification, Uchiha Kyajuk murmured inwardly. Solving the case personally was out of the question. That would make it obvious he wasn't as naive as he appeared. Uchiha Kyajuk wasn't the type to intervene unless his own interests were at stake. Moreover, he had confidence in the detectives of this world. Even if Saramashimi and Conan couldn't deduce the truth immediately due to a lack of information, the results of the forensic autopsy would lead them to the culprit. It was just a matter of time. The fourth and fifth options were even more absurd. Would a normal person knowingly endanger themselves when the other party had murderous intent and a gun? Under normal circumstances, I'd choose the first option without hesitation. Uchiha Kyajuk stared at the system prompts and pondered. But that Takawaga actually wants to kill me. Despite me having nothing to do with him, he wants to murder an innocent person just to complete his flawed plan. I thought what happened at the Empire Theater was bad enough, being framed for murder out of jealousy. But this time, the reasoning is even more ridiculous. Do people here all have a screw loose? In normal situations, Uchiha Kyajuk would avoid hostility. But when faced with malice, especially murderous intent, it was a different story. Still, I am curious. If I complete multiple options at once, how will the rewards be calculated? As this thought crossed his mind, the corners of Uchiha Kyaju's lips curled into a smirk. Chapter 88, Doubts in Ryo Sogabe's personal lounge. Conan observed the body carefully. Ryo Sogabe was shot twice, once in the arm and once in the forehead. The forehead wound is located lower in the middle of the forehead, near the brow line. Since there's no injury on the back of the head, the bullet didn't exit, lodging itself in the skull. Preliminary conclusion, the bullet pierced the frontal lobe, damaging the middle cerebral artery. Whether or not the brainstem was also affected, the damage to the artery likely caused massive intracranial bleeding and rapidly increased pressure in the brain. In either case, Sogabe would have died quickly. There's no doubt that the cause of death was the gunshot wound to the forehead. Conan quickly assessed the cause of death based on Ryo Sogabe's injuries. Moreover, the arm wound shows signs of being inflicted while alive, meaning he was shot in the arm first and then in the forehead, Masayumi Sura concluded as she examined Sogabe's body. She also found a bullet embedded in the ground and the spent casing nearby. Picking up the casing with her gloved hand, Sura studied it. It's a 9mm FMJ bullet, this confirms the weapon is a handgun. Her frown deepened as the gravity of the situation sank in. She hadn't anticipated that someone would bring a firearm to the film festival's exhibit area. While it's clear Sogabe was first shot in the arm and then in the forehead, certain details suggest the arm wound wasn't accidental, Sura remarked, inspecting the angle of the embedded bullet in the ground. If it had been a stray shot, the bullet wouldn't have lodged at this angle but would have flown further back. As Sura analyzed the arm wound and bullet trajectory, Conan completed his examination of Sogabe's body. "How's the situation, kid?" Sura asked gravely. "Aside from the 2 gunshot wounds, there are no other injuries on his body," Conan replied, lifting Sogabe's right arm to display his palm. His hands are completely unscathed. Clearly, he didn't defend himself or resist at all. This indicates that the shooter was someone Sogabe trusted enough to let his guard down. Conan added, also, there's something else worth noting. Sogob dined with Tsunkazu Kozaka, who died yesterday, at the same table. This suggests there's likely a connection between the two cases. Sarah nodded, agreeing with Conan's analysis. Pressing her fist lightly to her lips, she began to think aloud. There are 4 key questions in this case. First, since Sogob and Kozaka knew each other, the killer must have had a common motive for both murders. But why were they killed in completely different ways? Second, what was the motive behind killing our team member, Kozaka? Third, if the killer was close enough to Sogob to lower his defenses, why bother shooting him in the arm first? Wouldn't it have been more efficient to shoot him directly in the forehead? Fourth, how did the killer manage to avoid drawing attention when firing the gun? Sarah felt that uncovering the cause of Kozaka's death would likely unravel the mystery of these connected cases. However, there was a problem. Even if they expedited the forensic autopsy, it would take nearly a week for the results to be ready. We don't have the luxury of waiting for the Metropolitan Police to issue the autopsy results. If we don't catch the culprit quickly, more people could die. Sarah said urgently. The fourth point is easier to explain, Conan interjected. The noise level of a standard 9mm pistol when fired typically ranges between 160 and 170 decibels. But with a silencer attached, the sound drops to about 130 to 140 decibels. If subsonic ammunition is also used, the noise is further reduced. The killer must have closed the door while committing the crime. Considering that the lounge is far from the exhibit hall and next to the projection room with its occasional loud sound effects. In this scenario, using a silencer with subsonic ammunition could muffle the gunshots enough to blend with the projection room sounds. Tourists in the exhibit hall wouldn't notice. The killer must have planned all this meticulously. This was a calculated murder. The culprit is someone Sogob trusted and who's covering something up by killing people. The solution lies in addressing the first 3 doubts you mentioned, Ms. Sarah, Conan concluded. As Conan spoke, a bead of sweat dripped from his chin onto the floor. He wiped the sweat from his neck and forehead, glancing up at the room's air conditioning unit. Under normal circumstances, the exhibit and projection rooms are maintained at a temperature of 20 to 25 degrees Celsius, but someone deliberately set the lounge's air conditioner to 32 degrees Celsius. Usually, a killer would do this to accelerate decomposition, speed up blood clotting, and enhance blood oxidation reactions, thereby obscuring the actual time of death. However, for such measures to make sense, there would need to be a significant gap between the time of death and the discovery of the body. It's clear Sogob hasn't been dead for long, so tampering with the air conditioning just creates a loophole. Considering the 32 degrees Celsius room temperature, the dark red color of the blood, and the fact that Sogob was alive before the last film screening started, I estimate his time of death was between 9:30 and 11:10. We just need to identify who entered and exited this lounge during that period, Conan said, checking his watch mid-sentence. He was interrupted by a hesitant voice behind him. But the problem is, there aren't any cameras inside the exhibit halls or private lounges. How can we determine who came and went? Startled, Conan turned to see Sanoko Suzuki clutching her knees, leaning forward with curiosity. Sanoko's sister? Ran's sister? Conan exclaimed, startled. He hadn't noticed when Sanoko and Mori Ran had arrived or how much of his reasoning they overheard. Sarah quickly interjected to distract Sanoko before her curiosity turned into suspicions. Why aren't there any cameras in such a large exhibit hall? Sarah asked. Well, during last year's film exhibit, someone on the monitoring team secretly leaked unreleased film information online, Sanoko explained. So starting this year, cameras aren't allowed inside the exhibit halls. That means there might still be cameras outside the hall, right? Sarah probed further. I'm not sure if there are any near the entrance to this exhibit, but there should be cameras at key intersections, Sanoko replied thoughtfully. Sarah reflected on this information. In that case, anyone who had the opportunity to enter Sogob's personal lounge during this time frame, lacked an alibi, and was familiar with Sogob becomes a suspect. Chapter 89, Foolish Artist. In the private office of Director Yoshitaka Hata, Dr. Takawaga took out his mobile phone, turned on the screen, and looked at the time displayed. 12:10, still 50 minutes before meeting that young artist, Takao thought silently to himself. His constantly trembling right leg reflected the irritation in his heart at the moment. That idiot Kozaka, why did he have to die yesterday? I clearly told him yesterday afternoon, but he didn't listen. Sogob and Soma are also fools. Even though Kozaka is already dead, they couldn't control themselves last night. Although stupid people are easy to manipulate, if they are too stupid, they really infuriate others. If anyone saw the grim expression on Takawaga's face right now, they would probably be shocked. At this moment, Takawaga was entirely different from the self-assured smile of a successful man he always showed outsiders. More than an hour ago, he had personally killed his loyal client, Ryoso Gob. And 40 minutes ago, he killed Sumimayo, who had also appeared to be very close to him. Whether it was Tsunkazu Kozaka, who died yesterday, Ryoso Gob, whom he had just killed, or Sumimayo, the three were all well-known directors in the Japanese entertainment industry. In this circle, as long as you're a little older and have a good reputation, you more or less need plastic surgery, even if you're not a director who relies on their looks to make a living. Takawaga was one of the most well-known plastic surgeons in the industry. His specialty was providing the so-called giants of the industry with the plastic surgery services they needed and analyzing them during the course of their interactions. Once Takawaga discovered that the other person's willpower was infirm and their intellect wasn't particularly sharp, he would continue to seduce them. As long as they couldn't resist temptation, he would act. From then on, the other party would sink deeper and deeper with him, eventually becoming a loyal client completely controlled by him. At that point, whether it was their wealth or their connections, everything would be at Takawaga's fingertips. Of course, Takawaga wouldn't kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. He knew that keeping these people and continuously generating value was much better than draining them dry directly. Initially, everything went smoothly. Until yesterday, when the sudden death of Tsunkazu Kozaka disrupted Takawaga's stable life. Originally, Takawaga still had the opportunity to smooth things over, but a detective at the dinner, who was overly curious, got in the way. In the end, he couldn't carry out a secondary process on Tsunkazu Kozaka's body. Once the Metropolitan Police Department conducted a forensic autopsy on Tsunkazu Kozaka's body, his secrets would be instantly exposed. After that, he would also be in danger. To prevent this from happening, the hidden dangers of Ryoso Gob and Miyosama had to be silenced forever. But simply killing them wasn't safe enough. Because there was still the risk posed by that pretty yet highly capable female detective, Saramis Yumi. That woman isn't even a doctor, yet she immediately determined the cause of Kozaka's death as poisoning and respiratory issues. Then, with Sogob and Soma's deaths today, she'll likely notice the connection immediately. To confuse her judgment, there must be interference elements among today's deaths. The person Takawaga chose as the interference element was a Kaikawa Kyajuk, someone he had met by chance this morning who seemed a little foolish. As for what would happen after killing a Kaikawa Kyajuk, he had thought it all through. As long as he disguised himself as a victim, he could easily pin the entire case on Yashitaka Hata, who had no alibi during this period. Takawaga believed in Sara's abilities. She would definitely be able to uncover the grievances between Yashitaka Hata and him. By then, the fact that he had deliberately disfigured Yashitaka Hata back then would serve as armor to protect himself, becoming the perfect motive for Yashitaka Hata to murder him. Furthermore, a Kaikawa Kyajuk's death in Yashitaka Hata's private office and the gun used as the murder weapon to kill Ryoso Gob and Miyosama would serve as strong evidence to push Yashitaka Hata to the gallows. As for whether his victim disguise would be exposed by detectives, it's a joke. If he, a doctor graduated from the University of Tokyo's Faculty of Medicine, were to be outdone by an outsider high school student, then all his years of work would have been in vain. It's better to start preparing early. Takawaga murmured quietly, then took out the candle he had prepared in advance, lit it with a lighter, and applied the wax to his fingertips. When paraffin wax is heated and melted, it forms a film on the fingers. In this way, no fingerprints would be left when using a weapon or touching objects. Moreover, compared to cyanoacrylate adhesive, commonly known as superglue, using paraffin wax to cover fingerprints has the advantage of being easier to remove. It only requires a gentle scrape with a knife or the fingertips, or reheating to peel off the wax film adhered to the fingers. Just as Takawaga applied the melted paraffin to his fingertips and waited for it to dry, a sudden knock on the door startled him. Who is it? According to Takawaga, no one should come at this time. If someone saw him alone in Yashitaka Hata's office, it would cause many problems later. Takawaga reached into his coat pocket, grabbed the gun, and silently approached the door. The knocking continued, followed by the sound of someone trying to open the door. Since Yashitaka Hata's private office had been locked by Takawaga himself, the person outside naturally couldn't open it. Takawaga didn't intend to respond. After approaching the door, he prepared to confirm the figure outside through the peephole. Then a familiar voice came from outside. "Hello, Mr. Hata, Mr. Taiga asked me to come here." Hearing the voice of a Kaikawa Kyajuk, the artist he met in the morning, Takawaga breathed a sigh of relief. After confirming through the peephole that it was indeed a Kaikawa Kyajuk alone outside, he opened the door. "A Kaikawa-kun, why are you here so early? Didn't we agree to meet at 1? I accidentally fell asleep." Takawaga greeted him with a smile. After welcoming a Kaikawa Kyajuk in, he quickly closed the door. Then, with a soft click, he locked it silently. "Isn't Mr. Hata here? Why is it just Mr. Taiga? Hata is probably out having lunch and will return around 1. Oh no. Did I arrive too early?" Akaikawa Kyajuk looked flustered. It's fine, it's fine. Just wait here for a while. While chatting with Akaikawa Kyajuk, Takawaga suddenly thought of something and asked, by the way, Akaikawa-kun, why did you arrive so early today? I was planning to watch a movie I directed, but the screening suddenly stopped for some reason, so I left early. I see. Did you inform your agent? Oh, I forgot to tell her. Takawaga felt a bit odd as he looked at Akaikawa Kyajuk, who seemed to have just remembered. We agreed to meet at 1, but you arrived 40 minutes early without notifying anyone. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to create an alibi? Originally, in Takawaga's plan, the first person to discover the crime scene should have been Akaikawa Kyajuk's agent, Itakura Misaki. But now that Akaikawa Kyajuk had arrived early, he could use their scheduled meeting time to create an alibi for himself. This would be much safer than meeting Akaikawa Kyajuk again at 1. Looking at his phone as if about to contact his agent, Takawaga slipped his hand back into his coat pocket and took out his gun. Unlike with Sogaban Myosoma, Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't require a double shot. One fatal shot would suffice. Having made his decision, Takawaga waited for the roaring sound of the movie next door to suddenly grow louder. Then he drew the gun from his pocket, aimed directly between Akaikawa Kyajuk's eyebrows, and pulled the trigger. However, the familiar sound of a gunshot didn't ring out. The scene of Akaikawa Kyajuk falling backward with a bloody hole in his head didn't occur. It wasn't a failure. He hadn't even fully pulled the trigger. Takawaga saw it clearly. At that moment, the slide of his gun was being held firmly by Akaikawa Kyajuk's right hand. He reached into his coat pocket and pulled out the gun from within. The decisive difference between Akaikawa Kyajuk and Ryo Sogabor Myosoma was that he didn't need a double shot for this one. One fatal shot would be enough. Having made his decision, Takawaga listened to the rumbling sounds of the movie screening in the projection room next door. When the roaring suddenly grew louder, he pulled the gun out of his pocket, aimed directly between Akaikawa Kyajuk's brows, and then pulled the trigger. However, the familiar sound of a gunshot did not ring out. The scene where Akaikawa Kyajuk would fall backward with a bloody hole in his head did not occur. This wasn't a failure. He hadn't even fully pulled the trigger. Takawaga saw it clearly. In that moment, the slide of his gun was being firmly held by Akaikawa Kyajuk's right hand. The index finger of his right hand was inserted behind the gun's trigger. The trigger that Takawaga had tried to pull was completely jammed. The slim artist, Akaikawa Kyajuk, who had still been looking at his phone moments earlier, was now staring directly at him with mocking blue eyes. This scene made Takawaga feel as if a bomb had exploded in his mind. He reacted instantly. If it weren't for the Akaikawa Kyajuk in front of him being so familiar with his gun, unbelievably familiar, how could he have been able to block the trigger mechanism at the exact moment Takawaga pulled it? But Akaikawa Kyajuk, standing right there, was clearly just an artist who looked young and harmless. How could someone like him possibly do this? This sudden, intense contrast immediately transformed into a chilling dread that pierced Takawaga's heart. At that moment, he saw the delicate face of Akaikawa Kyajuk twist into an utterly horrifying expression. The chilling gaze in Kyajuk's blue eyes seemed to pierce through him, looking not just at him, but at something behind him. Takawaga instinctively turned around. However, there was nothing behind him except the empty room. Then, he suddenly felt two hands encircle his neck, violently pressing against his carotid artery. A wave of terror coursed through Takawaga's body instantly. This sensation was all too familiar to Takawaga, a doctor. This was what doctors called the carotid sinus reflex. Even when facing an opponent with a vastly different level of physical strength, it would take no more than 5 seconds to paralyze half of the opponent's body. How? How is this possible? Takawaga's eyes widened as he let out his final words. His upper body suddenly went limp. But tragically, he never discovered why Akaikawa Kyajuk's demeanor had shifted so drastically in such a short amount of time. Chapter 90, Takawaga's secret. Akaikawa Kyajuk didn't stop just because Takawaga's upper body went limp. He maintained his grip on Aga's carotid artery, only letting go after confirming that Aga had lost consciousness and fallen into a coma. In Hata Yoshitake's private lounge, a dull thud echoed like a sandbag hitting the ground. Takawaga collapsed to the floor like a lifeless body. The Sig Sauer P226 really is a popular model. Akaikawa Kyajuk crouched next to the unconscious Takawaga, glanced at the gun that had fallen to the floor, and made a mental note. He stood up and scanned Hata Yoshitake's private lounge. Then, he noticed a lighter and a candle on the table. Quite prepared, aren't we? Even thought about how to cover your fingerprints. Akaikawa Kyajuk walked over to the table, picked up the lighter, melted some candle wax, and applied it to his fingertips. He carefully placed the used candle and lighter into his pocket. Next, Kyajuk scraped off the paraffin from Takawaga's fingers. After ensuring Aga's fingerprints were no longer covered, Uchiha Kyajuk grasped Aga's hand and made him hold the gun again. To prevent Aga from suddenly waking up while holding the weapon, Kyajuk kept his foot pressed on the middle of Aga's forearm the entire time. The human forearm is full of muscles and nerves that control hand movements. By stepping on this area, one can effectively inhibit strength and mobility in the hand. At the same time, to avoid leaving shoe marks on Aga's clothing, Uchiha Kyajuk deliberately rolled up his own sleeve and pressed his bare foot directly onto Aga's arm. Once he was sure that Aga had properly left his fingerprints on the gun, Uchiha Kyajuk tossed the weapon onto the table and began searching Aga's coat pockets. The right pocket was empty. In the left pocket, he found a small cardboard box and a syringe. Exactly as I suspected. Uchiha Kyajuk thought to himself as he pulled out the syringe and box. This entire case stemmed from the accidental death of Kusagakure. At the dinner yesterday, Uchiha Kyajuk and Hueco had greeted Kusagakure and others together. Though the executives at the first table had vastly different personalities, Uchiha had noticed a shared commonality among them: all three showed signs of drug abuse. When Kyajuk and Hueco greeted them, Kusagakure, the obese director, was the first to speak. He appeared extremely excited as he spoke. At the same time, Kyajuk noticed that the glass in front of Kusagakure wasn't filled with premium foreign wine, but with beer. For light drinkers, beer might be enough to quickly reach a state of euphoria. However, another possibility was that Kusagakure had recently been injected with drugs. Then there was Somomayo, who, after shaking hands with Uchiha, suddenly experienced severe back pain when standing up. While muscle and joint pain can have various causes, one possibility is withdrawal symptoms occurring 24 to 48 hours after drug addiction. Lastly, there was Ryo Sogabe, the third director. He appeared drowsy from the start and even mentioned how he should have stayed at the hotel to rest. Normally, insufficient sleep wouldn't manifest as sudden drowsiness during dinner. Although his statement sounded plausible, Uchiha suspected Sogabe's words referred to something unexpected, like the onset of withdrawal symptoms. While none of these symptoms alone confirmed drug use, the sudden death of Kusagakure provided more clarity. Kozaku's symptoms, paired with the reactions of Misura and Conan, narrowed the cause of death to poisoning and asphyxiation. Another suspicious point was Aga's reaction after Kusagakure collapsed. Despite knowing little about Kozaku's condition, Aga immediately performed CPR and mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, as though he already knew the cause of Kozaku's symptoms. Furthermore, Aga's exaggerated panic upon confirming Kozaku's death indicated he feared the incident might expose his own secrets. One other detail stood out. Yesterday, after the opening ceremony of the film festival, a group of people chose not to visit the exhibition area and instead returned to the hotel. This group included Takawaga, Kusagakure, and others. All these clues led Uchiha Kyajuk to a conclusion: Kusagakure and the others were drug abusers. Considering that Takawaga owned a plastic surgery hospital, Kyajuk deduced that Aga had been supplying morphine to the directors. Opening the small box from Aga's pocket confirmed it. Inside were several vials of medical morphine and naloxone hydrochloride. Medical morphine is primarily used as a powerful pain reliever for moderate to severe pain, especially post-surgery or in cases of chronic illnesses like cancer. It acts on the brain and central nervous system, blocking pain signals and inducing both pain relief and euphoria. However, prolonged use can lead to addiction, tolerance, and withdrawal symptoms. Kozaku's condition yesterday aligned perfectly with someone who had just been injected with morphine. Morphine depresses the respiratory center, and when combined with alcohol, its effects on the nervous system can become significantly more dangerous, potentially leading to severe respiratory depression. Given Kozaku's obesity and probable respiratory issues, even a single beer was enough to pose a fatal threat after a morphine injection. Thus, Uchiha had deduced the cause of death. Kusagakure had died from severe respiratory depression after combining morphine with alcohol. Following the autopsy, the abuse of morphine by Kusagakure would naturally come to light. Up until yesterday, Aga was still technically a victim, as he hadn't directly caused Kozaku's death. However, the death would inevitably bring scrutiny to Aga's involvement. Faced with this, Aga had two options: trust that the other two addicts wouldn't expose him under police pressure or eliminate anyone who might reveal his secrets. Clearly, Mr. Aga chose the latter, Kyajuk thought, drawing the conclusion. He then opened a vial of medical morphine, extracted the liquid with a syringe, and prepared for his next move. Chapter 91, Fear Today. After Uchiha Kyajuk witnessed the death of Ryo Sogabe, all the confusion in his mind was finally clarified. First, Ryo Sogabe was shot twice, even though one shot was enough to kill him. After learning that Ryo Sogabe was also abusing morphine, it was easy to deduce that the killer wanted to use the bullet wounds to conceal the syringe marks on his arm. If my assumption is correct, Myosoma, who died on the other side, should also have 2 bullet wounds. Kyajuku Kaikawa thought to himself. As for why the killer chose to use a gun instead of replicating the method used to kill Tsunkazu Kozaka yesterday, it's because the person who killed Ryo Sogaban Myosoma is a completely different individual from the one responsible for Kozaka Tsunkazu's death. The reason the killer decided to shoot Ryo Sogaban Myosoma was the same as shooting Sogabaryo in the arm, to hide the fact that they were taking morphine. If the cause of death is unclear, the Metropolitan Police Department would conduct a blood analysis during the forensic autopsy. In other words, as long as the cause of death is apparent, the Metropolitan Police would not perform a blood test, and the fact that Ryo Sogaban Myosoma were using morphine would remain undiscovered. Thus, to completely hide the truth about the illegal sale of morphine, Ryo Sogaban Myosoma had to die. As expected of a top student from the University of Tokyo's Faculty of Medicine. You figured this out after a detective's interview yesterday and planned everything today. Shooting your guests to cover up the fact that they were injecting morphine? Kaikawa Kyajuku looked at Takawaga, who was slowly waking up beside him, showing visible fear toward him, and said with a smile, "Mr. Aga, you truly are amazing. I remember that the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Tokyo has the highest admission standards in Japan. It's said that those accepted there are among the brightest in the nation. You must have always been a star among your peers, from elementary school to junior high school. I can see that your confidence isn't innate but the kind of absolute confidence that only comes from countless successful experiences. You must always believe you're smarter than everyone else. You feel you can easily control others' thoughts and lives with your intellect." Earlier, Kaikawa Kyajuku had intentionally extended the time he compressed Takawaga's carotid artery. As a result, Takawaga only regained consciousness several minutes later, suffering from headaches, nausea, and blurred vision. Kaikawa Kyajuku was certain that Takawaga currently had no strength to resist. "What the hell do you want?" Takawaga glared at Kaikawa Kyajuku, who towered over him with piercing blue eyes and an innocent smile. Listening to this artist, whom he had only seen a few times and could barely name, expose his motives, life experiences, and inner thoughts left Taga stunned. The disconnect between Kaikawa Kyajuku's outward appearance and his current behavior was extreme. Exaggeratedly speaking, it felt as though the soul of a demon had been placed inside the body of a harmless rabbit. The mismatch between Kyajuku Kaikawa's looks and his words or actions at that moment left Takawaga questioning his own ability to judge people. He had no idea how Kaikawa Kyajuku had discovered his plan, nor did he understand how this artist knew so much about firearms and professional strangulation techniques. He couldn't predict what this seemingly innocent man intended to do next. Takawaga watched as Kaikawa Kyajuku approached him, holding a syringe filled with morphine. The unknown turned into an overwhelming fear that consumed Takawaga entirely, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably as he lay on the ground. "It's nothing serious. I'm just a bit curious, what did I do to provoke you into targeting me?" Kaikawa Kyajuku's polite question made Takawaga's entire body tense. He had no idea how to respond. Silence filled the room. Suddenly, Takawaga felt Kaikawa Kyajuku lift his foot and step on his arm. Moments later, pain radiated from his elbow as the needle pierced his skin. The cubital vein? How does he even know this? The precision with which Kyajuku Kaikawa located his vein was more terrifying to Takawaga than anything else. Before he could recover from his shock, he saw Kaikawa Kyajuku take another ampule from the box. Using his fingertips, Kyajuku snapped off the ampule's neck and drew the liquid into a syringe. There are 2 drugs in the box, medical morphine and naloxone hydrochloride. To my knowledge, medical morphine is an opioid with sedative effects. Naloxone hydrochloride, on the other hand, is an opioid antagonist used to reverse opioid overdoses. Mr. Aga, you seem uncomfortable from a morphine overdose. Let me help you block its effects. If you want to introduce me to Director Haga, this will be my gift in return." As Kyajuku Kaikawa spoke, he inserted the syringe filled with naloxone into Takawaga's deltoid muscle and slowly pressed the plunger. Aga Takaw's complexion turned pale, and his entire body began to tremble violently. "Ah, I forgot. Although naloxone can quickly block the effects of morphine, it seems to cause severe withdrawal symptoms." Kaikawa Kyajuku feigned sudden realization, his face expressing surprise and apology. Indeed, naloxone is an opioid antagonist. While it reverses opioid overdoses, it can also trigger withdrawal symptoms that are excruciating for most people: intense pain, nausea, vomiting, anxiety, and general discomfort. Ignoring Takawaga writhing on the ground, Kaikawa Kyajuku opened the door and stepped out of Hada Yoshitake's private lounge. "See you later, Mr. Aga." Before leaving, Kaikawa Kyajuku smiled at the trembling Aga Takao, then closed the door behind him and walked away. As Takawaga watched Kaikawa Kyajuku leave, He endured his physical discomfort and crawled toward the door. Even now, Akaikawa Kyajuke's terrifying, devilish smile echoed in his mind, a fear stronger than any physical pain. Takawaga reached the door, forced himself to stand, and shut it firmly. Finally, he isolated himself from that demon. He never wanted to see Akaikawa Kyajuke's face again. But just as Takawaga turned to hide the box of drugs on the table, his body, weakened by withdrawal symptoms, reached its limit. Overcome by anxiety and fear, Takawaga collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. Chapter 92, The Third Death. Akaikawa Kyajuke returned to Ryosoga's screening room and sat next to Misaki Itakura. Mr. Akaikawa, it took you a long time to go to the restroom. Misaki Itakura couldn't help but complain when she saw Akaikawa Kyajuke return. There were many police officers outside the screening room. I stayed to observe for a while. Eh? Police? Yes, I heard our director was found dead in his private lounge. Misaki Itakura's eyes widened upon hearing this. A look of disbelief crossed her face, and it took her a while to digest the information from Akaikawa Kyajuke's words. What's going on? This is the third death in over a month. And why is the security at the Suzuki Consortium so poor? Misaki Itakura couldn't help but complain. In Ryosoga's private lounge, Suramasumi had just reported the findings she and Conan had uncovered to Inspector Megure Juzo, who had arrived on the scene. After ordering forensic officers to conduct a more thorough investigation, Megure spoke to Suramasumi with a serious expression. This time, the murderer has a gun, which is extremely dangerous. To prevent anyone else from getting hurt, we must apprehend the culprit as soon as possible. Suramasumi nodded seriously. I'll do my best to assist, Inspector Megure. At that moment, Megure's phone rang. He answered, then immediately raised his voice. What did you say? Understood. Megure's sudden reaction caught the attention of both Conan and Suramasumi. After hanging up, he turned to Suramasumi. Another person has been found dead in their private lounge. This time, the victim is Sumamayo, another director. Sumamayo? Both Conan and Suramasumi exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the name. They were taken aback. Do you know them? Megure asked. Sumamayo was the first witness to Tsunkazu Kozaka's incident yesterday and was the one who screamed, Suramasumi explained. Additionally, Ryosoga, Mayo Soma, who died today, and Tsunkazu Kozaka, who died yesterday, were all friends seated at the same table during last night's dinner. All three directors who sat at the same table are now dead. No matter how you think about it, this cannot be a coincidence. Inspector Megure frowned and analyzed. Our investigation of Director Soga's situation is nearly complete. Let's head to Director Soma's lounge immediately. Megure had no objections to Suramasumi's suggestion. After issuing instructions, he prepared to lead everyone to Mayo Soma's lounge. Conan also wanted to join them. But just as he was about to follow, Mori Ran grabbed him by the collar. Conan, you shouldn't follow. Didn't you hear what Inspector Megure just said? The culprit has a gun. No, it's fine, Ran's sister. I said no, and that's final. Ran elongated her tone, placing her hands on her hips and wearing a stern expression. It's fine, Ran. The culprit definitely won't stay at the scene, Suramasumi interjected to help Conan. Presumably, like the other directors, Sumamayo was killed in their private lounge during the film screening and wasn't discovered until it was time to give a speech before the next screening. Also, Conan has a sharp eye for detail. He often notices things I miss. With his help, we can solve cases twice as efficiently. Well. Sura's sincere words made Ran hesitate, but after a moment, she nodded. All right, but Sura and Conan, please be careful. Conan and Sura agreed and then followed Inspector Megure to Mayo Soma's lounge. Upon arrival, they found that Mayo Soma's death was very similar to Ryosoga's. Both had been shot in the forehead. The only difference was that Mayo Soma had also been shot in the inner elbow. The bullets used to kill Director Soma are the same type as those used on Director Soga, 9mm rounds. Thus, it's initially judged to be the work of the same person, Suramasumi concluded after observing the shell casings on the floor. She then turned to Inspector Megure. Inspector, please have the forensic officers compare the rifling marks on the two bullets. Megure nodded slightly and gave the order. The same type of bullet doesn't necessarily mean they came from the same gun. This is where rifling marks come into play. Rifling marks are like a gun's fingerprint. Only by comparing these marks can it be determined whether two bullets were fired from the same weapon. Since the three victims all sat at the same table last night, does this mean the murderer held a grudge against all three? Megure analyzed again. No. Suramasumi immediately refuted the inspector's theory. The method of killing the last two victims differs from how Tsunkazu Kozaka was killed yesterday. If it were the same person, there would be no reason to specifically choose a more risky method like using a gun. Additionally, another point, the killer deliberately targeted their arms and elbows despite being able to kill them with a single shot. Wait. Hearing Sara's reasoning, Megure interrupted suddenly. The wounds on Ryo Sogab's arm and Myosoma's elbow both showed signs of being inflicted while they were alive. Doesn't that mean the killer shot their arms or elbows first before finishing them off with a shot to the head? If the killer truly wanted to cover something up, wouldn't they have waited until the victims were dead to shoot their arms? Shooting non-lethal areas while they're still alive would not only make it harder to aim but could also alert the target, causing them to scream and draw attention, wouldn't it? Megure found it difficult to agree with Sara's pure reasoning, finding it illogical. That's because the killer is very clever, a childish voice suddenly chimed in. Conan's words successfully drew the attention of Megure and the officers present. As Inspector Megure said, if the killer had shot those areas after the victims were already dead, wouldn't the police immediately deduce the killer's motive from the absence of a biological reaction? Megure pondered this and realized it made sense. But it still felt difficult to accept. The kid is correct, Saramas Yumi picked up the conversation. It sounds challenging to shoot someone in a specific body part and then in the head while they're still alive without drawing attention. But, Inspector Megure, have you noticed that both the wound on Ryo Sogab's arm and Myosoma's elbow share a specific characteristic? Namely, the bullet's trajectory goes from above downward, not toward surrounding walls. In other words, the killer didn't shoot from a distance but at close range, likely while the victims actively extended their arms toward them. The killer suddenly drew a gun and shot their arms. This not only proves the close relationship between the killer and the victims but also shows that whatever the killer wanted to conceal must be of great importance to them. Either it could expose the killer's identity, or it posed a fatal threat to them. Saramas Yumi stared at Myosoma's body on the ground and spoke in a somber tone. Chapter 93, Will Something Happen to Akaikawa? So, why didn't the killer draw anyone's attention when shooting Ryo Sogab and Myosoma in the arm? Megure Juzo still seemed confused about Sara's reasoning. In this case, I think the killer probably covered the victim's mouth when shooting their arm, Saramas Yumi guessed. Actually, I believe there's another possibility. Conan's voice once again captured everyone's attention in the room. Perhaps the deceased was already in a state where they couldn't speak loudly or resist. How is that possible? There were clearly no injuries aside from the gunshot wounds, and there were no traces of the victims being tortured or resisting, Megure Juzo replied. What if the deceased were injected with some kind of sedative or anesthetic? Conan's words silenced the room instantly. Though he was just an elementary school student, his suggestion managed to quiet the experienced detectives present. Then they heard Conan continue with his youthful voice, I thought of this after looking at the wounds of Director Sogab and Director Soma. There's a similar scenario in one of the detective cartoons I've watched before. Big Sister Sara just mentioned that the killer targeted their arms to conceal something. So, I thought maybe it's the same as in the cartoon. If the victim's arm had a needle mark from an injection, could it be covered up by the bullet wound? Conan spoke with an innocent expression. His words immediately lit up the eyes of the police officers in the room, as well as Saramas Yumi. After Conan's reminder, she quickly added, It seems I've thought of a possibility that could reasonably explain all of this. Her words shifted the attention in the room from Conan back to her. But instead of speaking further, she turned to look at Megure Juzo. Inspector Megure, may I ask about the autopsy report on Tsunkazu Kozaka from yesterday? When will the results be released? We're rushing it, but it'll take at least a week. Megure replied. What about the toxicology analysis? All other steps can wait, I want the blood test results as soon as possible. Sara pressed further. Forensic autopsies are typically conducted in several stages, a preliminary autopsy, sample collection, toxicological analysis, and report compilation. Toxicology analysis is crucial for examining the blood of the deceased. That will take at least 3 days. Excuse me, has the deceased's cause of death already been determined? If the preliminary autopsy was done, the results should have been available by now, right? Yes, Kozaka died of asphyxiation, Megure answered. But an additional cause of death hasn't been confirmed yet. Hearing this, Saramas Yumi glanced at Conan, and they exchanged a look of understanding. Inspector, I'm sorry, but I need to confirm something. Where is Dr. Aga, the physician who performed first aid on Kozaka yesterday? And did he have an alibi during the murders of the other 2 victims? Sara spoke with a serious tone. Meanwhile, Akaikawa Kyajuk chatted with Misaki Itakura for a while before pulling out his phone, checking the time, and standing up. Mr. Akaikawa, are you going to the bathroom again? Misaki asked casually. No, didn't I make an appointment with Mr. Raga to meet in Mr. Hata's private office at 1 o'clock? It's about time I head over now. Huh? You're leaving now? Misaki was startled. She looked around to make sure no one was paying attention, then lowered her voice and whispered to Akaikawa, Isn't there a murderer on the loose outside? Isn't it safer to stay here for now? It's fine. I saw plenty of police officers outside. But the killer hasn't been caught yet, has he? Don't worry. I'll go out and take a look. If the other exhibition rooms aren't restricted, I'll head over to Mr. Hata's room first, Akaikawa said. I thought that maybe the people in the other exhibition rooms aren't aware of what's happening. If that's the case, breaking my appointment with Mr. Hata without notifying him first would likely leave a bad impression. Well. Misaki hesitated after hearing this. She only knew that there had been a murder outside but had no idea about the specific situation. And Yoshitaka Hata was indeed a very important director. Misaki didn't want Akaikawa to leave a poor impression on him either. How about I accompany you, Mr. Akaikawa? I'll wait outside the exhibition room and won't go in. Thank you, Miss Itakura, but that's unnecessary. After all, Mr. Raga is also acquainted with you. It wouldn't be good if he saw you there, Akaikawa replied with a smile and then left the projection room. Not long after Akaikawa Kyajuk left, Suzuki Sanoko and Mori-ran returned from the private hall. Seeing the empty spot where Akaikawa Kyajuk had been sitting, Sanoko turned to Misaki and asked, "Where's Mr. Akaikawa?" "Oh, he left to meet someone," Misaki replied. "Left? As in, outside?" Sanoko's eyes widened in shock. "There's a murderer with a gun outside. It's way too dangerous for Akaikawa to leave now." Just as Sanoko was about to scold Misaki and call Akaikawa back, she saw Misaki pull out her phone and say, "Excuse me." Misaki saw the name displayed on her screen, Okino Yoko. She answered the call, and Yoko's anxious voice came through immediately. "There are a lot of police officers in the festival exhibition area. Miss Itakura, where are you and Akaikawa-kun right now?" "I'm in my director's projection room. I heard our director was killed." "Is that true?" "Yes." "What about Akaikawa-kun? Is he with you?" "Mr. Akaikawa." Misaki hesitated at Yoko's question. Agatakao had asked her not to reveal the private meeting, and she wasn't sure whether to tell Yoko. However, before she could decide, Yoko's voice rose in urgency. "Will something happen to Akaikawa-kun? Isn't he with you?" "No, no, no." Startled by Yoko's sudden tone, Misaki quickly replied, "Mr. Akaikawa went to meet Mr. Aga at Director Hata's private exhibition room at 1 o'clock. "Aga? Do you mean Agatakao?" "Yes, that's him," Misaki answered. But before she could finish, Yoko hung up abruptly. Seeing Yoko's reaction, Misaki realized she might have made a mistake. She quickly dialed Akaikawa Kyajuk, but his phone didn't connect and eventually went to voicemail. A deep sense of unease gripped her heart, and Misaki hurriedly got up to leave. Knowing Yoko's personality, she would likely head straight to Hata Yoshitaki's private room to find Akaikawa. When Sanoko saw this, she quickly stopped Misaki. "Miss Itakura, what's going on? I just heard you say that Mr. Akaikawa went to Director Hata's room, right?" "Yes, but I can't reach him now. Miss Yoko is probably looking for him, so I have to go there too," Misaki explained. "Then let's go together," Sanoko said. Just as she was about to follow, Ran placed her hands on Sanoko's shoulders and said firmly, "Wait." Chapter 94, The Possibility of a Reasonable Explanation for All This. Inspector Megure Juzo sent police officers to investigate the security cameras in the film festival area. At the same time, other officers were dispatched to obtain Agatakao's phone number from the festival organizers. In Japan, the police generally require a search warrant to conduct searches or access personal information. However, given the urgency of the situation, they were allowed to proceed with certain investigations without a warrant, in accordance with relevant laws. Yet, after Megure Juzo called Agatakao several times without a response, he muttered with suspicion, "As expected, this Agatakao is very suspicious." He put his phone away and turned back to Sarah Masumi. "So, Sister Sarah, what is the reasonable explanation you mentioned earlier? And why do you suspect Agatakao?" "First, there's no doubt that the killer targeted the victim's arm to cover something up," Sarah began. "But as Inspector Megure said, even if the killer was close to the victim, it would be extremely difficult to shoot their arm first and then aim at their head without drawing attention. My initial thought was that the killer could have instructed the victim to extend their arm before suddenly drawing a weapon, attacking the arm, and then shooting them in the head. However, this method is challenging and requires professional training to execute." Megure nodded, indicating his agreement with her reasoning. But if the victim had been injected with a sedative or anesthetic beforehand, as the child suggested, they wouldn't resist or scream, eliminating the risk of drawing attention. And the reason the killer targeted Sogaburyo's arm and Somamayo's elbow could have been to conceal needle marks. If that's the case, why bother injecting sedatives in the first place? Wouldn't it be unnecessary if you could simply kill them with a single shot? Megure asked, puzzled. Sarah Masumi replied, They might have been injected more than once. Injected more than once? What do you mean? For example, morphine, extracted from pure opium alkaloids, or heroin, refined from morphine, not only act as sedatives but also have highly addictive properties. It's likely that Sogaburo and Somamayo had been abusing opioids prior to this incident. When addiction reaches a certain level, conventional methods of consumption become too slow for the user, leading them to choose intravenous injections. While typical needle marks heal within 1 or 2 days, depending on metabolic rates, traces of the substances can be detected in the body for up to a week. Yesterday, when Tsunkazu Kozaka died unexpectedly, the Metropolitan Police Department took his body for autopsy. If Kozaka had been abusing drugs, the forensic analysis would certainly reveal traces during the blood tests. This would implicate not just Kozaka but also those close to him. Magure was startled by Sara's bold theory. If drugs were involved in this shooting case, the implications would be far more severe. So what does Kozaka Tsunkazu's drug abuse have to do with Sogaburo and Somamayo? The three were close friends. If Kozaka was abusing drugs, it's highly likely the other two were as well, Sara hypothesized. After Kozaka was taken for an autopsy by the Metropolitan Police Department, traces of drugs in his body would inevitably be found. The killer likely murdered the other two to prevent their own involvement in the drug abuse from being exposed. Magure Juzo. The room fell silent as everyone digested Sara's reasoning. The detectives and officers present exchanged astonished looks. Sara continued, furthermore, if this theory holds, it explains all the peculiarities of this case. 1. Kozaka Tsunkazu's sudden death. Due to his apnea, Kozaka required a ventilator to sleep. Opioids have a suppressive effect on the central respiratory system. The combination of these factors posed a significant risk, likely leading to his sudden death. 2. Why did the circumstances of Sogaburo's and Somamayo's deaths differ from Kozaka's? Because the person responsible for killing Sogab and Soma is not the same as the one indirectly causing Kozaka's death. Magure and the other officers leaned forward, eager for Sara to elaborate further. But instead of continuing, Sara turned to Magure and asked, Inspector, once Sogaburo's and Somamayo's bodies are returned to the Metropolitan Police Department, will blood tests be conducted during the autopsy? Standard forensic autopsies will be performed, but since their cause of death is clearly gunshot wounds, toxicological tests likely won't be conducted, Magure replied. Why do you ask? As soon as the question left his lips, Magure's eyes widened in realization. Could it be? It seems you've connected the dots too, Inspector, Sara said with a faint smile. Yes, if Sogab and Soma were both killed by gunshot wounds, their bodies wouldn't be tested for drugs. In other words, their drug abuse would go undetected. The chilling implications of Sara's reasoning sent shivers through the room. Even the seasoned detectives couldn't help but feel uneasy. If my hypothesis is correct, the killer must have access to opioids. And among those who knew Kozaka and fit this profile, the prime suspect is Agatakao, the plastic surgeon. Of course, this hinges on whether Kozaka was indeed abusing drugs, which is why the forensic blood test results are crucial. But the fact that we can't reach Agatakao right now only increases my suspicions. Magure Juzo, now grave, pulled out his phone and barked orders. This is Magure. Tell Kosoyan to prioritize the toxicology analysis for Tsunkazu Kozaka. I want those blood test results ASAP. Just as Magure hung up and prepared to discuss further with Sara, her own phone rang. Hello? Ran, what's the matter? What? What did you say? Sara's raised voice and shocked expression drew everyone's attention. Conan narrowed his eyes, watching her intently. Then, she exclaimed, Ran just said that Akaikawa accepted Agatakao's invitation and went alone to Hada Yashitaki's private exhibition room. Chapter 95, Just Be Safe Akaikawa. Is this the Akaikawa artist who almost died at the Imperial Theater last time? Magure Juzo heard Sara Masaki's voice and said in shock. Yes. Sara Yumi nodded. But how could he know Takawaga? Ms. Sara, did you forget? Yesterday, Ms. Hueco took Akaikawa to meet many directors. Among them was the table with Takawaga. Conan remembered. But what could be the reason Takawaga invited Akaikawa? Is it possible that Akaikawa also abuses drugs? Magure Juzo felt very confused. No, that's impossible. Akaikawa probably met Takawaga yesterday. Conan denied Magure Juzo's speculations. He lowered his head, put his fist to his lips, and started thinking. Blaming. No, that's not reasonable. If we're blaming someone, there are definitely countless more suitable targets than that Akaikawa. Akaikawa seems very weak, and his mental age is also very childish. The police must have seen at a glance that he couldn't have killed someone with a weapon. That has nothing to do with Akaikawa. He just had bad luck and was chosen as the target. After all, he doesn't seem very smart. I'm afraid I could easily trick him by introducing him to the director. Conan quickly analyzed that the main purpose of Takawaga inviting a Kaikawa Kyajuk wasn't for a Kaikawa Kyajuk. Why did Takawaga invite a Kaikawa to the private exhibition room of Hata Yashitaki when there were so many other places to invite him? Speaking of that, who was Hata Yashitaki? Just when Conan was confused, he heard a policeman slowly say, Hata Yashitaki is a very famous director. He used to be an actor, but then became a director after suffering facial paralysis due to a medical accident. I see. Conan immediately connected the incident of Hata Yashitaki's facial paralysis with Takawaga. Masayumi Sara also guessed the reason and hurriedly said, I'm afraid Takawaga is the doctor who caused Hata Yashitaki's facial paralysis back then. In other words, Yashitaki Hata had a motive for committing the murder of Takawaga. Maybe Takawaga wanted to take advantage of this and trick Kaikawa into entering Hata Yashitaki's exhibition room. A Kaikawa is in danger. Masayumi said a word and ran off. Conan also ran after Masayumi. The police who remained in the private exhibition room of Somamayo were still immersed in the detective's rapid thoughts and couldn't recover. They all found it somewhat incomprehensible. Why do detectives often manage to clarify their ideas in an instant with just a sentence or a small detail? What are you doing standing there? Didn't you hear what Sister Sara said?